Lala became ill. She started running a very high fever. And my mother didn't have any medicine or not even an aspirin to give her. So she decided that she wouldn't join my father, but would they take us to Warsaw? Because there she had a brother that was an engineer at a hospital, and his wife was a physician. So she figured she would get some help, and that's how we wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto. Once we were wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto, and my father kept track of us, he was still able to keep track of us, and found out that we were in the Warsaw Ghetto. He actually made his way back. And I always say, I mean, who in his bright mind goes into the Warsaw Ghetto? Everybody was trying to get out. But because he was the man that he was, and he loved his family, he came back. And because he came back, I'm sitting here today. Because by the time he found us, my sister and I were already suffering from malnutrition. And we were listless and just laying around. And when he came with a knapsack, and in it he had some bread and butter. And when he saw the condition that we were in, he proceeded to try to feed us. But you know, he was wise enough that he didn't give us a whole slice of bread, because our stomachs were no longer used to a lot of food. And so he fed us, like I always say, like a bird, little cubes at a time, until our stomachs became able to handle the food. They had to have three things to get out of the ghetto. They had to get false papers that would say that we were Catholic. Number two was find a Polish family that would take us in, because that was as dangerous for them as it was for us. And number three, how to get out of the Warsaw Ghetto. And I remember my parents talking about it, and they were considering all sorts of things, because there was a Polish driver that drove a German officer in and out of the ghetto. And they were considering drugging my sister and I and putting us into the trunk. And my mother decided that she wouldn't allow that, because she was worried, what if we coughed or we woke up, we would be found. So the way we did get out was they made arrangements with a garbage truck driver that was going in and out of the ghetto. And one early morning, they put my sister and me and my mother into the truck, covered us up, and drove us out. And that's how we got out. But my parents having gone through the war, seeing the things they saw, they were determined that they would come to the United States if they could. When we came by ship, and we were landed in New Orleans, and from New Orleans we were supposed to actually go to California. So this was strictly an accident that we settled here. But I think that once my father put his feet on American soil, he wasn't going anywhere. So if he could work it out, he was just going to stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and your cell phones. Thank you.
Welcome back. Well, everybody, welcome back. If you would, please find some seats, and we'll continue mission. Hey, so welcome back. We had a great panel on German and Austrian resistance, but now we're going to shift gears and really shift to the other part of the globe to look at resistance in the Pacific. This is one of two sessions in today's symposium to focus on Asia, titled Living Under the Rising Sun, Resistance to Japanese Occupation is sometimes overlooked by historians who tend to focus on the European theater. But our two panelists here, Dr. Rico Jose from the University of Philippines Diliman and Dr. Ethan Mark from Leiden University in the Netherlands will provide interesting explorations of resistance to Japanese control in the Philippines and of daily life in Indonesia under Japanese rule. Presidential counselor and longtime friend of the museum, Rich Frank, will be chairing today's session. Rich is an internationally recognized authority on the Asia-Pacific War and is a perfect person to serve as the chair of this panel. He's the author of numerous books on the subject, including his most recent Tower of Skulls, which is the first in a trilogy on the war in the Pacific. I'm told it's a trilogy, right? And he was nominated for the Gilder Lehrman Prize in Military History. So with Rich, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you right now. Thanks, Rich.
Hey, thank you, Mike. Occupation is a searing moral audit of nations and peoples. It normally will show a wide spectrum of behavior from servile collaboration to heroic resistance and virtually everything in between. Because it is such a fraught subject, it is a topic that for many nations and peoples is very hard to come back and grapple with honestly, which is why I think most of the scholarship you're going to find on those issues, at least the best scholarship, only developed decades after the event. Our panel this morning will give you, I think, a different perspective on this because the literature, certainly that has been available here, has been very heavily concentrated on Europe and events there. And we have deliberately picked this panel to provide two very contrasting examples of what happened in terms of resistance in Asia and the Pacific. The Filipino population certainly provided examples all along the spectrum I described, but without a doubt, they mounted one of the greatest resistance movements in the entirety of World War II. Americans played a role, but as you'll see and hear, Filipino agency was absolutely paramount as to what happened. Our other subject is what was then called the Netherlands East Indies, which is now Indonesia, which is actually one of the greatest and yet least known large nations and populations in the world. Prior to the Japanese occupation in 1942, the Netherlands East Indies had been a Dutch colony. In contrast, in the Philippines, the Filipino people had been promised independence after a 10-year home rule and were effectively conducting their own domestic affairs prior to the Japanese occupation. This made an enormous difference, I believe, in the response of these two peoples. The Dutch, by contrast, had occupied at least parts of the Netherlands East Indies for hundreds of years, and they had no idea, they saw no horizon for the end of that colonial occupation of the Netherlands, East Indies. And it's very telling that when the island of Java was surrendered in March 1942 and the Dutch colonial government surrendered, the Dutch military commander acknowledged that he was not going to attempt to withdraw into the hinterland and conduct a resistance movement because the population was far too hostile. Now, I'm always a believer in short introductions. I have never yet been to a performance in which the introduction was more memorable than the actual discussion. So we are, however, blessed with who we have here. Clearly, Dr. Ricardo Jose is internationally recognized as a leading Filipino historian of World War II. In fact, I would describe him, in my view, as the inspirational leader of that whole effort. And you will gather from his presentation today just an incredible depth of knowledge he has of all of these related subjects and his really superb scholarship. Dr. Ethan Mark is a specialist initially with respect to modern Japanese history, but he has gone into a very important sort of sidelight or whatever with respect to Indonesia. And if we were in the business of awarding scholarly awards for valor, I would have given one to Dr. Mark, because it's a very, very important topic, yet it is one that offers really not the normal set of documentary sources that we tend to look for. And he had to be incredibly resourceful and clever in trying to work out this story when the normal scholarly tools of readily available evidence simply are not there. So with that having been said, I'm going to turn loose my colleagues to demonstrate to you that everything I've said about them is absolutely true. And we'll start with Dr. Jose.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to this morning's panel. Thank you also for inviting me to this panel. This is my first time in New Orleans, but since I only have 15 minutes, let's go on to the subject. So let me start with the first slide here that I have. The Philippines didn't start World War II blank. It was not a tabula rasa kind of thing. There was a long history of resistance already there. Before the Spaniards came, Filipinos were fighting against intruders, and even Magellan himself, we just commemorated the 500th anniversary of his arrival in the Philippines, was killed in the Philippines because of resistance as early as 1521. So throughout the Spanish period, there was a whole series of uprisings, which culminated in the Revolution of 1896 and continued into 1898 with a proclamation of independence. And that's when Commodore Dewey came into the Philippines. And that war for independence continued for a few more years afterwards, a very bloody war. But gradually, the United States fell into, the Filipinos fell into line, and the Filipinos became appreciative of what the Americans were doing. And the Americans also, there was a love and hate relationship at the same time. By 1935, the Philippines had become a commonwealth. It was autonomous in almost all respects except foreign affairs and finance. And one of the main prerogatives of that commonwealth was defense of the country. The Philippines had to prepare itself to defend itself once independence was achieved. And therefore, a pre-war defense plan with General Douglas MacArthur as military advisor was there to supervise the development of Philippine defenses. This had to be very economical. It had to be something that did not cost very much. And interestingly enough, if you look at the picture that's here, this is MacArthur in his desk at his headquarters. Looking over his shoulder is none other than Major Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was his main assistant in developing the Philippine Defense Plan. Where is the Philippines anyway? Why was it so important? So before I go any further, the Philippines is right in the center of Southeast Asia. And we can see why it would be very strategic for both the United States and for Japan. In the case of Japan, as Japan needed natural resources in late 1941, the natural resources would be in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and the Southeast Asian resource-rich areas. So the Philippines stood right in the middle of that. The US bases were in the Philippines at that point in time, had to be neutralized. But even if the US bases were not there, the Philippines did lie right in the middle of all of these transport routes from Southeast Asia to Japan. So it had to be taken whether or not it was an American colony. This is a picture of one of the regular units of the Philippine Army training in 1941. It was very economical. We could only spend so much money per year. So whether it would actually meet the test of battle would really have to wait until the war began. What did happen was when the war broke out, President Roosevelt had created the U.S. Army Forces in the Far East, or the USAFE. It was mobilizing, and according to the timetable, it would have been ready to face the Japanese by March of 1942. Unfortunately, the Japanese knew about that, and so they decided to start the war in December of 1941. What is not known is that majority of these U.S. Army Forces in the Far East were actually composed of Filipinos. As many as 80% of the members of the USAFE were Filipinos in the Philippine Army as reservists or in the Philippine Scouts. The original plan to defend the Philippines involved conventional resistance, beach defense. What we see here is a picture of Philippine Army troops training in that beach defense before the war. The thing is, the Japanese won control of the air and the sea right away on the first day of the war. And so the beach defenses collapsed very quickly, and the order had to be given to withdraw to Bataan and Corregidor for a fixed defense line while waiting for reinforcements. The line held for 3 months or 4 months, much longer than it was anticipated, but the reinforcements never came because Pearl Harbor had been hit very badly, and of course Wake and Guam were lost, so there was no route, there was no direct route to the Philippines by the time Bataan and Corregidor fell. Now, Filipino participation in the defense has not really been very well explained outside of the Philippines. There were Philippine pilots who were flying outmoded planes, such as this P-26, obsolete fighter plane flying against modern Japanese Zero fighters. And one of them is supposed to have shot down 1 or 2 bombers, not yet confirmed. But definitely because of that one-sided nature of the war, the Japanese held air and naval supremacy. There was no way of getting reinforcements to the Philippines. We come to April 9, 1942, when the largest surrender of American forces, together with the Filipinos, took place in Bataan. Less than a month later, you would have the last bastion of Corregidor standing, and that would fall. And that led to the Japanese occupation of the Philippines in most parts of the country. The Japanese occupation brought in much hardship to Filipinos. It led to starvation. It led to shortages of everything imaginable, fuel, transportation, clothing, because the Japanese priorities were really self-sufficiency for the Japanese military in the Philippines. And anyone who bucked that trend, anyone who tried to resist, would be punished in the way that we see here. Fort Santiago was the darkest place in the whole of the Philippines where the Japanese military police had their headquarters. And so Filipinos were tortured, they were killed, they were maimed in this particular place and other areas in the Philippines. This leads to the resistance movement that became very active throughout the islands. This was a spontaneous nationwide movement, even with the collapse of the regular or the conventional defenses in 1942. Even before the fall of Bataan, you already have guerrilla resistance movements starting out in areas that were taken by the Japanese but out of touch with the headquarters of the U.S. Army Forces in the Far East. So you have posters like this. You have a Japanese soldier looking at it, actually. And then you have leaflets that were distributed showing how the Japanese promises were really not real and that they were not tangible. So we talk about a spontaneous national movement with people from the mountain provinces, indigenous peoples, working with their own native weapons, using bows and arrows and shotguns and so forth. And you have others who were regular members of the Philippine Army who had volunteered. You even had children, you had college students, and you had women as well. So the major problems of this resistance movement, while it was a nationally felt resistance movement, was organization, how to organize under the Japanese administration. Who was to lead? Would you have senior officers, or would you have juniors who had more ideas than the outmoded ideas of the seniors? There was turfing. There was also ideological problems. One group was communist in Central Luzon, and so there were ideological issues. Then there were Japanese punitive raids. They tried to crush the resistance wherever they could, employing spies. There was the Japanese military police, or the Kempeitai, which utilized torture. And of course, there were lack of weapons and ammunition. This led to a great deal of ingenuity, where things like curtain rods were made into bullets and homemade guns. There were characteristics of different regions. Some of them were terrain. Philippines is an archipelagic country, so it was difficult to unite the different islands. Some were very mountainous. Others were flat plains where the Japanese dominated. So unification was a major issue. But for some areas, particularly in the central Philippines and in Mindanao, unification became a reality. There were even women leaders, and there were children who were operating as couriers. Once some of these guerrilla units managed to make contact with General MacArthur's headquarters in Australia, you have submarines coming to the Philippines bringing in much needed arms, ammunition, and even propaganda materials. The arms we see here being distributed were brought by submarines. And the propaganda materials, which always featured the profile of MacArthur and the famous "I shall return" pledge, this, of course, became reality to most Filipinos, and many Filipinos still remember this with a great sense of sentimentality. They were not all MacArthur. President Quezon, who was in exile in the US, also sent some messages, and so it was a combined Filipino-American effort. And eventually, some of the areas would have been consolidated, becoming very successful in unifying different groups of Filipinos against the Japanese. They would launch counter-propaganda, they would launch ambushes. The highest commander of the Japanese military would actually be ambushed in the island of Panay. He was not killed, he was not wounded, but the fact that the top brass of the Japanese army would be ambushed by a guerrilla outfit was something that was hard to believe. This triggered several Japanese reprisals, however, which made all of this quite costly. For those who could not resist formally with guns or weapons or could get involved in the ambushes, there also was informal resistance, which meant avoidance of the Japanese or even using humor. Filipinos have a great sense of humor, and we were able to make jokes out of this, and even Japanese words were converted to Filipino words with a totally different meaning. So the Japanese did not realize it until too late. Now, some of the groups were so organized that they even issued their own currency that rivaled the Japanese-occupied currency. In Mindanao, they even issued their own postage stamps. And they also issued newspapers. All of these were being published or printed in the mountains using presses that were hidden from the Japanese. And the newspaper that we see here actually was hand-colored using crayons that someone smuggled into the mountains as well. And the role of the guerrillas in the liberation was very, very important because the Filipino guerrillas provided a lot of intelligence, telling Americans which beaches were safe and which beaches were heavily defended. So it led to a number of changes of landings because certain beaches could have been and should have been avoided, and others were already secured by the guerrillas. So one guerrilla unit in northern Luzon was of the strength and experience of one whole division and was used as a support for US military operations in the liberation in the northern part of Luzon. Now, of course, the whole war led to a great cost, and you have the Philippine government estimated 1 million Filipinos out of a population of 17 million. That's 1 out of every 17 Filipinos who died during the war. Now, this includes those who died of starvation, those who died of sickness, but many of them were killed by the Japanese or died because of their belief in supporting the resistance movement. 3 of them have been commemorated in a 1,000 peso bill. These are the people that we see here. The names may not mean very much to you, but Josefa Llanes Escoda was the founder of the Girl Scouts of the Philippines. She was a civic worker before the war. She was a suffragette. And she died because she was helping American prisoners of war, providing food and materials to them. Jose Abad Santos, the man in the center top here, was an acting president of the Philippine Commonwealth, captured by the Japanese. He refused to serve with the Japanese, and he was executed for doing that. And the other fellow, General Vicente Lim, first Filipino graduate of West Point, division commander in Bataan. He tried to organize a guerrilla unit, was caught by the Japanese, and was executed. The three of them, therefore, represent three areas of Philippine society: the military, the government, and the civil sector. And it showed that all of these people paid with their lives for what they believed in. And that was the pre-war way of life, freedom, liberties, and everything that they held dear. So with this, thank you very much for listening. Good morning, and thank you for coming.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm waiting for the slide, I guess, but should I start already?
Yeah, there
here we
you
go.
go.
Okay. So, hello everybody, it's great to be here, and I'm excited. Ricardo and I were just talking about how it's nice to be able to represent a theater of the war that many of you are perhaps a bit less familiar with here. The Indonesian case, I think, also demonstrates the diversity of the experiences and viewpoints of people in Southeast Asia. Even within that region, you really can't talk about one Southeast Asian response. And one theme that I think the Indonesian case certainly highlights is a theme that was also shared across all of the many of the Asian areas that had been colonized, and that had to do with you had already been under colonization by a European power in some places for a very long time. And I think of a quote that I think is very representative and provocative from an Indian nationalist leader named Krishna Menon, who was asked in London in 1940. The Indian nationalists, many of them had trouble taking sides in the war. And this is something that shocked, needless to say, shocked people in the Allied countries. And in England, he was asked by reporters, "Why can't you take a side? Isn't it obvious how terrible and awful and evil the fascists are?" And he said, "Well, you might as well ask a fish whether it would rather be cooked in margarine or butter." And I think this says a lot in terms of background. So I think that's really an important starting point. The view, certainly, of the introductory remarks also mentioned, talked about collaboration. But what does collaboration mean when you do not identify with the country that's been occupying you? And so for Indonesians, this was a very complicated question. From the Dutch perspective, it was very simple. Are you loyal to Holland or not? But from the Indonesian perspective, Holland or Japan, this was a dilemma. Okay, so again, to try to reinforce and illustrate, we already had one map, but I wanted to point out again where Indonesia is. It's an enormous country with an enormous population, rich in resources. And this made it a target as well. And you can see how strategically coming down from the Philippines, you can see how important and strategic Indonesia is on top of those resources. So it was a very appealing, it was a very important part of, of course, a very important part of the Dutch Empire, essential for the Dutch, and a big contributor to Dutch prosperity. We think of the Golden Age in Holland. At least a good portion of that came from the wealth of the Indies. So it was occupied by Japan between 42 and 45, just as in the case of the Philippines, followed by a war of independence with the Dutch. And as I said, very important resources there, and most importantly, oil. The Japanese were absolutely determined to get that oil one way or another. And Java, the island in the center there, is by far the most populated, and this is where a lot of the Japanese were focused for manpower and resources. It's also where some of the greatest suffering happened. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a session tomorrow, so I'm not going to focus on that. So 1941 is, I don't see the clock actually, so let me just keep an eye on the time myself. There we go, thank you.
I run a tight ship.
Yeah. 1941, in the period leading up to Pearl Harbor, many of you are probably familiar to some extent with the developments that led up to that, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But it's essential to keep in mind that the Japanese had been at war in China since 1937. So that when Pearl Harbor happened, Japan was more than 4 years into a very intensive conflict already. And the dynamics of that conflict influenced what came next, including that move into Southeast Asia. So Indonesia's resources were an essential motive behind Pearl Harbor and the Southern advance. In fact, Indonesia is often at the center of a lot of these histories that we don't necessarily think about. Indonesia, as an American, actually, originally, I've been living in Holland for a long time, but as an American, I'm aware that Indonesia is relatively invisible. I've sometimes been asked, where in Bali is Indonesia? Okay, so I'm not accusing anybody here of having that perspective, but Bali gets a lot more attention than Indonesia. It's remarkable given how enormous, and also enormous its population is, and actually how important it is strategically as well. So between December 41 and March 1942, as many of you will be aware, the Japanese attacked the Western possessions in Southeast Asia, along with starting with Pearl Harbor and moving into Southeast Asia with surprising ease. It was remarkable, even to the Japanese themselves, how easily this campaign went. It kind of went to their heads also. They started to think that they were supermen even, and that they could easily win the war, given how easily things went for them in the beginning. Indonesia was distributed between 3 different forces, which meant a lot of fragmentation. And isolation of the different parts of Indonesia. So you had the 25th Army in the west, the 16th Army in the center in Java, and the Navy in the north and the east. When the Japanese came in, they proclaimed themselves to be liberating Asians from Western domination, Western exploitation, Western imperialism. It was very stirring propaganda, and it's often remembered and narrated as a kind of a trick that the Japanese imposed on other Asians, lies that were spread around. They were lies, and it was a trick. The Japanese were not liberators. The Japanese were primarily interested in oil. But to call it a lie or a trick, I think, is a bit misleading, because a lot of the Japanese themselves believed it. In many contradictory ways, of course. The Japanese were imperialists. They were convinced of their own superiority. They were absolutely, all of them, from all the way across the political spectrum, they were interested in making sure Japan remained the dominant player in Asia. But this narrative of liberation was very stirring, also for Japanese. And so in the early going, the Japanese even came in flying Indonesian flags alongside the Japanese ones, and this was very powerful for an Indonesian population, which, as I said, was already mentioned in the introduction, that the Dutch were not very popular in Indonesia, and this warm welcome that the Japanese received was largely, most importantly, a reflection of how unpopular the Dutch were. In fact, if we look around Southeast Asia and the different responses, you mentioned already in the introduction that the Dutch responded very strictly and oppressively to Indonesian movements for self-determination. And so the response, therefore, from Indonesians was, well, let's see what the Japanese have to offer, because the Dutch haven't done that much for us. On the right here, we see a very interesting propaganda cartoon, which was printed and published just in the first weeks after the Japanese had occupied Indonesia. This is in Java. And the cartoon shows the Japanese coming in and spraying these nasty mosquitoes. So the Japanese as insecticide. Now, what are mosquitoes? They suck your blood. This is very powerful imagery, and we can recognize here, in case you didn't identify them, this is Churchill and Roosevelt. This cartoon was drawn by a very, very famous and popular cartoonist in Japan at the time, and he was a member of a squad of cultural specialists who are actually the central focus of my book. I'm interested in them because many of them believed in this mission, however, in however contradictory ways. So Indonesians were fearful, but they were also hopeful, excited by the talk of liberation, from the shackles of Western colonialism. This was pretty radical stuff. And as I said, there was there was a lot of irony in the Japanese claiming to be liberating anyone when they were, certainly equally good or better at oppressing and exploiting people in their empire. And this was something the Indonesians were going to learn very bitterly. But the Japanese believed that they were different. And they claimed to be kind of the older brothers who were going to help out their poor Indonesian brethren who had been under Western oppression. And the success of the Japanese in defeating the West seemed to support their propaganda that they had a recipe for success. And a recipe for success that was particularly appealing and useful for non-Western people. Japan, as the one successful nation that had modernized and was able to beat the West at its own game, and yet somehow retain its original Asian culture. This was the narrative. I'm not saying that this was the truth. Japan was modern. Japan was not what it claimed to be in propaganda terms. But this image of a Japan that sort of blended the best of the West and the East, this was a very powerful kind of propaganda message for Indonesians, for other people in other parts of Asia, and for the Japanese themselves. So again, with the background that the Dutch had really not offered very much to Indonesian nationalists, many Indonesian nationalists decided to join up, or at least to cooperate to a greater or lesser extent with the Japanese. Viewed in retrospect by the Dutch certainly as a quisling, as somebody who betrayed the nation. But as I said, this was a more complex question for Indonesians. So, as I said, as time went on, it started to become more and more clear that the Japanese were themselves colonizers, that their message was a big contradiction, because as much noise as they made about being different, in many ways they proved to be the same or even worse. Worse partly because of cultural frictions and complete ignorance and misunderstanding of Indonesian culture and Indonesian society. The Dutch in that sense had the advantage of having been in the Netherlands Indies for a couple of centuries, and the colonialism there evolved gradually. The Japanese came in and immediately imposed all kinds of rules and regulations and behaviors which caused massive frictions. They forced Indonesians to bow towards Tokyo, for example. And this is in a country whose population is a great majority is Muslim and is used to bowing in one direction, and that's not to Tokyo, but to Mecca. So that was a big problem. Japanese administrators realized, some of them, they had some advisors who said, this is a huge mistake, let's stop this. But the damage was already done in many ways. And as time went on, again, this is something I'll detail more tomorrow, Indonesian living standards plunged. Instead of getting better, instead of bringing co-prosperity, they brought suffering, deprivation, exploitation. And as I said, beatings on the street if you failed to bow at the right moment, or if you failed to remove your headgear. For some Muslims, wearing some kinds of headgear can be a sign of respect. This is a very basic cultural aspect of the Netherlands Indies, of Indonesia, which was missed by many Japanese, who were, after all, used to lording it over the natives anyway. So as time went on, Indonesians became more alienated. Nationalist elites were discontented, but most continued to cooperate. They didn't really see any alternatives. It's also important to recognize that they did not want a Dutch return. And so even though they came to dislike or even really resent or hate the Japanese, many of them still decided still better to be on their side than on the Dutch side. So they felt, they had worked themselves into a very difficult position. This was something that Sukarno certainly found himself in. In 1944, Sukarno made publicity photos here, a publicity campaign for the Romusha, forced laborers, who were not called forced laborers at the time. They were just called laborers. And so the Indonesian nationalists were not necessarily entirely aware of what the Japanese were getting them into, but they went along, they lent their voices and their reputations to this Japanese program, which became increasingly oppressive, exploitative, and deadly eventually. Indonesian youth, who in the beginning had been very inspired by the Japanese, particularly more elite educated youth who were nationalist-minded, started to move away not only from the Japanese, but from those who were collaborating with the Japanese. And this creates a new kind of dynamic in Indonesian society, which is extremely important for what comes afterwards. Okay, if we look at the balance sheet, by August 1945, some 4 million Indonesians have died of starvation, disease, and forced labor. The percentage of the population, I think, is roughly similar, actually, to what you just mentioned. So I think in the Philippines, also a lot of this kind of material deprivation, disease, shortages, and famine were very present. I'll talk again tomorrow more about details. I'm happy to have that opportunity to do that. Indonesia was left in economic shambles, socioeconomically, in upheaval as well. The Japanese ended up more hated than the Dutch, and this is something that you see very prominently after the war. We can talk more about the details, but the Dutch return was no less desired. So the Indonesians and the Dutch blamed the Japanese for mobilizing the Indonesians against them. The true story is a lot more complicated, but there's something to be said for that. The Japanese had an interest, after all, in getting the Indonesians on their side. On August 17th, 1945, 2 days after the war ends, August 15th, Indonesia declares independence. And Sukarno makes that declaration, actually under a little bit of pressure from Indonesian nationalist youth, but he manages to keep in power and to keep his influence. Japanese trained paramilitary, or PETA battalions, are now gearing up to fight the returning Dutch. And nationalist youth, as I said, were prepared to take the initiative. And I will leave my words there for now, but I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
I believe they lived up to all the standards we like to see at a symposium here. Appreciate your presentations very much, and I look forward now. Do a little bit of a roundtable, but I tend to think that you all are going to have a lot of really good questions, and I'm not going to occupy a lot of time. Two things, or one thing immediately comes to mind. In my own research, I was really struck by the fact that the Japanese official history series, military history series, of the campaign down to Java had what I thought was a very startling statement, and it was a picture of an oil refinery on Sumatra, Palembang, and the Japanese history said this was absolutely the #1 target of the whole southern advance that Japan conducted from December 1941 to May of 1942, which is an aspect about the Netherlands, East Indies, or Indonesia that is almost totally unknown. What I'd like to do now is recall Dr. Jose. What about the treatment of the guerrillas after the war by both the Philippine and the U.S. government? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Okay, that's a long-standing issue. There were actually several angles to that. First is that the U.S. government was supposed to recognize quite a number of them. In fact, some of them had been recognized already during the war. Right. And that would bring in things like back pay, government recognition, hospital benefits, and all of that. The thing is, about 1946, the U.S. Congress passed what they call the Rescission Act, which took away most of these Filipinos. And that still leaves a rather bad taste in the mouth for some. Quite a number of guerrillas who actually fought or even died were removed from the recognized roster list. So it still is a point of tension between the US and Japan today. But many were recognized and did and continued to receive benefits. They received educational benefits and so forth. There was another angle to it in which the guerrillas after the war, some of them used it as political leverage to get themselves into positions of power. In fact, one of the Philippine presidents, Ramon Magsaysay, was a guerrilla leader. He was unknown before the war. He was a bus driver, and he was a mechanic. So he thought he could fix the Philippines just like a mechanic could. Not that easy, but he did have that philosophy for a while. Yeah. Another one became a senator, and some of the guerrilla leaders became secretaries of national defense and so forth. So they were able to use that as political leverage. There was another angle to the guerrilla resistance movement, however, and this was the negative side of it. So it's really, when you look at Philippine sources, it's usually they're glamorizing the resistance movement. But some groups did not behave particularly well. They were bandits disguised as guerrillas. And so some Filipinos had to choose between the guerrillas or the fake guerrillas or the Japanese. And so after the war, there were trials held for guerrilla criminal behavior. Eventually, that was all resolved by the late 40s. But that recognition problem is still there. Guerrillas in government, that became something very important after the war.
Okay. Ethan, we talked about this in our Zoom or whatever here, but I think, and I think you made the point that sort of tracing the path of Sukarno from pre-war through the war to independence is a very telling sort of way of narrating the story of the Indonesia in the war.
Yeah, yeah, because he was already a target of Dutch suppression. So if you follow how the Dutch responded to Sukarno and the Indonesian nationalist movement, it was very heavy-handed. Whereas some of the other colonial powers being confronted with growing anti-colonial nationalism, which I think is a really important theme, actually, of the Second World War that we don't always pay enough attention to. So the different colonial powers responded differently. In the Philippines, the U.S. responded with relatively mild compared to some of the other countries. I live in the Netherlands, and I'm not interested in just only being negative about my adopted homeland. It's very important to recognize the different levels of interest and investment that each of the colonial powers had in a given colony. So, for example, the British behavior towards one colony would be very different from their behavior towards another, the French, and so on. And for the Dutch, the Netherlands Indies was seen as absolutely essential. And therefore not something they were ready to even ponder giving up. So the response was based also on the assumption that the Dutch saw themselves as very paternalistic and successful colonial rulers, and they felt that the Indonesian, that Sukarno and the others represented, a group of something like bandits or radicals. And so the response was what you would do to a bandit or a radical. They didn't execute him because that might provoke too much of a response. They put him into exile from 1934 already. And so he was still under Dutch control, in exile and away from his people when the Japanese arrive in 1942. So this sets up a beautiful kind of slam dunk for the Japanese. They release him. And what better way to symbolize the Japanese as liberators than to finally free Sukarno from this imprisonment? And so, again, it's a long story, and I don't want to. I could talk all day about it, but this is a really important, I think, juxtaposition to recognize the Japanese could claim that they were doing. Maybe the Indonesians looked at the Japanese and they were fearful of them and worried and skeptical and so on. They weren't stupid, but they were willing and more open to what the Japanese might offer. And so this is something that I think affected most of the Indonesian nationalist elite, actually. So we see, by and large, a cooperative posture, which gradually starts to dissipate. But leaving someone like Sukarno, who's in a very prominent position, in a very delicate position. And he had trouble. Of course, this record of supporting the Japanese to the bitter end did not exactly serve him well politically. And there were those in Indonesia, particularly on the left side of the political spectrum, who tried to use this to undermine his authority and legitimacy as part of a larger kind of social struggle, political struggle within Indonesia that happened after the war. But I think, as we said in our conversation earlier, the fact that Sukarno actually wasn't unusual in following this trajectory meant that he still remained acceptable as Indonesia's leader, and he was hugely charismatic. He was a powerful speaker. He was able to mobilize people and their emotions and their feelings of nationalism in a way that no one else could, and became, for that reason, remained in the end kind of an indispensable player in the Indonesian nationalist movement.
Thank you. Now, We're going to be back tomorrow with Ethan to talk about what actually goes on during the occupation and the tremendous hardship, suffering, and mass death that takes place in Indonesia. So I want to turn now, however, to Dr. Jose to talk about the Philippines, because I think it's extremely unknown the degree to which the Filipino people suffered and the very dire situation they were in by 1945.
Yes. Okay, so one reason why many of the Filipinos really turned against the Japanese was first, of course, they deprived Filipinos of their liberties. The press was totally censored, and by the 1930s, the Philippines had one of the freest presses in Asia. And I think we were proud of that at that time. The radio was modern, the press was outspoken, politicians were speaking their mind, and that was something the Japanese tried to clamp down on. So everything, free discussion, that was, textbooks were censored. Anything that mentioned democracy, that had to be erased. Anything mentioning the American Revolution or even Washington, those were removed from Philippine textbooks because the Japanese felt that was totally irrelevant. And everything was controlled. Instead of having a laissez-faire economy, which we were used to, you have natural selection of prices and all of this, the Japanese put up a very centralized economic system, which is very similar to Indonesia and the rest of Southeast Asia. We were not used to that. We enjoyed trade with the United States before the war. We could choose our trading partners. And now all of a sudden, everything had to be geared up to the Japanese war economy. So sugar, which was the #1 export of the Philippines before the war, that was cut down. And instead, we had to plant things like cotton. We had to plant other things that the Japanese military needed. That dislocated the whole economy. And that's one reason why things became very difficult in the last year of war, because the basics were now no longer there. Plus the fact that the Japanese military in the Philippines was ordered to work on self-sufficiency basis. Rely on everything in the Philippines. Don't expect anything to come from Tokyo. Live off the land. That also dislocated everything. And that resulted in very severe disruption to the Philippine economy. Plus, of course, the beatings, as Ethan mentioned. If you did not bow properly, you were slapped and all of that. That also happened in the Philippines. If the case in Indonesia is you had to bow to Mecca, the Filipinos faced, it was very personal for Filipinos if they were slapped in the face. We never get slapped in the face. So when the Japanese Japanese came slapping, that was something we could not. And if you saw your grandfather slapped or your grandmother slapped, that's something you couldn't tolerate. So resistance.
Yeah, I should add, the Japanese military made extensive use of physical punishment for infractions, real or imagined. And one of the most common practices was slapping. So that was deeply ingrained in Japanese servicemen, that this is how you react to some sort of infraction. And when they turned around and inflicted this on these populations elsewhere, that just tremendously redounded to the detriment of the Japanese occupation. And the other thing Jose's talked about, which is true, everywhere the Japanese went, because Japan was not a wealthy nation, wherever they went, their armed forces were told they would live off the land of that nation or wherever they were. And of course, they not only lived off the land, but they made sure they lived well off the land. And this had resonated down the pike. One of the interesting aspects about the American occupation of Japan was that although Washington had given an option to General MacArthur that American occupation forces, we could have the Japanese feed them and support them, he made a decision right at the start, no, we will feed our own troops, we will support our own troops, we will not rely on the Japanese. And this, given what the Japanese plunged into immediately after the war, this literally was a matter of life or death for probably hundreds of thousands of Japanese, if not millions. Let me come back to one other issue that I wanted to talk to. You mentioned, you talked about the diversity of the populations in the Philippines, and I think, could you elaborate, because it's an incredible story. I mean, this is not one unified culture, unified people. It's incredibly divided.
Yes, the Philippines is composed of 7,000 islands. So it's said that if you put 3 Filipinos together, you have 4 associations, something like that. So the potential for disunity is very strong. In fact, one problem in Bataan was some of the soldiers could not understand their officers giving commands. The one thing that unified the Philippines prior to the war was most Filipinos could speak in English. The public educational system had taught Filipinos English, but not everyone had gone to the public schools. So there were people who could not understand that. And so unifying that diverse population was very difficult. In fact, you go to Mindanao, the southern Philippine island, the Muslims had never been conquered by the Spaniards, and they were very proud of that. The Americans had managed to win them over. But when the Japanese came in, the unique thing is that you have Filipino Muslims fighting the Japanese together with Filipino Christians, and they were at odds with each other before the war, with Americans. So it's a very interesting case where you have mountain peoples fighting together with the lowlanders, and before there was animosity between them. And it was one thing that you had these different groups having a common enemy. In a sense, one way of looking at the Japanese occupation is that there was such a swelling of anti-Japanese sentiment that it was nationwide. It cut across cultural groups, cut across languages and so forth. But with the return of peace, then you have that. It's difficult to maintain that if you don't have a common enemy. So there was some degree of unity that was sown during that time, but how to maintain that after that emergency, that was another problem.
If I can say something very briefly on the Indonesian case, very interesting, very similar background, cultural diversity. These two archipelagos are very close to each other, and I think, historically, before the arrival of the European colonizers, there was a lot of overlap and similarity between the two of them. Indonesia also very diverse, but the Dutch chose not to teach the mass of Indonesians Dutch. They actually saw this as dangerous if too many Indonesians could speak Dutch. So they preferred to keep different Indonesian ethnic groups speaking their own languages. Another slam dunk for the Japanese, they come in and say, let's all speak Indonesian. For the Japanese, of course, they wanted to teach Japanese as well. They tried to, they forced, or at least they pushed Indonesians to learn Japanese. That wasn't, that's another whole story. But they realized the strategic value of using Indonesian everywhere. This was a big win for the Indonesian nationalists, and it also made the Japanese look good, at least for a while. So it's another contrast in the two places.
Thank you. I'd love to go on, but I know you all have some questions. And Jeremy, I'm going to turn it over to you for your usual efficient behavior.
Thank you to our panelists, Rich, Dr. Jose, and Dr. Mark. First question is to your left, gentlemen.
I have a question for each of you. Dr. Jose, the question is, I know after the war, the Filipino people were very upset about war crimes and Hirohito not being prosecuted. I wonder if you could talk about how the next generation viewed Japan in light of that miscarriage. And then Dr. Mark, I want you to be able to tell us what a hero you were in doing your research. Please let us know about that.
Thank you.
Okay, for the first question on war crimes, of course, the Philippines had several war crimes. We participated in the Tokyo war crimes trials. That was the Class A level. We had a judge who was up there on the bench. And we had the prosecutor. I think we had one prosecutor who argued the Philippine case. So when the Tokyo trials actually finished in 1949, the Philippine side was very disappointed with the general trend of the Tokyo trials. And our Justice Hardalesa, issued a dissenting opinion saying everybody should have been considered guilty and everybody should have been hanged and so forth. So the spirit of vengeance was very strong. Now, after the war, that spirit tended to dissipate, particularly in the 1960s, when Japan became a closer economic partner of the Philippines. And Japan needed the Philippines as an economic partner for export of finished products and so forth. And the Philippines needed investment. So especially by the late 60s and the 70s, you have Japanese coming back to the Philippines. And we were one of the few places where actually the Japanese were allowed to put up memorials to their war dead. So the Americans, of course, put up their memorials. We have the American Cemetery in Manila. But the Japanese, as early as the 1970s, were allowed to put up their own memorials without English translations. So it was in that spirit that I think the administration felt Japan was geographically too close to the Philippines. We couldn't let this hatred last forever. And so Japan did become a major trading partner. It still is the major trading partner of the Philippines today. Most of the youth today are more familiar with anime and manga and so forth. World War II, that's something that's long past.
Yeah, if I can just, I'm going to answer the question that was directed at me, but I wanted to chime in also that Japanese nationalists nowadays, right-wing revisionists and so on, often misrecognize the current enthusiasm for Japan in Southeast Asia as evidence that things weren't that bad in World War II. This is a big mistake, obviously. But the same pattern, I think, in Indonesia too. About me being a hero, I think was that a planted question? Thank you. Well, we were talking about it earlier. Actually, I think it's not just a problem in Indonesia, but the Southeast Asia in general, there was so much devastation and destruction. And then in the case of Indonesia, unlike in the Philippines, there was a huge power vacuum at the end of the war because no fighting took place in Indonesia, except if you look at New Guinea to the east. But for the rest of Indonesia, it was still under Japanese control at the time of the surrender. So there was a window there of a couple of months where the Japanese were actually the only force in control. They had surrendered, but they were still expected to be maintaining order, and that also gave them lots of time to destroy the evidence. So there were fires burning. There are stories of fires burning in Tokyo in late August in 1945, too, of all kinds of documents going up in smoke. That much more in Indonesia. The record keeping during the occupation was already kind of a mess, and then came the revolution. People were busy with other things. So a historian trying to go back and piece this together ends up with a scattering of documents that the Dutch collected mainly for prosecution purposes. They wanted to catch and try who they thought were responsible. So there were some documents, but kind of in a messy form in the Netherlands. And on the Indonesian side, there was almost nothing, no kind of written records really left over. Indonesians were fighting for their lives in many cases, and so you end up with oral testimonies. And there was a considerable collection of very interesting Indonesian oral testimonies that was collected in the 70s and 80s, which includes the Japanese period, although it wasn't focused on it. But those reflections are very much colored by retrospect, by the awareness that the occupation had been an absolute disaster. And certain kinds of people were very much at that point, they were very much, often they tended to narrate their own experiences as a national experience. So if it wasn't about resistance to the Japanese or collaboration with the Japanese, if it was something in between those two things, people didn't narrate it themselves. Many Indonesians, as I said, responded positively to the Japanese, but then later on realized that was a mistake. So they're not going to narrate those experiences of the early part of the occupation certainly the way that they would at the time. And so how do we get back to that experience at the time? Because this is what I was really interested in. And what I ended up using a lot in my research in my book are propaganda materials, which is of course a questionable kind of source because these are produced for public consumption with the Japanese censor in the foreground or in the background. But what I found was that, at least in the early stages of the occupation, there was a relative amount of autonomy allowed to Indonesians to join and to use their voices to join in this shared struggle against the West. And as I said, that sense of a shared struggle was genuine, even if many Indonesians were not exactly in love with the Japanese. So I discovered that there was a lot of kind of shared interests and overlapping agendas, which Indonesians did feel comfortable talking about in the newspapers, for example. And there were Japanese also who were given a remarkable amount of autonomy early on in the war, in the occupation, by the Japanese leadership, because they were starting to recognize that the best propaganda is when you let people, give some people some autonomy and freedom to really talk about what they believe in. So these Japanese propagandists, they were very professional, they were very motivated, they were almost like missionaries of Greater Asia and liberation. And they found Indonesians who were also, again, as I said, for their own reasons, who were motivated to do the same. So that ended up being the primary base of material for my research. Yeah.
Two things real quick. In the Imperial Army, there was a saying, Java is heaven, Burma is hell, but nobody returns alive from New Guinea. And that was how they saw the war. And Dr. Jose wanted to take this opportunity. We have some very special guests here.
Yes, I think they are in the audience. Two of my friends are here. They said they'd be here. One of them is the grand niece of Jose Abad Santos. I showed you the picture of the 3 Filipinos who were martyred during the war. I think she's supposed to be here. I'm not sure if she is. The other, well, she is attending the conference anyway. And the other one is, she's the daughter of a Filipino-American who came to Mindanao on one of those guerrilla submarines and attacked the Japanese and taught the guerrillas how to fight, how to sabotage and everything. So she's supposed to be in the audience as well.
Desiree and Marie.
Yeah.
Desiree Benipayo. And Marie, thank you for being here with us.
Yeah, if I could just, you mentioned Java is hell, Java is paradise. That's another part of the challenge of researching this period. The Japanese had a good time in Java. And that's not a story that you're really eager to tell anybody afterwards. So this was another big problem. Yeah.
Next questions to your right, please.
It's for Dr. Jose. My research on your topic indicated there were nearly 250,000 guerrillas fighting across the island, which was a significant number. Could you tell me approximately how many Japanese soldiers that tied down and prevented from defending other areas?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think at the end of the war, there were about 500,000 Japanese who were in the Philippines. And many of them were in the mountains. Their main task was not to fight the Americans or the guerrillas, but to tie them down, prevent them from being landed on the shores of Japan. And I think they were rather successful in that regard. That 500,000 was when the war ended. I think there were much more than that during the course of the war. The Philippines actually served as a R&R station for Japanese coming from New Guinea, from the South Pacific, and those who were headed for the South Pacific also transited the Philippines, and the wounded and the sick wound up in hospitals in the Philippines. So as a supply area, it was very important, and tying down American troops, that was a very strategic decision made by Tokyo to keep them in the Philippines as long as possible.
There's a great book called Implacable Foes, and one of the main themes of that work, it really recreates clearly just how grinding those campaigns in the Philippines throughout the islands were on the units that were earmarked to invade Japan. And those units were not in great shape after these campaigns, due to casualties and some other factors or whatever. But that's a whole dimension of this whole endgame against Japan that's also very important.
Next question is going to be in the center with Connie.
I have a question about the Philippines. You said a couple of things. One, there was a love-hate relationship, and the U.S. was, I mean, the Philippines was mostly independent. Can you talk a little bit about how, before the war and during the war, that the Filipinos, could they consider themselves mainly free, or I've always been a little confused on how much, free they felt.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a very interesting question. Now, before the war, the Philippines was in that transition state, the Philippine Commonwealth as it was, but it was still a colony. So, in fact, all government officials had to swear allegiance to the United States. And thus, during the war, that was one of the criteria that would determine whether Filipinos who collaborated with Japan were traitors or not, as was used after the war. So during the war, or even as the war was going on, there was a great deal of confidence that the US was going to win, the US was going to send reinforcements to the Philippines. So I think most of the Filipinos fought on the side of the United States, partly on that basis, but also on the basis because there were others who completely said, even if the Americans were not there, we would have fought anyway. It was part of this tradition of fighting for freedom before. That continues on after the war because many Filipinos would apply for recognition with the US government because they needed the back pay. After the war, they were destitute, they needed money. But others did not apply for recognition. I have met quite a number who said, we fought for the Philippines and that's enough reward for ourselves. And so why should we apply for back pay when we were fighting for the Philippines? So there's this kind of dynamic, two sides or more sides. During the war, I think they were not fighting so much for back pay, but really fighting to avenge the abuses that they had seen right in front of them. Only later on, when this thing comes in that you might get something after all the difficulties, some of them would have gone into that level, but there were others who did not. And some would really stay steadfastly, we were fighting for the Philippines, we don't need any other assistance.
In the back to your left.
Hello, I have a question for Dr. Jose. So the Philippine resistance could be considered one of the most effective resistances in the war in general. What made them so effective in compared to the resistances in Europe and the rest of Asia?
Good question. And I think the one reason for this is because there was a tradition of guerrilla resistance. One Filipino author, in fact, wrote a whole book titled The Philippine Guerrilla Tradition, saying that some of these tactics had already been developed during the Spanish period. And there was this spirit of you're fighting for a land that you know, you're fighting for your own people. And I think that fact plus the popular support, I think also, well, to add to that dimension is many Filipinos had also watched documentaries on what was going on in Nazi-occupied Europe. So that was one sense of inspiration as well. There was one group of Filipinos who put up a clandestine radio station right in Manila, and who inspired them. They watched the movie about occupied Norway in 1941, which also talked about a clandestine radio network. So they said, if they can do it, we can do it. And these were teenagers, 19 years old, 18 years old. So when you have, there's a large group of guerrillas who are all college students. And when you have that kind of support coming in, and the elders saying, we will support you, we're a little too old for that perhaps, but we will support you, it is something that is a mass movement in a sense.
Let me interject here. Dr. Mark, could you tell a little about exactly what happened with all these slave laborers and just how god-awful that proved to be?
Well, I think the numbers are staggering. The typical picture is actually that most of them were shipped out of the country to go to places like the Siam-Burma Railroad. In fact, most of them, it turns out, were mobilized within the country, but it didn't make it any better. Right. They were subjected to very harsh conditions. There was starvation because the supplies themselves. This is something I'm going to illuminate more tomorrow. But all across Southeast Asia, you had economies that were dependent on international trade. That was what they were designed for as colonies. And when that's cut off, you have tremendous shortages. The Japanese desperation in the last year and a half or so of the war drove them to pursue all kinds of outlandish schemes. And a lot of that, the mobilization of local labor for that was also inspired partly by colonial attitudes, about the manual labor. You use these people for manual labor. So there was maltreatment. But I think even more than the maltreatment, there was the deprivation and shortages, this lack of medicine, lack of food, lack of clothing also, which led to kind of almost biblical kind of reality by the last year of the occupation. There are, you hear from all kinds of narrators talking about people just dropping dead on the side of the road. That this was just a common scene across Indonesia, particularly in Java. I guess we'll have more time for more detail on that tomorrow.
But I wanted to get that in because that really is. And other thing, there's a great book by Greg Huff about Southeast Asia. And one of the little nuggets he dug out was, of course, the Burma-Siam Railway, the bridge on the WWII story that everyone's heard about, of course, had a horrendous death rate or whatever here. But Dr. Huff pointed out that there was actually a railway that was being built in Sumatra that, in terms of deaths per kilometer, was worse than the Burma-Siam Railway or whatever here. Just another illustration of how awful that is.
We're going to go to your right in the center.
I want to thank you again for a marvelous presentation. I wonder if you would address the role of women, the comfort women, maybe bring us up to date on what's happened.
Yeah. Okay, it's the comfort women issue is in the Philippine case. It surfaced only in the 1990s or so, but I had known of that. There were Japanese researchers who had studied that already as early as the 1970s, 1980s. But in the Philippine case, it surfaced in the 1990s. It was not as widespread as, let's say, in Korea or Taiwan or China, but it did happen on a significant scale in the Philippines. Now, the Philippine government was kind of two sides regarding this issue. And it still is, because Japan is still a major trading partner of the Philippines. So this has been something that women's groups have been rallying around for a long time. They still are. And one thing that happened fairly recently, just before the pandemic struck, was a statue was put up in Manila to commemorate the Filipino comfort women, the sexual slaves. The government eventually took it down very surreptitiously on the guise that there was a public works project going on there. But it seems like some Japanese elements were behind that, and they did not want it there. And later on, when the group that had put up the statue decided to put it up in private land, so it could not, the government could not interfere. And they were actually ready to move that to a churchyard, and the statue mysteriously disappeared. So it still is a contentious issue. The women's groups are still fighting very hard, they're concerned groups. The government is of two minds about it. It's not taking a particularly strong stand on the issue.
I think a similar pattern in Indonesia. I think the Japanese right-wingers who have, the nationalists who have been kind of on the ascent in the last decade in particular, I must say under Prime Minister Abe, we've heard more of these kinds of voices. They have tried to kind of turn back the research to try to combat a lot of the research that has been done in the last couple of decades, which has highlighted the system. One of the questions they often raise is, why did this become such a big issue in the 90s if it really was such a big issue? Well, I have a very, if I may say, a provocative answer in response. Patriarchy is the reason that we did not hear much about it until the 90s. The world changed. That doesn't mean that the comfort women's suffering or the crime of the comfort women was any less when it happened, but it means that we are paying much more attention to these kinds of crimes and thinking about them as crimes than we used to. And that's not a kind of a sneak attack from Korea or China, which is how the Japanese right wing likes to characterize it. Another reason a way that they do that is to say, well, look, the Southeast Asian countries, we hardly hear anything from them about this. So the reason for that is primarily economic and geopolitical. Southeast Asia is very, very closely dependent, reliant on Japan, economically interdependent, and it's just not a priority for Southeast Asia's leaders who have other very pressing, and admittedly other pressing issues to deal with. So it's important to recognize that there's all kinds of variables and factors that contribute to these different impressions, but to keep our eyes on the ball as well, I would say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Frank, Ricardo Jose, and Ethan Mark. Thank you very much.
Great job.
We now have our next break, but before everybody exits, I want to invite you and call your attention to our registration table that has information about all of our wonderful educational travel programs, one of which we're running in March of 2023 that will feature Dr. Jose, and that's a trip to the Philippines, Victory in the Pacific. The gentleman will be outside at the book signing station. Please be back for 11:15 for our next session between Hitler and Stalin on the Eastern Front. Thank you.
I want to tell you about the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Like no other museum in the world, it brings to life the lessons and values of the war that changed the world. And not just with aircraft and boats and tanks, but with the powerful, personal stories of the men and women who served and sacrificed for our freedom. It's a remarkable place in an extraordinary city that every American should experience. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
My name is James Matteo, and I had the great honor of portraying Frank Perconti in the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers.
Cool, man.
Awesome.
Thank you for this. This is very nice of you.
I think you'd want my signature.
The World War II Museum, I believe, has done something, really cool, because they've given me an opportunity to go out to Europe, trace the steps of Easy Company, and at the same time speak to the guest about how the production element works.
No, I did not make fun of Bailey afterwards. No, it was not spaghetti.
And sort of talk about the locations and how we filmed that, how we shot that, our relationships with this character, some special effects.
The jump training, when the directors needed you to jump out of an airplane or a mock airplane, they want to make sure that you represented these men the best possible way.
So when there was a chance to jump on this tour with the World War II Museum, I just jumped on it, and then knowing that Mr. Brad Freeman, an original Easy Company veteran, was going to be going on the tour as well, I just, it was an opportunity that I just could not miss. And he's a World War II hero.
You are the boss of today.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It's a great honor to guest you inside Baston Barak and it's a special moment every time. We must realize that for a veteran, the war will be never over.
These tours are really important because these are the last guys left. I've been on a few of these tours before, and when you travel with a veteran, it's a lot different than just traveling alone. Traveling with him has been truly one of the greatest experiences of my life, and I'm not exaggerating.
So the great thing about the World War II Museum tour is you get to bond with these people that you're just meeting, and you're on a bus with them, and you're touring through Normandy and the beaches, and you're seeing these incredible landscapes, and then you go into Eindhoven, you're in Holland, and you're seeing the battlefields, and then you're having these wonderful dinners, and you're staying at these beautiful hotels, and you're really, really bonded. And then you sort of get to Bastogne, and then you have this opportunity to be in the woods with them. And then it all really comes full center. And then you head out to the LMC and up to the Eagle's Nest, and you have this beautiful lunch in the Eagle's Nest, just looking over the mountains. And then there's this wonderful, beautiful party afterwards where you kind of all come together and you chat about your experience. And it's a really beautiful bonding element. You almost become your band of buses. It's it's pretty cool to just get to know everybody.
Having an actor with us during this tour was an incredible experience because the Band of Brothers series I've probably seen I don't know how many times.
It was very enlightening. Number one, it was wonderful to get to know James Matteo as a person. I mean, you don't look at him as an actor, you look at him as just part of the group.
He is a fantastic person who, he is, to me, like the Swiss Army knife for the tour.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you like having one of the actors who played in the series come on one of these tours with you? In other words, you want to kick me off the bus or keep me on the bus? Or both?
Well, I enjoy being around you.
Well, thank you, sir. For me personally, they all have a huge impact on me. But I think I'd have to say the Bojack Woods. Just walking through those woods with him is a real humbling experience. Yeah, because that's the field, and Foy is that way.
They were sitting beside one road, and the other road that we was down was a good ways down. Well, I was really trying to find out exactly where I was. Yeah.
Foxhole's over here. The line is going to be
Yeah.
right there or right on this side.
Now, we could be on that corner right yonder and look down that way.
I mean, that's so powerful just to be there with him at that moment.
You can read all about these things in history books. You can see movies and everything else, but when you're talking to the people that were actually there, it means so much more.
Did you know Eugene Jackson?
Yeah. He took a 5-gallon can of that stuff you fire into a place that'll burn you up.
Mm-hmm.
And he crawled, and these other boys shot over him. He waved at them back that way whenever he could shoot in that thing. They said you could hear them Germans hollering everywhere.
Well, me personally, I think these tours are very important. It's important to go back to America and let my family and friends know how much the French, the Dutch, and the Belgians and the Germans really appreciate what we have done liberating their countries.
We have a symbolic gift for you and you. It's a copy of the famous Christmas message. And this message has been written by the Colonel Killart and the General McAuliffe during the siege of Bastogne.
I thank you for this.
It's nothing, sir. It's nothing. It's like that.
I have 2 or 3. I was there when he gave it Christmas Day.
Yeah, how does it feel, all that welcoming attention you're getting from all the places that you have fought and liberated?
Well, it's one way and another. Sometimes it's nice to be that way, but you think of the others that can't be there.
What makes this program unique is the ability for students to study with and engage with 2 world-class institutions.
What we bring to the table at ASU from our academic standpoint is just enhanced so much by our partnership with the museum.
We have over 10,000 pieces of original testimony. That's just priceless.
This is an entirely online platform. We have students from across the country with different connections to World War II.
Whatever our students know coming into the program, I want to challenge. I want to make them have a more wholesale understanding of what it meant to not only experience the war on the front lines, but also on the home front.
You're going to get history, but you're also going to have an opportunity to look at a lot of cool things like film, music, and oral histories.
We're still uncovering all the different layers that are involved in World War II and what that meant and still means. It impacts our lives so much today.
Travel to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans to explore, remember, and reflect on World War II through exclusive access to the museum's campus. The National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations will understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn. Be our guest for 3 nights at the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center on the museum's expansive 4-acre campus. Attend a showing of Beyond All Boundaries, a 4D cinematic journey throughout World War II, narrated by Tom Hanks. Gain exclusive early access to the galleries with a private tour guide. Dive deeper during the Out of the Vault tour, a behind-the-scenes, up-close look at museum artifacts not currently on display.
Out of the Vault is unique because you get to meet the National World War II Museum curators. We pick out some of the coolest things, and you get to see them up close.
Engage with the experts during guided touring in the Road to Berlin and Road to Tokyo galleries in the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion. Go on the last patrol of the USS Tang in the immersive Final Mission submarine experience in the U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center. Beyond the galleries, enjoy free time to explore New Orleans on your own.
This is definitely worth coming to see. Just the museum itself, but having the personal touch of having someone explain things as you're walking through, and then you can go back and see things a little bit more detailed.
I would encourage anyone to take any World War II museum tour based on our own experience. First of all, they're extremely well managed. Everything happens on time. The accommodations, the receptions, and the dinners together are great.
Don't hesitate. Come and see this. This is especially as time passes by, people need to take a look at this history and really understand it. And this is really, I can't think of a better way to do it than this way.
You know, the audience that see it will learn a lot about the ordinary, everyday Americans that went to war. They set their tools down, they set their work down, they raised their hands, and they went to war. You'll learn that through the stories and the letters that are shared in expressions of America. You'll learn about the entertainers. You'll experience the music of the time, which it lifts your spirits. And it was almost like the entertainers said, well, we're not necessarily going to reflect the darkness that the world is in right now through music. We are going to try to elevate the world above that darkness through music. This is innovative, it's exciting, and I think it's going to bring a new generation of young Americans into the National World War II Museum. I've had the privilege of traveling with hundreds of World War II veterans and walking the property and walking throughout the exhibits with the men and women who served during World War II. Every trip has solidified even more my deep commitment to the World War II Museum. I think it's one of the premier places in New Orleans that everyone who's in New Orleans, visiting New Orleans, should see.
We got about a little over 1,700 veterans going in today, and we're excited about it. It'll probably take a day and a half, 2 days to get it right, get them all lined up.
We have anywhere from about 800 to about 1,500 bricks per install. This one's a little bit larger than our normal install, which is nice. The commemorative brick program started here at the museum before the museum actually officially opened. It started as a volunteer-run program, and it's kind of grown alongside the museum as well. Today we have, as I mentioned, a little over 45,000 bricks on campus, and all of our bricks are around the perimeter of the museum campus, so both Andrew Higgins Drive, Magazine Street, and then we have some interior bricks as well.
I don't think you can make an investment, a cheaper investment anywhere that'll have a more lasting impact in memorializing their efforts.
The fact that their names will forever be here and people can walk by and, you know, look and see where they were stationed and what they did.
Our bricks here, they're lasting tributes, and, you know, this is our brick program here. I mean, it's seen by millions of visitors every day. It's really moving and very special.
My name is Dr. Deborah Prince-Zinni, and I am the Deputy Laboratory Director here at the DPAA Laboratory. DPAA was established in 2015. However, we have a very long history of our predecessor organizations such as JPAC, SIL-HI, and really going back to the laboratory itself has a long history going back to right after all of the wars. A SIL, or Central Identification Laboratory, was established after each one to account for the missing and to try to identify those individuals that sacrificed for our country. So the mission of the DPAA is to provide the fullest possible accounting of our service members from past wars to the family and the nation. We are currently wrapping up, as we come up on the 80th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, an identification project that was dedicated to identifying remains from sailors and Marines from the USS Oklahoma. So this was a very long project in the making. So this is something that we originally started in 2003 with the first casket associated with the USS Oklahoma that we exhumed and did some DNA testing and even just some anthropological methods. We knew right then that the remains were highly commingled, meaning that there was more than one person represented, but to the extent of commingling really wasn't realized until the DNA results came in. And there were over 90 individuals represented in that one casket. So if you think about it, there were 429 individuals on that ship. Several of them were identified right after the war, within the few years afterwards. So we knew that this project, we needed to have all of the remains here in the laboratory in order to do it properly. And that took a lot of extensive research as well as collaborations with a lot of different agencies. So we worked with the Navy, we worked with the service casualty offices, Veterans Affairs, the VA, the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, where all of the remains were interred. And it took a long time to get all the permissions and also the dental records needed, the family reference samples was a really key piece, and that was working with the families in order for them to donate their DNA so that we can compare it to the service members that we were trying to identify. For the USS Oklahoma, up to now, we've identified 353 sets of remains associated with the USS Oklahoma. We're also working on several other ships out of Pearl Harbor, the USS California and the West Virginia as well, that we've made a handful of IDs, so about 15 together with those two projects, as well as there's also been the USS Curtis and the Pennsylvania and the Utah that we've made a couple of IDs from. Right now, with the number of missing from World War II, it's approximately 72,000 that are still missing from World War II, which is a really large number. With that, a lot of those individuals were lost at sea. So when we look at kind of, that 72,000 number, when we're looking about how many we really think we can recover, because we do have some underwater excavations that we do in shallow water. We are doing a few that are in some deep water, but a lot of these losses were in very deep water over the ocean. So we're looking probably about half of that number that we think are most likely recoverable from World War II. One of the most rewarding aspects is I think just being able to provide some answers. I know it's been a long time for these families, and to finally get some. I don't think families actually ever get closure, but to get answers, I think, is really important. And to have their loved one home, to know where they are, and to have a gravesite that they can go to, I think is really important for the families, and that gives me a very humbling feeling, and just a bit of pride that you can provide that to a family. You know, they say the World War II generation is the greatest generation of all time. Seeing the sacrifice that these men made, you know, going, you know, to all of these foreign countries that we fought in during World War II. So across the globe. So we have remains from World War II that are all throughout Europe. We have them in Asia, and also across the South Pacific. I mean, they really did go worldwide to help fight for the freedoms of not just our nation, but for others as well. And I think that's something that really needs to be honored. And we have that solemn obligation to those families to never forget. And I think coming up on this 80th anniversary, I think it's really important for people to remember that sacrifice that they made, and that it is still very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please find your seats and find your cell phones to silence them, we will begin in just a few short moments. Thank you.
So welcome back. Please find your seats. All right, it seems from the buzz out there that people are enjoying this session so far. So we got more. We were just in the Pacific, and now we're going to return to the European theater to take a look at the Eastern Front. We know there's great interest amongst our museum visitors and conference attendees on the Eastern Front. So this promises to be another fascinating conversation. Of course, with the ongoing war in Ukraine, really points to the enduring relevance of this topic as well. Yes, today this features the museum's own Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian, Dr. Rob Citino. And Dr. Alexander Ritchie, one of the museum's presidential counselors. And a professor from the Collegium Civitas University in Warsaw. Now, Rob and Alex will explore what resistance against two forces, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, looked like on the ground in the USSR and in Poland during World War II in a session entitled Between Hitler and Stalin. Now, joining them as the chair is our own Jenny Craig Institute's Leventhal Research Fellow, Dr. Jen Popowitz. Jen received her PhD from Louisiana State University in 2021, and she's a specialist in the history of Ukrainian nationalism, forced labor, and war in society in the Second World War. Her work has been supported by a number of fellowships, including the International Ukrainian Summer School and the Auschwitz Jewish Center. So with that, Jen, I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike. I'm happy to be chairing this panel entitled Between Hitler and Stalin on the Eastern Front, which will look at some of the lesser-known aspects of resistance on the Eastern Front. I'm going to briefly introduce our speakers, and I'll do that in the order they'll present, and then I'll turn it over to them, and we'll have a brief roundtable like our last two sessions, and then we'll turn it over to the audience for Q&A. So first, as Mike said, we have our very own Dr. Rob Citino, who is the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian in the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. Dr. Citino is an award-winning military historian and scholar who has published 10 books, including The Wehrmacht Retreats, Fighting a Lost War, 1943, Death of the Wehrmacht, The German Campaigns of 1942, and The German Way of War, From the 30 Years' War to the Third Reich, and numerous articles covering World War II and 20th century military history. This presentation today is entitled Resistance on the Eastern Front, Thoughts on Collaboration, and will address the relatively less known topic of Soviet partisans who decided to take up arms against the Soviet Union and fight alongside the Germans. Our second speaker is another good friend of the museum, Alexander Ritchie, who is a presidential counselor here at the National World War II Museum. She is a historian of German and Central and Eastern Europe and specializes in defense and security issues. She is the author of Faust Metropolis, A History of Berlin, and Warsaw in 1944, Himmler, and the Warsaw Uprising. She has also appeared in several documentaries, radio, and television programs. Today, she will be speaking about why it was the Poles created the largest and most effective underground resistance in occupied Europe, where this movement came from, and how it became so successful. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rob Citino.
Thank you so much, Jen. It's really good to see everyone. Again, we reconvened last year, but a lot of people couldn't come last year. I'm seeing people today that I haven't seen for a couple of years. I've been hearing my son's gotten married, I'm a grandparent, there's been losses in the family, and it's, we always say we're getting the band back together, but this is really more like a family gathering, and it is really, really good to be, again, with all of you. So I'm going to talk about resistance on the Eastern Front, as Jen just told you, but I'm going to do so in a kind of typically twisted way. I'm not sure there's any part of the war in the East that has been more subject to mythologizing than the Soviet partisan movement. And the mythology goes something like this. Operation Barbarossa, you all know the German invasion of the Soviet Union, united the peoples of the USSR as never before. They flocked to defend the Soviet motherland from the fascists, even as the German Wehrmacht was crashing over the border, driving on Leningrad, Kiev, and Moscow. Independent partisan bands were already springing up behind their lines. Thousands of Soviet civilians, hundreds of thousands, men and women fighting side by side, willing to die to free their beloved homeland from the invader. And so the story goes, you've all heard it, within a few short months, they were ruling the countryside, making life hell for the Germans, turning supposedly safe rear areas into a danger zone, the partisans lying in ambush, sniping and slitting throats. Death seemed to be lurking around every corner, and for the ordinary Lanzer, the Wehrmacht's equivalent of G.I. Joe, service on the Russian front came to look more and more like a death sentence. But of course, you all know this already from watching Hogan's Heroes. Schultz acts up and Klink threatens to send Schultz to the Russian front, and Schultz trembles, or Burkhalter does it to Klink. I could go on, but I probably shouldn't. You know, it's a great story, and it's inspiring, it's uplifting. It has that irresistible sense of individuals rising up to defend their own freedom. And the best part is that some of that story is even true. By the middle period of the war, certainly, by which I mean 1943, 1944, the partisans had become a serious problem for the Germans. So I've studied the battles around Oryol in August of 1943, and then the great Soviet Belarusian offensive of June 1944, Operation Bagration. I've studied those in some detail in the course of my career. The conclusions are inescapable. The partisans were laying down a massive hurt on the Wehrmacht by this point in the war. They were waging a very successful campaign, not so much of slitting throats in the rear areas, but of railway demolitions that materially degraded German logistics, and which played a key role in those Soviet victories. There's a memoir by the German railroad chief of Army Group Center in 1944, and it details just how many demolitions there were the night before the kickoff of those offensives, and it's in the tens of thousands. And sure, you can fix them all, but it takes time, and there's delay, and everything is, your troops are, your defenders, reserves are rushing to the front a little more slowly, and supplies are arriving a little more slowly, and there's no doubt that the partisans played a role in those Soviet victories. But at the same time, however, that sort of mythology I just took you through, we need to admit that much of that mythology on the partisans is just that. And in fact, it was first written by Soviet propagandists during the war. It was echoed after the war by Western historians. And you know, what's happened now, it's been firmly ensconced as true in many people's minds. My daughter always does her air quotes backwards, and sometimes I'll do that. So if you see what I'm doing, I'm not having a seizure up there. I want you to know that. So what I'd like to do in the course of these brief remarks is deconstruct that myth a bit, separating fact not so much from fiction, because there was a Soviet partisan movement, and a very successful one eventually, and played a role. So not separating fact from fiction, but separating fact wherever we can from embellishment. And I think if we've achieved that, I think these remarks will have been worthwhile. So I think we can start with the notion that partisans were mainly civilians. Well, hardly. The principal recruiting source for partisan units in the Soviet Union was the Red Army. Individuals, or sometimes entire units, who had been broken in battle, but who had managed to evade being encircled and taken prisoner by the Germans, or who had managed to break out of a weakly held encirclement. The German operational scheme in the Soviet Union was to smash whatever military unit they came across, to render it ineffective, and then to move on and do it again. It was not to seal up tight encirclements and take every last Soviet soldier prisoner. And in fact, it came nowhere close to doing that. So most partisans were still in some sort of uniform and under someone's military command, a battalion or company commander, a non-com, a staff officer, a local communist commissar or cadre. So rather than the spontaneous civilian uprising inspired by Soviet patriotism, the partisans were really the remnants of Red Army version 1.0, the force that was smashed by the Germans in the opening campaign. Smashed, yes, but certainly not annihilated, destroyed, or wiped out to the last man, not even close. And about that Soviet patriotism that motivated the partisans, as many of you know, I don't know, we're speaking to an expert audience here, Alex, you always have to remember that. Don't have to explain everything. As many of you know, one of the first things the Stalinist regime did after being invaded was to put the Marxism on hold in its official propaganda and pronouncements, in favor of a much more traditional form of Russian nationalism. Apparently, Stalin and his minions in the Kremlin, fastened onto an obvious fact to most of us that patriotism was a better motivating force to get men to fight than communism was. Religion, too, made a comeback of sorts in this official atheist Soviet Union. Churches reopened, and it is possible to see photos of Orthodox priests or bishops blessing Red Army units about to ride off to battle. And finally, the Soviet people rising up as one against the invader. This is without doubt the most laughable part in the entire partisan mythology. There certainly was a spontaneous popular movement in the Eastern Front, but it wasn't exactly what Soviet propaganda would have had the world believe. Rather, it was citizens of the Soviet Union rising up to overthrow Soviet rule, to work with the invading Germans. Now, this could be a talk all by itself. In 15 minutes, we'll do what we can. But we can start with the hundreds of thousands of volunteers from the Baltic states, Estonia and Latvia especially, who joined the armed SS units on the Eastern Front, the so-called Waffen-SS. These were the so-called Baltic legions, the 1st Estonian Division and the 1st and 2nd Latvian Division. So you're looking at roughly 60 or 70,000 men in those 3 units. And there's other smaller police units. You add it all up, you're probably getting over 100,000 men from the Baltic states. Now, they had only been Soviet since 1940. So the Soviet, as part of the Nazi-Soviet pact, the Baltic states had fallen to Stalin, and Stalin moved to pick up that shit after the Polish campaign. And so they had been Soviet territory for a very, very small time, but nevertheless, these were Soviet territories that were now more or less in open revolt against Stalinist rule. There were volunteers from Ukraine, many volunteers from Ukraine, operating as so-called SHUPO units, Schutzpolizei, auxiliary police, and then later as the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, in Ukrainian, it looks to us like UPA. Around 100,000 men, probably, in the Ukrainian Insurgent Army. They fought behind Soviet lines, carrying out ambushes, disrupting communications and supply. In February 1944, they landed big game. They killed the commander of the Soviet First Ukrainian Front, General N.F. Vatutin. Now, lest we give the wrong impression, I hear what you're saying. You're skeptical. You're saying, well, Rob, the Baltic states had only been Soviet for a very brief time, and the Ukrainians, of course, they've objected to rule from Moscow for quite some time. So lest I give the wrong impression, it wasn't just non-Russian nationalities. There was a Russian Liberation Army under General A.A. Vlasov, an officer captured in the fighting near Leningrad. That so-called Vlasov Army, as it's usually called in the literature, was more like a corps-sized formation, oversized corps, probably a little less than 100,000 men at its largest. But that's not to mention the 750,000 to 1 million auxiliary volunteers in German, Hilfswilliger, sometimes Hiwis, H-I-W-I-S, Soviet citizens who formed the backbone of the Wehrmacht's support and supply services in the occupied Soviet Union. They carried out police duties. They fought alongside the Wehrmacht on occasions too numerous to mention. So we're starting to add, if you're keeping tally here, the numbers are starting to add up. The Caucasus region, one of the main targets of the Wehrmacht's 1942 campaign, was an especially fertile recruiting ground for the Germans. The Wehrmacht or SS organized a Georgian legion of 12 battalions, an Armenian legion of another 11 battalions, a Turkestan legion, 8 battalions of Central Asian troops, Turkmen, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Kyrgyz, as we call them today, from the stands. Perhaps most dramatically, out on the remote Kalmyk steppe by the Caspian Sea, virtually the entire population of ethnic Kalmyks went over en masse to the Germans, forming a cavalry corps of more than 5,000 horsemen, one of the largest horsed cavalry formations to be found anywhere in World War II. Finally, those of you conversant in the Normandy and Italian campaigns, and that means everyone in this room, you know the tens of thousands of supposedly German troops fighting in France and Italy weren't German at all. They were so-called Osttruppen, Eastern troops recruited from the ranks of Soviet POWs. So you add all that up, I'm notoriously bad at math, but you get at least 1.5 million citizens of the USSR fighting for Hitler, to put it in its briefest form. Now that's a small percentage of the Soviet population of 170 million, I grant you, of course it is. But 1.5 million people still add up to something. And those 1.5 million definitely played a role in the fighting. Again, I've gone pretty deeply into the sources on this, and after the Stalingrad disaster, that foreign Soviet manpower was one of the key factors that kept the Eastern Front from collapsing altogether. Now, wartime and post-war Soviet propaganda condemned all 1.5 million or 2 million of them as traitors and fascists, lumping them under the general heading of collaborators. They were put on trial, they were declared insane, they were executed wholesale, they were thrown down the Stalinist memory hole for good. Their very existence couldn't be denied because it had been too widespread, so it had to be belittled. The official line was that everyone had been on board in the Great Patriotic War. Every sane and good Soviet citizen, in other words. Exhibit A, fiery Soviet journalist Ilya Ehrenberg, who wrote, "There isn't a single solitary Russian who would support the Germans." I mean, his claim was patently absurd, as about 2/3 of the words that Ehrenberg wrote in his career, frankly. But given the logic of Stalin's rule, they were predictable. Strictly speaking, there was not, and could not be, any opposition within the Stalinist system, just as there could be no errors in Stalin's handling of the war. So what or who were these resistors then, if they weren't evil collaborators or insane? Certainly some were fascists and anti-Semites, homegrown Nazis who followed Hitler out of ideological motives because they believed in his mission. There's no doubt about that. Others were nationalists and patriots fighting to liberate their homelands from Soviet, Russian rule, or Stalinist tyranny, take your pick, or to guarantee their land some preferential treatment in a German-ruled Europe, which for a time it looked like what we're going to have to be living with. Others were POWs seeking to get a better deal from their German captors. Some were adventurers swept up in the moment. Probably all of them were all of these things. And the motives and the precise mix are as varied as the number of individuals involved. Painting them all as collaborators, in other words, just doesn't suffice, doesn't seem nuanced enough to be helpful. And while I'll eschew much in the way of detail today, happy to discuss it in the Q&A, suffice it to say that many of these anti-Soviet fighters have been rehabilitated by the newly independent successor states after the fall of the Soviet Union in December of 1991. That's the entire basis for the memory wars plugged for a memory conference in Eastern Europe today. Just what is permitted and what isn't. Who gets a statue and who has their statue torn down. I mean, what if a local freedom fighter, which is, fist pump, leading resistance against the Red Army, second fist pump, what if he once professed his admiration for Adolf Hitler? I mean, consider a figure like Stepan Bandera. I'll be done in about a minute and a half, I think. Right? Consider a figure like Stepan Bandera in Ukraine. Before the war, his group, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, was assassinating Polish and Soviet officials alike for the cause of an independent Ukraine. He was also an integral nationalist who wanted foreigners expelled from Ukraine. Now, that could mean many things in Ukraine, but one of the things it definitely meant was expelling the large Jewish population of Ukraine. When the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, Bandera raised troops to fight alongside the Wehrmacht. His Nachtigall, the Nightingale in German battalion, were among the first German troops to enter Lviv, the big Ukrainian city, on June 29th, just a week into the invasion. When that same unit took part in the proclamation of Ukrainian independence, the very next day, he was arrested and eventually wound up in Sachsenhausen concentration camp. 2 of his brothers died in Auschwitz. Some of his followers were fighting against the Germans. Others were helping to round up and kill Jews in the Ukraine as part of Hitler's racial project. You know, Bandera sounds kind of mercurial, but he was actually quite consistent every step of the way. I don't think he changed at all. I don't think he changed his beliefs at all about anything. So how do we deal with someone like that? I mean, it's going to take someone smarter than I am, and probably another century or so to answer that one, I think, in any kind of satisfactory way. You know, I've been speaking at the international conference since 2012, and we're always told, don't get too heavy at the international conference. We want to get through our material and get on it, but let me get heavy for a moment. I have to say this whole subject may be especially difficult for Americans, for us Americans to parse. We are what the ancient world would call Manichaeans. We want to see everything through a lens of good and evil, black and white. There are no shades of gray or ambiguity. We don't deal well with those kinds of concepts. We are especially prone to do that in our analysis of World War II. But if the bloodlands of Eastern Europe in World War II were anything, they were the realm of the ambiguous, where one was faced with nearly impossible choices every day that made it very difficult to stay on a kind of tight moral compass or a tight moral line. I'll end my remarks this morning with one thought, which I hope we can all agree with. If 1.5 million people decide to do anything, then the phenomenon is probably worth a closer look than it's gotten up till now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob, and now I'll turn it over to Alex.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to see if, there we go. I'm going to talk about the Polish resistance, and I'm happy to say that it gets a lot less murky in Poland because it's a pretty straightforward thing. The most famous manifestations of resistance in Poland, the war, were things like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the Warsaw Uprising, the uprisings in places like Treblinka, Sobibor, which are relatively well known. So I'm going to start with a kind of a more general question. Why was the resistance in Poland so successful, so widespread? And by the end of the war, at least 360,000 members of the AK. And these weren't the AK's Armia Krajowa, the Home Army, who owed its allegiance to the government in exile in London. But these weren't just people who said, you know, I want to be part of the resistance. You know, they had to be vetted. They had special codes, names. You couldn't just join. So this was a tremendous and profound resistance movement, which really touched all of Poland and all Poles, both Polish Jews and Polish Catholics, for different reasons and different ways. And one of the reasons was the sheer brutality of the war. 1st of September 1939, the Germans invade, of course, as we all know. And it was obvious this was going to be a new kind of war targeted against civilians from the beginning. The Poles fought valiantly. There's all sorts of nonsense about, you know, Polish cavalry attacking tanks, and they weren't that stupid. So that's sort of thankfully been debunked somewhat. But the Poles did fight very well, but they, of course, were outnumbered, outgunned by the Germans. And then on the 17th of September, the Soviets invade from the east, thanks to the secret protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And in both zones, crimes against civilians began immediately. All traces of Polish rule in the Soviet zone were to be erased. The NKVD was sent out, and by the way, they were far more efficient than the Gestapo and the SS in terms of digging out supposed or real enemies of the Soviet rule. And over 1 million Poles ended up being deported to the Soviet Union. The fate of many of them is still unknown. We do know about, for example, 20,000 or so Polish officers in uniform who were killed at Katyn. It's a totally disgraceful crime. One does not go and murder officers in uniform, prisoners of war. There was a short respite at Barbarossa when Stalin let some hundreds of thousands of these people go, and they became part of the Anders army that went down then through Iraq and eventually into Italy. But it was a pretty sorry state of affairs. It was in the German section, really, that a really new type of warfare was tested. Just a week before the invasion, Hitler told his senior commanders he had the intention to murder, and I quote, without pity or mercy, all men, women, and children of Polish descent or language in a war of conquest and annihilation. Conquest and annihilation. Himmler drew up special lists of people who were going to be targeted and arrested and killed, both by the Einsatzgruppen, the special units that were specifically developed to kill civilians, but others as well. From the spring of 1939 to the spring of 1940 alone, some 60,000 people were rounded up and killed. This slide is where is it gone? This slide is a picture of There we go. You can see a woman war correspondent with the members of the 14th Army Corps of the Wehrmacht. They've just been busy killing 13 Jews and Polish Catholics in a mass slaughter at the town of Konski on September 10th, 1939. And the woman in the picture is Leni Riefenstahl. Yeah. So it gives you some sense of, okay, you can look at all of their faces. It's an incredible photograph in my view. She later recovers. She goes and sits at Hitler's feet when he takes over Gdansk. She then does the filming of Hitler's victory parade in Warsaw, but it's a fascinating photograph. The Nazis wanted to basically eliminate Poland as a nation, as a state. And resistance started immediately during the invasion. For example, General Komorowski, who later leads the Warsaw Uprising, was going to go and join his fellow soldiers trying to get to France so they could carry on the fight from France and eventually UK, and many, many did. But he was in Krakow at the time, and he watched a gigantic swastika flag being raised over the Wawel Castle, the great symbol of Polish national identity. And he decided at that moment, no, he's not going to leave. He's going to stay in the country and fight from Poland itself. And many, many tens of thousands, of course, did do this. And they came eventually under the umbrella of what became the Armia Krajowa, the AK. Why? Well, one reason was sheer patriotism. This was the so-called Columbus generation. Most of the people fighting, we heard about the Philippines, people in their teens and 20s, determined not to lose their country after it had been disappeared off the map for 123 years. There are parallels with Ukraine now. I have interviewed hundreds of people who were in the resistance in Poland during the war, and they all said the same thing. You know, we would die for our country, and I would sort of go, just die for your country. Now I've seen it firsthand with Ukrainian students of mine who've given up their studies in my university to go back to Ukraine to fight because they say we are not going to live under Russia again. And it's something that this is the first time I've felt this firsthand, and it's quite moving. Another reason for the fact that Poles, generally speaking, didn't collaborate. There's always collaboration in every army in every country, but generally speaking, this was not the case in Poland. One was also Hitler's racial pecking order. You know, the Jews were eventually to be completely exterminated. The Poles were to be eliminated largely or enslaved. There was not to be a Quisling in Poland. There were not going to be SS Galicia divisions or so on, because the Poles and of course the Jews were ethnically not suitable for this. So before long, a number of important bodies emerged. Of course, very soon the Jews were quickly pushed into ghettos, deliberately separated from the rest of Polish society by the Nazis. This was deliberate, not just in Poland, but all over the occupied territories. But Polish Jewish resistance began in those ghettos through various forms. One was things like the Ringelblum archive, where Ringelblum and his colleagues gathered everything they could to show what life was like under Nazi occupation. And then, of course, there was the creation of the Polish Jewish fighting organizations like ZOB, ZOB, or ZZW, which eventually would lead the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. On the Polish Catholic, or the Polish sort of non-Jewish Poles, including Polish Catholics and other Christians, they created an underground state, which was in itself an extraordinary feat, because the Poles simply refused to accept that the Germans had taken over their country. And so they reverted to type, and countries that have a history of being dominated by others tend to have this in their DNA anyway. So the Polish nation was divided by the Prussians, the Russians, and the Austrians in 1772, and they created these underground worlds. So the Prussians and Russians said, you can't speak the Polish language. The Poles did secretly, etc., etc. And they did the same thing under Nazi occupation. They created a state with their own schools and own government in exile and court systems and universities and a police force and a medical force, a civilian aid, all these things done in great danger under the noses of the Germans. And of course, there was a military aspect of this as well, the Polish Home Army, the AK, as I've already mentioned, and they started to resist as soon as the war began. But the big problem was that there was never a shortage of Poles who were willing to fight the Germans, even lose their lives. But the big problem was retaliation. So one of the first incidences of a Polish group under Henryk Dobranski, who attacked some Germans. The enraged Germans formed a special squad, and 700 local villagers in the area that he attacked were killed. And this was the sort of thing that just happened constantly. The Poles came up with other alternatives, things like mass graffiti drives, changing German posters to have a totally different message. Candles were lit secretly at places of mass execution. The Poles published over 200,000 copies of secret underground newspapers every day all over Poland. There were the elite Kiev unit, for example, went out and blew up locomotives and so on. Over 7,000 locomotives were damaged in this way. Artillery shells being made were deliberately sabotaged. They sabotaged over 5,000 aircraft that were being made in factories stationed in Poland and so on. But sometimes the Poles realized that even though they knew there was going to be retaliation, they would nevertheless have to step up and kill some of these Germans. One of these operations was called Operation Heads, and they actually went and identified through their court system. It was all done actually under trial system in underground Poland. And between 1942 and 44 alone, there had been about 400 victims daily of the Germans killing Poles on the streets and so on. They decided that they had to stop this. And the Home Army then targeted the gendarmes, for example. 360 were killed in 1943, 584 in 1944. They launched 87 attacks on top German administrators. Frank Berkel, the commandant of the infamous Pawiak prison in Warsaw, was assassinated. So was Frank Kuchera, who was the police leader SS police leader in Warsaw, in a very daring assassination attempt, which was very similar to the one against Heydrich. Heydrich, of course, was more infamous, but Kuchera was a particularly vile SS leader. And with his assassination, actually, despite the fact that there were huge retaliations, the number of these random roundups and murders in Warsaw were reduced. But looking at the Polish resistance from a historical point of view, perhaps the most important was actually intelligence. There are a number, many dozens of examples of this. I'll mention just a couple. One was getting the Enigma codes. The Germans, the Polish cipher organization that was recreated in 1919, started realizing in 1923 that there were these new strange German codes. And the cipher section, head of the cipher section, Captain Chensky, came up to the idea that you might break the Enigma code not linguistically, but mathematically. And so he hired these three Polish, this is not working, three Polish mathematicians, very famous mathematicians, who worked on the interconnection between the rotors and so on. It's far too complex for me, but created these things called bombas. And then they knew, because of the fact that they were decrypting German codes, that the Germans were going to invade. And they invited the French and English representatives, Gustave Bertrand and the British counter Alistair Denniston, to come and collect all of this information that they gathered on the Enigma codes, gave it to them. And of course, this ended up in France and then at Bletchley Park, allowing Alan Turing to build his Colossus machine. There was absolutely no mention of the Polish contribution until very recently. Now there's a lovely huge plaque, and Alan Turing always conceded that the Poles had done an enormous amount to help, but it was, of course, lost in the Cold War. Another example was getting the V2 rocket. Incredible. I mean, one of the most daring-do operations in the war. The AK were watching all these test sites and operations around the V2 facilities. And in April 1944, a test rocket fell near the Anarchy village, near the Bug River. The AK were ready. They raced out. They found it. They covered it with mud and grass and stuff. The Germans, of course, came out looking for it, couldn't find it. And they finally said, well, I guess it fell into the marshes or whatever else. The AK, on the night of 25th July 1944, Dakota, with the 267th Squadron, flew all the way from Brindisi, landed in this Army Craiova outpost right by the rocket in the village of Motil. A V2 was loaded onto the plane in pieces, flown back to Brindisi, and brought to the UK, where, of course, the scientists in Britain could take it apart and start to figure out what this V2 rocket was. And there were many dozens of other operations. The Cicho Chemli, the silent and unseen, were trained by the SOE, men and women, dropped into Poland carrying, microfilm weapons, information, money to pay for the other underground organizations, and other intelligence work, like the famous couriers like Jan Karski, who crossed Europe and finally, in fact, ended up in Washington trying to tell Roosevelt and others about the realities of the Holocaust. He'd famously been smuggled into the Warsaw Ghetto and a subcamp of Belzec, and others too, like Witold Pilecki, who got smuggled into Auschwitz to try and figure out what that camp was all about. I mentioned that the most famous things were the uprisings, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. I had the great good fortune to meet Marek Edelman, who was the last surviving member of ZHUB, the Polish commander of ZHUB, the Polish Jewish fighting organization. And he said that we started the uprising because we knew we would not win it, but we wanted to choose the time and place of our deaths, to not have that determined by the Germans. And so they died, and 53,000 of them or so died in the uprising. But a tremendously noble operation, which the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum calls one of the most significant occurrences in the history of the Jewish people. And this very much inspired the Warsaw Uprising the following year, 1st of August 1944, which was really an attempt by the Poles, who by this time realized that Stalin intended to Sovietize Poland, to try and kick the Germans out of Warsaw and welcome the Soviets in as a fellow liberating force in the hope that this would somehow allow for a kind of Polish freedom. Well, it was not to be, and unfortunately, this is what happened. The Germans came back in force, killed about 200,000 civilians. 100,000 or so, once the capitulation happened, were taken as slave laborers to the Reich, the last big input for Albert Speer and others into slave labor. About 20,000 were sent to various camps, including Auschwitz, and the city was then systematically looted and then bombed, and so almost nothing remained. The uprising, both the Warsaw Ghetto uprising was tragic for one set of reasons, the Warsaw Uprising for another. But nevertheless, the tragedy generally for Poland was that despite all of its resistance, it ended up trading one dictatorship for another. But having now lived in Poland for quite a number of years, I have to say that there's one thing that's absolutely certainly true about the Poles, which is they really do believe, deeply believe, that freedom is worth fighting for, and indeed freedom is worth dying for. And they really did show it in World War II. Thanks very much.
Very nice. Very nice.
Great, thank you both for two amazing presentations that I think gave our audience a look at some of the lesser known aspects of resistance on the Eastern Front. We're going to start our roundtable portion, and I have a question for each of you, and then I have an overarching question to kind of wrap up, and then we can turn it over to the audience for their questions. So Rob, I'll start with you. You mentioned that the Soviet partisans that were fighting with Nazi Germany came from a wide range of nationalities. So my question is, how did this play out in the actual operational fighting against Germany?
Well, sure.
Since there were obviously different goals that each group had.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it shows the complexity of this topic. First of all, there's the language issue. It's all well and good to say, well, we have an Estonian division fighting alongside us. Exactly. How many Estonian speakers do we have on staff? And the answer is not many. Same thing with Latvians. And of course, all the nationalities of the Soviet Union, you'd have pretty much the same problem. But I think more than that. I mean, we've been dealing with that question for a long time. The Habsburg Empire dealt with it for 500 years, and usually fairly successfully. But I think you've gone beyond just the linguistics, Jen, to the political side, that each one of these groups, each one of these resistors that wanted to overthrow Stalinism, they probably had a different vision for exactly what they wanted Stalinism replaced by. So in the course of in the case of the Baltic states, that's fairly simple. They wanted independent Latvia and Estonia back. Now, that's not a long history. They got their independence at the end of World War I, so let us say by 1920. So they've been going concerns for precisely 2 decades. And so there were structures in place, there were elections, there was a bureaucracy. You could return to something like pre-war Latvia. You could do that. But even amongst the Latvians, what kind of Latvia would that be? Was it going to be a parliamentary democracy? Parliamentary democracy was clearly played out by now on the world stage. This great conflict between fascism and Stalinist communism is the backdrop for all this. And so there might be some who wanted a parliamentary democratic Latvia, others who wanted a Latvia that had been ethnically cleansed of all non-Latvians and especially Jews. And the same thing can be said, I think, and to a lesser extent in Estonia. Lithuania, which I haven't mentioned much, there certainly were resistance on both sides, against the Soviets, against the incoming Germans, back against the Soviets when they came in. But not as much, a more rural population perhaps, and thus not as really involved politically, I guess we might say, of some of the more advanced neighbors to the north. But so what kind of Ukraine do we want? I mean, there's a good question. There hasn't been a Ukraine for a long time in 1940. There had been one very briefly at the end of World War I, by which I mean an independent, politically independent Ukraine. Clearly, there's a Ukrainian nation, but nation does not mean state. The two are not the same thing. There's a nation. We speak Ukrainian. We have Ukrainian national heroes. We partake of Ukrainian culture. We feel ourselves part of that group. But what kind of Ukraine do you want? Well, how about Belarus, now called Belarus, universally at the time Byelorussia? There were anti-Soviet and anti-Nazi resistors, so on both sides in Byelorussia, but as far as I know, there had never been an independent Byelorussia. Maybe we could find some time in history where we could point to. All nationalists, of course, have a golden era. They look back to a golden era when their entire maximalist nationalist position had been achieved. It's the problem in the Balkans. Everybody's golden era conflicts with everybody else's golden era. And so what kind of group, what kind of Ukraine will come out of that? Probably most complex of all the regions where the Germans recruited fighters for their side was the situation in the Caucasus. And in some sense, this is Stalin's greatest weakness, his greatest vulnerability. He's Georgian. He's from there. He's always purported to understand the Caucasian peoples, Caucasian as in inhabitants of the Caucasus, not the way we use it. He's always purported to have some special bond with the non-Russian nationalities of the Soviet Union. As you may know, Stalin is his stage name. It's a pseudonym. He's Joseph Djugashvili, classic Georgian name. And here, the Caucasian peoples are flocking en masse to the German border. But it would be impossible for each of them to become independent and to achieve their maximal position, the territories they claim. And of course, we've seen that play out in the Balkans since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Exactly, who does own Nagorno-Karabakh? It's a good question, and people died over it in great numbers in the last 20 or 25 years. So Jen, when you say, yeah, millions of people flocked to the Nazis, that doesn't necessarily translate into military advantage or what's the word? A logical political position or a cohesive political position. It's a lot of individuals. And frankly, since this is happening within the context of Nazi conquest, the world's greatest racist of all time, who only thinks really Aryan or the Nordic peoples have any capability of rule. Hitler doesn't really, the Kalmyks support Hitler. The Kalmyks are an Asian people related to the original Mongol invasion of Eurasia. They're not exactly, they don't look like the Aryan Superman stereotype that Hitler has in mind when he thinks of a master race, a Herren folk. So the Nazis were never able to make much of this. And people who say, and Jen, you've heard this as a Ukrainian scholar, well, if the Ukrainians first greeted Hitler, bread and salt in the villages, greeted the German conquerors who were overthrowing Stalinism, not greeted Hitler. And bread and salt, the traditional gathering, or traditional gifts that the village people give you. And people say, my students used to say this all the time, boy, if Hitler only could have, harnessed that sort of anti-Stalinist feeling and worked with the subject nationalities of the Soviet Union, he might have won the war. Well, if pigs could fly. I mean, if Hitler suddenly turned into a cosmopolitan who understood and valued separate cultures, then he never would have started the war in the first place or gone into politics or did the horrible things he done. So if only Hitler were more reasonable, he might have won World War II, but then he never would have launched it. So it's a non-issue.
Thank you. And Alex, I mean, it's a very good point.
No, thank you.
So you mentioned, I really liked when you were talking about the lesser known aspects of resistance, like speaking Polish in secret, certain graffitis that were drawn, and then like secret underground networks. I'm wondering do any of these like more secretive resistance acts happen after the war ended and communism takes over in Poland?
Yes, absolutely. The organization, the way in which the AK operated was they were both anti-Nazi and anti-Soviet, generally speaking. The Poles, as you know, didn't want to be dictated from Berlin, but nor did they want to be dictated from Moscow. And there were elements called the lost soldiers who actually continued to fight against the Soviets, and some for 5 or 6 years. And in fact, the Soviets were very much against this, and they started to round up anybody who was in the AK, the Polish Home Army, that they could identify. They started to fight in 1944. They started to fight with the Soviets to try and retake places like Lviv now, and Vilnius and places like that. And as soon as they had recaptured the city, there was a lot of sort of drinking and dancing around amongst the soldiers themselves, but then the NKVD would show up and arrest the Polish Home Army guys. And it went around very quickly that the Soviets were just as much our enemies as the Nazis were, and that we have to fight. Now, there was after the war was over, there was an amnesty for people who were in the Home Army, and Stalin offered them to come forward and declare that they'd been in the Home Army. At some point, some of those did and were then promptly arrested. But there was an amnesty that also worked, but there were also Home Army soldiers and others who just said, that's it, we're not going to give up to the Soviets, and they continued to fight on and on and on. The Soviets were also incredibly brutal to the Home Army and anybody that they suspected of possibly carrying on resistance. What happened to them, including my father-in-law who'd been in the Home Army, was put into Stalinist prison for 7 years. And one of the worst punishments for him and others in the prison, the Rakowiecki prison in Warsaw, was that they were put in prison with Nazi criminals. So his friend Moczarski was put in prison with Jürgen Stroop, who'd been in charge of crushing the Warsaw Ghetto. My father-in-law was put in prison with a couple of SS criminals. And that's the sort of humiliation of the AK. They were, and in the prison hierarchy, they were the lowest of the low, the AK people. The Nazis got privileges and were able to do all sorts of things that the Polish Home Army guys weren't. And there were some very famous Polish Home Army people, Neil, I won't get Fieldorf and various others who were actually killed, including Pilecki, who I mentioned, Witold Pilecki, who had gotten himself into Auschwitz. These people were just simply murdered by the Soviets in these prisons. So yes, the resistance did carry on. The Poles were absolutely furious that they'd been, pushed from one dictatorship to another. And unlike you were mentioning Belarus and other countries and areas that were under the Soviets earlier, Poland did have a very clearly defined sense of its national identity. It had been a hugely important empire in the Renaissance period, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It had a very clear sense of not only linguistically, religious, and so on identity, but just a whole sense of its importance in history. And so both the Germans and the Soviets had quite a job ahead of them trying to crush that out of existence.
If I may, on Poland, of course, Poland had been under German occupation for the entire 19th century and under Russian occupation, Austrian occupation. Very restive population. I mean, if you ask the Germans how easy it was to rule their Polish-speaking aries in the 19th century, Bismarck, for example,
exactly.
he'd give you a long talk.
Yes, exactly. And as I said, the whole underground operation organization started from 1772, when the Prussians said, no, you can't speak Polish. And they said, oh, yes, we can. The Russians did the same thing. And those big citadels and the oppressive sort of, when all the uprisings that took place in the Russian sector, they just built, even more monstrous prisons and more monstrous systems of repression, which just in turn led to an 1863 uprising and so on. And it was very, very difficult to control the Poles precisely because of their deep, deep sense of their national identity.
Yeah, that kind of leads me into my final question, and this is for both of you. I was wondering if you could both talk about how the Cold War shaped the way these resistance movements were remembered, and then also how did that memory change after the end of the Cold War?
Wow, that's a good question. I mean, it's a profound question. There's so many different levels. arrest of Ukraine in the 1950s or 60s was a danger to global stability. It was a danger to the Soviet Union, clearly. It was a danger to the United States. A revolt in Ukraine could have triggered World War III. And despite the fact that America and the Western Alliance was, beaming in Radio Free Europe broadcasts, when it came down to it, there was almost no support given. I'm thinking of all the broadcasts into Czechoslovakia in 1968, supporting the so-called Prague Spring, the Czech Spring, which was liberalizing the country. And when there was an actual uprising, there was very little support from the West. Actually, probably should have gone back to Hungary in 1956 and started there, because there was a Radio Free Europe kind of encouraging the Magyars, the Hungarians, to rise up against their Soviet overlords. And then when they did, it was just sat back and watched Soviet tanks roll in and crush the place. So, there was a big uprising in East Berlin, East Germany, but East Berlin primarily in 1953. 1956, there was a whole slew of them across the countryside, Poland, across the continent, Poland, Hungary. In 1968, more as formation of solidarity in the 1980s. So, the restive nature of the subject populations of the Soviet Union were there from the beginning. And there was a lot of loose talk occasionally emanating from Washington that, well, maybe we can make some play out of this. But boy, making play out of something when hydrogen hydrogen tip bomb missiles are aimed at one another, and you could have literally a push button war that would end civilization when the American military establishment is carrying out exercises, operations like Operation Broiler and Operation Drop Shot to drop 300 or 400 missiles on the Soviet Union in the event of a new war, and the Soviets probably planning something similar. So I think that's what the Cold War did. It tamped it down, and for years I came up in the era when we heard, nationalism. Nationalism's old school. Nobody cares anymore. This is about capitalism or free market democracy versus communism. But of course, that was a lie. Both sides said it. I think both sides probably knew it was a lie, but both sides were also deathly afraid of triggering World War III.
So again, the Polish situation is quite interesting because really the Polish nation was behind the underground. They were loyal to the Polish army in exile in London, and this was really the population. There was a teeny tiny group of communist resistance fighters, but it was minute. It's different, for example, if you look at the resistance in places like France or Spain, whatever, where you've got almost a civil war going on, which emerges after the war in these hostile, you did this, I did that. But in Poland, it was very unified resistance, generally speaking. And so after the war, the Soviets, of course, tried to make much of the tiny Soviet resistance fighters, but the Poles would have none of it. Of course, it was tremendous repression, secret police, everything else, and you weren't allowed to openly talk about the Home Army, what they did. Of course, you were arrested if you were obviously a member of the Home Army, and so that history was pushed underground. But because so many people had participated in it, that history just went underground. And so for example, so many people that I knew even before, when I was going to Poland before the collapse of communism, on the 1st of August, there was always a commemoration in the Polonsky Cemetery. Well, what can you do if you're a Soviet secret police? You can't really stop people from going to the cemetery. So they would go very quietly commemorate the young Boy Scouts, for example, who died in the Warsaw Uprising. And sort of difficult to stop that. And that carried on, and there were, of course, there was writing about the uprising and so on in the AK abroad. And then there was this sort of quiet understanding of who was who and what was what and who'd participated. It's very clear as a sort of underground society in Poland. And then, of course, as Rob was saying, there were all outbursts of various uprisings and so on that happened in Poland, including in the Gdansk shipyards that were then commemorated when Solidarity got going, and Lech Wałęsa, created again using this sort of underground state that came together again to create Solidarity, which again swept over the country and led very much to the collapse of communism. The appointment of John Paul II coming to Poland very much helped, and many other symbolic things as well, including the political constellations of Gorbachev, Reagan, Helmut Kohl, and Margaret Thatcher, and others. But nevertheless, the the sense, even in the Cold War, even when they were trying to repress this history, was that even if it was a little flicker of flame, that people understood there'd been an uprising, they understood there was a home army, they understood right from wrong, they understood they didn't want to be under the Soviet yoke, and the minute they had the chance to get rid of the Soviets, they did.
That's good.
Great, thank you. So I will now turn it over to my colleague, Jeremy Collins, who will be doing the audience Q&A.
Thank you to Jen, Rob, and Alex for a great conversation. We're going to start to your right.
I'm going to direct this question to Dr. Ritchie. I'd like you to comment on Joseph Stalin's involvement in the Warsaw Uprising. Just before the Warsaw Uprising, the Russians had pushed back the German army to near the outskirts of Warsaw. And according to one side of the story, Stalin cynically told the Polish Home Army it's time to rise up, and then held his troops back while the remaining Nazis wiped them out. On the other hand, the Russians had just finished a massive operation, and it was a natural stopping point to resupply, reorganize, and it was just bad timing for the Polish Home Army. So I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Well, I agree with part of what you say and disagree with another part. So what really went on was that, yes, at the end of Bagration, the Soviets are pushing toward Warsaw. The Poles want to make sure that, as I said, they could liberate Poland, Warsaw, of the Germans and greet the Soviets as sort of fellow liberators. And they thought they might do this quite easily because of Bagration. I mean, for weeks they'd seen German troops bedraggled, barefoot, without weapons and stuff, trudging through Warsaw on their way west. And the Poles made the mistake that they thought that the German army was finished. Of course, as we all know, the war went on for quite a long longer and then very bloody and violently, and the Germans were by no means finished. And it is indeed true that the Soviets were getting very, very close to Warsaw, but what they didn't count on, and this is the real detail that so matters, was that Walter Model, one of Hitler's ablest generals, was managed to coddle together. He was appointed in June when Bagration was obviously becoming evident that it was such a rout. He gets the Hermann Goering Division from Italy, he gets 19th Panzer, he gets Viking SS from Holland, he gets Totenkopf, and various other groups. He coddles them together, and just by fluke, it wasn't planned, it was just where they happened to be, where he happens to be able to counterattack. They counterattack just outside of Warsaw, between the towns of Wołomin and Radzymin. Radzymin, of course, famous for the 1920s miracle on the Vistula. So that's where wars always happen. So they slam into them, and they give the 3rd Tanks Army a bloody nose. They stop them in their tracks, but just for a while. Stalin could have carried on. But the uprising starts on the 1st of August, and Stalin, Mikołajczyk, the Prime Minister of the Home Army and the governor in exile in London, is in Moscow at that point when Stalin learns about the uprising. And Stalin is furious and says it's sort of a criminal event, et cetera, et cetera. And as the events in Warsaw unfold, and Stalin realizes the Germans are going to fight back, they're not just going to run away, he says to himself, I mean, why should I go in? He could have. There's absolutely no truth to the fact that Stalin couldn't have gone forward, and in fact, a number of his generals push him to do so. But he says, no, why should I go in when the Nazis are fighting against the very people I despise, the Polish Home Army representatives of government in exile in London, the nationalist Poles, they're all exposing themselves to this German rout. Why should I bother? So yes, very cynically then, Stalin sits on the other side of the Vistula River as Warsaw is crushed in the most vicious way. The Black Saturdays, 30,000 Poles are killed in one day in the Wola uprising, Wola massacre. People like the Derlewanger Brigade, one of the nastiest groups ever to come out of the SS, which is saying something, turns against the civilian population of Warsaw. And Stalin watches it until the capitulation. That's true. But the one element that's often not included in this, especially from the Polish version, is that Stalin did encounter serious military resistance at the beginning of just the night before the uprising begins, just on the outskirts of Warsaw, which did stop them militarily for a time.
No, I just can't really let any comment on Stalin go by without just reminding everyone he comes from a place of paranoia. He looked at this uprising in Warsaw and concocted some kind of Western plot, which was going to put the London government back into power. None of those things are true. It really was a homegrown uprising. But you always, just every time you think of Stalin, let the word paranoia kind of soak in around your mind a while, and maybe you'll be able to understand some more of his decisions.
And I'm going to let you all know that we'll hear much more about the uprising and the Polish Home Army when one of our guests, Dr. Anthony Krajewski, will be speaking tomorrow afternoon. Anthony, could you please stand up and wave? Please stand up. Yeah, just... Next question is going to be in the center here.
Dr. Ritchie, question on the resistance. As we know, in Western Europe, the British and later the Americans actively supported resistance in France, Belgium, Holland, and other places. Were they able to give any assistance to this very mature resistance organization in Poland? And if so, was it effective, and how did they do that?
Absolutely. The British were involved with the Polish resistance from the beginning. I mentioned the SOE, the Cicho Ciemne, the silent and unseen, who were trained by the SOE and dropped into Poland. The Polish branch of the SOE was very active, and there were all sorts of collaborations. So, for example, the creation of a radio station that they pretended was based in Poland was actually in England, broadcasting to Poland. The Germans were running around trying to find this radio station all the time. This was a British invention, effectively, and there were many, many other examples of that as well. For the uprising itself, however, it was a little bit complicated because it was very, very difficult. Of course, the Poles wanted to supply the uprising. The Polish troops in exile wanted to supply the uprising, but the flights had to come in either from Britain, which was very risky, or from Brindisi. Although Churchill was trying to push Stalin, Stalin refused to allow Western Allied planes to fly behind the Soviet lines to refuel. And so this was a huge problem. So even though Churchill was in the House of Commons saying, we need to help the Poles, we need to do something to help, Stalin in that point was probably the most perfidious thing he did at that point was to not allow even Western Allied help by stopping the refueling. And there were many other examples of these sorts of problems between the Soviets and the Western Allies already emerging. And the Warsaw Uprising was one of the things that really started to kind of be a harbinger of the Cold War.
Next question is going to be in the back to your left, panelists, with Connie.
Alex, could you comment about the relationships between Jews and Poles in the Polish resistance? And then you also mentioned Jan Karski, and I think it's interesting that the sense of his mission to London and Washington in 1943 has come to be interpreted as primarily an effort to alert Churchill and Roosevelt about the destruction of the Jews. And there's been some research recently suggesting that that wasn't really the primary purpose of that mission. That is not to downplay his heroism or bravery, but it's how that episode has been sort of reinterpreted in the light of more recent history.
A huge question for a whole seminar to them. The first,
the relationship between the Jews and the Poles.
Very, very. So I mean, very, very complicated question. Just to say quickly that, of course, the relationship between Jews, Polish Jews, and the Poles, Polish Catholics, was very, very complex anyway. When the Nazis invaded, I'm not going to talk about the Soviet zone, which had its own issues, but the Nazis very deliberately separated Polish society from Polish Jewish society, creating the ghettos and so on, which is why the Polish Jewish resistance was, as I mentioned Ringelblum and I mentioned Żub and other organizations that were that were really to do with Polish resistance. The AK did have Jewish members in it. There were elements of the AK that were terribly anti-Semitic, and notoriously so. And then there were elements of the AK, I mentioned Kedif and other organizations, which worked very closely together with Jews, and organizations like Żegota, on which there were two representatives of the Polish Jewish community in this organization set up by the Polish government in exile to help give aid to Jews, particularly after the Großaktion started in 1942. So it's a very, very complex question. As for Jan Karski, I agree with you. This wasn't the only thing, the only purpose of his mission, but perhaps in hindsight, with historical sort of the grace of hindsight, we are able to see the gravity, the importance, the tragedy of the Holocaust, and looking for sort of people who tried to do something, and Karski was one of those people. Yes, he talked about a great many other things as well when he went on his career missions, the state of the front, the state of supply lines between Germany and the front, and the state of the Soviet, the Red Army, and all these other, he talked about many, many other things. But the fact that he tried to go to Roosevelt, he went famously to Felix Frankfurter, the Chief Justice, who was also Jewish, and he said, this is what's happening to the Jews in Poland. And the scale of it was just astronomical by this point. And Frankfurter said, it's not that I say you're lying, it's just that I don't believe you. And so it was this difficulty of trying to shake the shoulders of the rest of the world and say, this is what's happening. And there were all sorts of things of, well, you're exaggerating, Belgian babies in First World War, this kind of thing. And so people didn't realize what was happening really until after the war.
In the back to your right, please.
Thank you. For Dr. Ritchie. I grew up in New Britain, Connecticut, and in the 1950s, I went to elementary school with half of our school, Catholic school, were children immigrating from Poland in Connecticut. And a good friend of mine who I also went to school with sent me this very powerful book, Irina's Children. And I highly recommend this book to everyone in the group here. It's a very moving and powerful story of how the individuals, as so many of our speakers talk about, on their own saved, I think, 2,000 to 3,000 Jewish children and out of the Warsaw ghetto. And I wondered whether you had ever had any opportunity to meet her or to get exposed to her group. And also, it was also interesting, your comment about pushing history underground, is that so many of these stories didn't come out because while the Soviets were there, it was dangerous for people like Irina and others to even have the public know, the Soviets know about their bravery during the war.
Yes, I know about Irina Sendler very well. My father-in-law was one of the co-founders of the group Żegota, and she was head of the children's section, so she was responsible for largely what she did was to organize getting children out of the ghetto and very largely getting them into Catholic monasteries or getting them into seminaries or whatever, so that they could be sort of hidden with Gentile children, learn how to pray and so on. When the Nazis, which they frequently did, came to see if there were Jews hiding amongst the children, that they could be hidden because they had learned how to behave like good Polish Catholics. Yes, it's a fantastically interesting story, and again, was, of course, well known in Poland, but was only relatively recently became known in the West. But the organization Żegota, as I mentioned earlier, there were Adolf Behrman and Feiner, they're both Jewish representatives who had actually been in the ghetto, came out, lived on the Aryan side, and cooperated with people like Bartoszewski and others who worked to create this organization to save the Jews. And they did manage to save, well, they aided tens of thousands of people, but unfortunately, of course, as my father-in-law said, the most terrible thing was that you'd get somebody, almost to the end of the war, and then they'd be denounced by somebody, or they'd be caught by the Gestapo, and all that work of months and years of trying to hide somebody was in vain. But it was an extraordinary and a unique organization in Europe, which was set up in Poland to save and aid the Jews of Poland.
Next question is in the back to your left, please.
Hi, I got a question for Dr. Satino. How did the atrocities committed by the Einsatzgruppen affect Soviet revolutionary activity? And like, did it increase it, or did it decrease it, or was it negligible?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the Einsatzgruppen were not created to restore order in the rear areas. You know, their job was to kill the Jewish population and anybody else who was targeted. So that could be commissars or individual local dignitaries, but essentially the purpose of the Einsatzgruppen was to kill Jews. Certainly as part of a spectrum of oppressive German occupation tactics, we can say the Einsatzgruppen had, something to do with the large number of Soviet citizens who were willing to go into resistance against German occupation. I gave them short shrift at the beginning of my talk, but there's another several million people who decided in some way, even though they were no longer in the army, to keep resisting the Germans. So as part of a spectrum of oppressive German tactics, I think we can say the Einsatzgruppen probably has something to do with that. But I think more importantly to the sort of the shape of the resistance in German-occupied Soviet Union were things like food policies, in which essentially the German occupation in the Soviet Union, and maybe we could talk to our Asian specialists about this too. It was a kind of colonial policy, which was treating the Soviet Union as a gigantic, India or gigantic version of the Dutch East Indies, grabbing everything that wasn't nailed down, so to speak, but especially foodstuffs and raw materials, and extracting them for the German war machine. Now, when you extract all the food out of Ukraine, that doesn't leave anything for the Ukrainians to eat. And so I think, while I'd like to say that the murder of the Jews, the Judeo-side on the Eastern Front, was the real cause for resistance against the Germans. It certainly was in some cases, and there are Jewish partisan groups, so there it would be directly. But I think for the most part, it was just the horribly oppressive nature of German rule in the Soviet Union. The German operational plan for the war in the Soviet Union assumed that 25 to 30 to 40 million Soviet citizens would starve to death in the first winter of the occupation, as everything that could be extracted out of the Soviet Union was brought back to Germany, or to Greater Germany now, this big, enlarged Germany in the center of the continent. I mean, that wasn't, so, boy, the Germans, but I wonder if they knew that was going to happen. Well, they thought, they wrote it down. They did say it was going to be expected. You said slavery, but what were the Germans going to do with their subject populations? Is it slavery? It's more like ancient Spartan helots, or feudalism doesn't even go far enough, because a serf living in medieval Europe would probably had a lot better than a Soviet citizen in occupied German territory. But deliberate starvation, it was part of the plan, and I think that had a lot more to do with it. And by the second, campaign's supposed to be over in 6 weeks or something. By the second campaigning season, the Germans had realized that, and did try to modify their extractive economic policies in the occupied Soviet Union in the hopes of recruiting more auxiliary volunteers, which they clearly did in 1942. It was usually seen, but at the time, we don't really we don't say this is a success nowadays, but as the Germans surveyed their occupation policies in the Soviet Union, they felt they had made a real breakthrough in 1942 by getting to a point where at least enough people were being fed that many were willing to volunteer for work with the German forces.
We have time for one, maybe 2 questions left. We're going to go halfway back to your left, please.
Dr. Ritchie, I remember you saying last year that we should learn more about Eastern European history. So I attended a lecture by Zoom with Dr. Timothy Snyder from Yale.
Yeah, there you go.
And he said, to my surprise, that World War II in Europe was fought mainly over the Ukraine between Hitler and Stalin. And I wonder if you could comment on that. Also, Ukrainian resistance against the Nazis and then against the Soviets. And is what's going on now in Ukraine of just an extension of World War II resistance against oppressors?
I'll let you handle that one, Alice.
Well, just again, another seminar, let's say. No, I mean, Tim Snyder's absolutely amazing, fantastic scholar, and he's one of the first in his groundbreaking book, Bloodlands, which I recommend to anybody to read, and his other work as well, points out that first of all, his main thesis, I suppose, is that, put very generally, that this is a war of annihilation in the East, particularly Central Eastern Europe, and indeed largely Ukraine, but it also encompasses other areas as well. And that it's also, I mean, not only a war of annihilation, but that the World War II, unlike what we learn in our school books, in terms of, in Hitler's mind, certainly was really nothing to do with the Normandy landings or North Africa, whatever. His war really was a war of colonization, of extermination, of taking over what he considered to be Lebensraum, living space, what he considered to be Ur-German lands in the East. And Rob was talking about some of these things, the Generalplan Ost, you know, this idea that you were just going to take over everything up to the Urals and kill the Jewish population, enslave and kill a lot of the Slavic population. Rob was mentioning Erich von der Bach-Zaleski, who turns witness for the prosecution at Nuremberg, casually says 12 million people will die the first winter. We're expecting about 40 million to die of starvation. And there were already plans, as Rob mentioned, put in place. You were not allowed to give a piece of bread to one of these people in these hunger zones, or you too would be killed. This was their future plan. This was the lovely plan for the German occupation of the East. St. Petersburg was to be destroyed. Moscow was to be destroyed. Minsk was to be leveled and called Asgard. And all these places were to be turned into nice little German towns, hamlets, with Germans, you know, having their nice little Guts, their nice little kind of manor houses. And then the remaining Slavic population that hadn't been bumped off by starvation were going to be basically allowed to be educated to count up to about 100 and learn a few letters and numbers so they'd be useful as farmhands and so on. And that was the German plan for the East, and the war and Hitler's focus really was on the Eastern Front. And Ukraine, of course, as Schneider points out, is really the crux of that war. And of course, it does carry on into the politics for today, because you cannot have a war of such brutality and violence then followed by Soviet occupation and moving of borders and all of the things that have gone on since the war, and then expect that somehow everything's going to resolve itself and be wonderful and peaceful. It's too much history.
If I can just make one comment about that linkage, Dr. Mike, between World War II and the present day. Putin's official, at least, explanation for the invasion of Ukraine was that fascists were coming to power in Ukraine, or were already in power. These are the same people who resisted, who collaborated with the Germans and resisted Soviet rule, and now they are the sort of the spearhead of a fascist counteroffensive. It's patently absurd. I mean, I'll just say that. I will say that. It's patently absurd, but nevertheless, it's what he said. He has said much the same sort of thing about various ruling circles in the Baltic states, that these are actually kind of fascist bridgeheads against Russia, and who knows what action might be taken. Hopefully he's learned some sort of lesson by this debacle that he's overseen in the invasion of Ukraine. But right now he's sitting back and pummeling Ukraine. The rain of missiles unlike anybody's seen anywhere, I think, since World War II, but the ostensible purpose of this war is to smash fascism. So at least in Putin's fevered brain, maybe World War II is still going on in some way.
We're going to extend time for one final question here.
My question is for Dr. Citino. Did the Roosevelt administration know about the resistance forces fighting the Russians, the Russians on the side of the Germans? And if they did they view these as patriots trying to liberate their own country, or did they view them as kind of flies in the ointment of the bigger picture to kill off
all
the
of the above. No, they did not. They viewed them as collaborators. They viewed them through the same lens that all members of the Allied camp were. If you're fighting on behalf of the Germans, then collaboration used to be a perfectly benign English noun that now took on this sinister overtone, which meant helping, working with the Nazis. Trying to get, there was no question of giving them any kind of assistance. They were fighting against Stalin. They were obviously helping Adolf Hitler in some cases. When individuals did fall into Western hands at the end of the war, many of these East European Waffen-SS commanders and whatnot tried to flee to the West to get taken prisoner by the Americans. They were often handed back over to the NKVD or to the Red Army or to Stalin in some way. So I think our State Department was reasonably well informed of the complexities of East European politics, and that reflects domestic policy in America. Many of you know I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio, where there are many polyglot ethnic groups all living together. Yalta Day in Cleveland, Ohio is like a national day of mourning. You know, all the Latvians and Lithuanians and Estonians and Slovenians and all the other Poles, all the other ethnic groups, you know, kind of mourning the day of Yalta. So there's domestic policy involved there, but even if no one in the State Department was thinking this would be a good way to help overthrow Stalinism. We had enough trouble trying to overthrow Hitler.
And just to add that it sometimes was absolutely justified to think that way, because if you're looking at somebody like the Kaminsky Brigade and Rona, who were basically total collaborators with the Germans fighting against the Russians, and he wanted to create a sort of separate Russian state, and as the Red Army moved, he just went and joined von den Barstolewski to kill civilians. But you had a much more complicated case with the Vlasov Army, for example, which was also dismissed by the United States, but it was a much more complex organization. Its aims were much more complex. So it depends on which resistance group you were looking at. But the State Department just didn't differentiate, and at the end of the war, as Rob said, a lot of these people who actually were genuinely both against Stalin and against Hitler were handed over under the great sort of label of collaborators, asked by Stalin, by the way, asked for by Stalin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Popowitz, Rob Citino, and Alex Ritchie.
Beautiful session. Beautiful session.
Now the speakers will be outside, as will lunch. We will have till 1:30 when we begin our next session, and we will see you back here at 1:25.
I think I've always been a helper. I can remember during high school, I would work at the charity hospital in summers, and the head oral surgeon there, because I worked in the dental clinic, said to me, you know, you have such a knack for helping people. I think I was wired that way. Growing up in New Orleans, I have to tell you, was very special. I mean, the customs there, the Mardi Gras, all the things that we did. We used to walk in the French Quarter and stop at all the jazz places, because I love jazz. And it was just so wonderful. We had all the things we needed. We had a warm house, we had good food on the table, because my mother cooked 3 meals a day. I mean, she was a typical mother with 6 children. I think my values were established by my parents. My whole family have always been very pro-military. I can remember as a kid, we would be riding along the road. I would be with my dad, and he'd see a soldier on the side of the road, and he'd stop and say, son, where are you going? Come on, get in the car, I'll take you there. I mean, these pictures linger in my psyche because it left such a strong impression. I really consider ourselves a military family, because my grandfather was killed in World War I. My 2 brothers served in the armed forces, and my son-in-laws. I mean, throughout the family, you can find military people. So I have always revered the military. I realize the sacrifices they make.
We interrupt this program to bring you a flash from the NBC newsroom. The president has just announced from the White House that the Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor.
When the war started, I was 9 years old. When we were attacked by the Japanese, I was at home. If my memory serves me right, I think it was a Sunday, and I was at home with my parents. But I will never forget President Roosevelt coming on the radio, because there was no TV then, coming on the radio saying, this is a day that will live in infamy. And it seems like, you know, 1,000 years ago, but that
stories since I was a child of what it was like for her going through the war as a child, and how her mother had a victory garden, and her love of our country and her patriotism, in addition to her desire to always give back to others, has really been an inspiration to me.
I think World War II taught me sacrifice. It taught me fear. I had never had fear before. And we had to close our blinds at night. We couldn't turn on the lights. We used candles and sometimes kerosene lamps, but everything had to be like a blackout. And in school, we had drills. We'd have to duck under our desk. And so I had never known that kind of fear before.
My dad was 13 when the war started. When the war ended, he enlisted, because then he was of the age that he could enlist. And so he was in the 82nd Airborne Division in the Army. And so truly, I've just grown up hearing stories and experiences, and I've been fortunate that my uncles and my father-in-law have been willing to share those stories, and I found them to be unbelievably inspiring, and I really feel in awe of their courage and their sacrifice for our country.
And really, it's one of the reasons I am such a proponent of the World War II Museum. I believe we need to educate young people. Young people today, they don't know what war is. They've never been through a war. And they need to learn the consequences. And that's why it's so important to me to be contributing to something that will educate young people of the consequences of war.
As the product of a family that gave her an understanding of the value of hard work and tenacity, and with a deep concern for others, Jenny Craig became a successful businesswoman and entrepreneur. Her accomplishments reflected her character and values.
People ask me, why did you choose the weight loss industry? The truth is, it chose me, because I had a weight problem, and at that time there wasn't very much. In fact, people didn't even talk about weight. I mean, they didn't look at food as a way of changing your body shape or anything like that. What set us apart from our competitors, number one, there was a woman at the head of the company. I could do my own commercials. So it gave people the impression they were dealing with a real person rather than a corporation. But probably the thing that made it work the best was the fact that it had all the components that are necessary to losing weight and keeping it off.
Taking a holistic approach, Jenny was a trailblazer and innovator in the health and fitness, nutrition, weight loss, and weight management industry. Under her dedication and visionary leadership, Jenny Craig Incorporated grew to become an internationally recognized and highly respected brand.
People are always saying things to me like, you're so lucky. And my answer to that is, the harder I work, the luckier I get. So really, there was a lot of hard work involved when I started the company. I can remember 18, 20-hour days, really. So I had a full plate. But, you know, anything that's worth having or doing is worth the time you put into it.
Jenny Craig's business success has allowed her to generously support educational programs and institutions. Her passion and philanthropy has extended to advancing women, supporting service members and their families, and providing resources that educate Americans about their country.
I believe in all education, and my husband and I have given generously to universities here in California. But I am especially happy that I was able to support the World War II Museum.
I think having an opportunity to contribute to the education that the museum provides, not only to teachers, but to students as well, is an honor. It's a privilege, and I'm really grateful to have that opportunity because I think it's a very meaningful way to make a difference in the world that we live in.
The interest in being involved in the Institute is that I think there's a definite need for knowledge and understanding of what happened in World War II. It was like the worst war. We lost over 50 million people and 6 million Jews, and we can't forget that. I mean, I think that's just very important. And because the veterans that were in that war, they are coming to the end of their life. You know, they're in their 90s now. There's no one else to tell the story.
We fight in this country for our freedoms. And the sad thing is, once we have them, we're not nourishing them and taking care of them and making sure that they remain with us. And that's a part of what the World War II Museum does. It reminds us this is what it was like.
My husband and I simply made a decision that we wanted to do something to honor my mother in her hometown and simultaneously make a contribution to the World War II Museum because we really believe in what it's doing for not only our local community, but for the world to see.
I feel very proud that Jenny Craig, my mother, is so involved and so vested in creating a legacy of permanent knowledge, really, about World War II and the importance of it and the impact that it had.
I just can't say enough about what the World War II Museum means to me and what message and messages it delivers.
I've been inspired my whole life by the way my mother has lived her life. She's lived a life of integrity and courage, faith in God, faith in country. For me and my husband, this is the most wonderful way that we could honor her because she's given so much to others. It's our way to give back to her and her legacy forever.
I have my name on several things. However, there is none that I am more proud of than the World War II Museum. It really touches my heart.
It should have been impossible, crossing the world's widest ocean to answer an attack made by a powerful adversary. From island to island to island, we fought through hostile terrain, malnutrition, disease, and at every step, an enemy that just kept coming. It should have been impossible. Find out how millions of Americans pushed past impossible on the road to Tokyo, new at the National World War II Museum.
In World War II, the road to Berlin followed many paths. Some marched the sun-scorched deserts of North Africa, while others crawled the sands of Omaha Beach. From the rubble-strewn streets of Italy to the frozen forest of the Ardennes, each soldier, sailor, and airman's journey was his own. But all were united by a common cause: victory. Follow in their footsteps on the road to Berlin, new at the National World War II Museum.
The American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum in New Orleans have partnered together to help educators better learn the stories of the American experience of the war in Europe. Join us for a 4-week online teacher professional development course that will explore critical campaigns, decisions, events, and about those who served in the European theater through the lens of ABMC's cemeteries and memorials. Beginning with the invasion of Sicily and Italy in 1943, each module will cover the Allied efforts to eliminate fascism from Europe. This course will provide access to noted World War II scholars, museum and ABMC staff members, and virtual resources educators can incorporate into classroom instruction. Employing a rich array of curriculum built upon primary source materials from both the American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum, this free online course will aid teachers in finding new and exciting ways to bring the legacy of World War II to life.
Here at the National World War II Museum, we have been connecting virtually with students and adults for over 12 years. We have a variety of award-winning distance learning programs, including Skype in the Classroom, virtual field trips, electronic field trips, and webinars. These 4 distance learning programs allow us to bring the museum into any organization looking for a low-maintenance field trip experience. And the best part is, there's something for everyone, including free and paid programming. Skype in the Classroom is a free community for educators that allows us to connect with students all over the world in 20 to 30-minute interactive lessons. These programs are perfect for teachers who are looking to supplement content. The museum's hour-long virtual field trips allow us to incorporate even more content, like primary sources and oral histories, that enable us to provide students with a more in-depth discussion on a particular topic. Our free electronic field trips and webinars are live, collaborative broadcasts that stream directly into your classroom. These programs allow us to make history resonate with your students and bring textbooks to life. So join us and take your students on a journey across the United States and across the globe to study the important stories of World War II. For more information and to book a program, visit the link you see on your screen.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a 9-hour HBO series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And the farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower at Thorpe Abbott with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at. And you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war. You're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
Here this morning, I warmly welcome you all to this Pride of Our Nation monument. And this monument was erected in memory of those Solomon Islanders who had served with U.S. Marines during the Second World War, and also in memory for the islanders to see and to think about the importance of the role, the courage, the loyalty, and the sacrifice of the islanders who had served during the Second World War. Welcome to the Unity Square here at Point Cruz, in the heart of the nation's capital, Honiara. We have this biggest flag in the country standing at the back, surrounded by 9 small flagpoles, which represents the 9 provinces that form part of the nation. Welcome this morning to the Guadalcanal American War Memorial up here at the Skyline on Hill 73, as numbered by the American Army after the war. And the purpose of erecting this war memorial is in the honor of those U.S. servicemen who had fought during the Guadalcanal campaign and lost their lives for the liberation of the Solomons. This site was also selected for this memorial because of the spectacular sights you can see from here out to Tulagi, where it's another landing site of the American Marines on the 7th of August 1942, and also on Guadalcanal at Red Beach, also on the same date, 7th of August 1942. In addition to this, you can see within this memorial, there are 5 pillars that records the history of each battle that took place around these areas, and also records 7 sea battles that also took place during the Guadalcanal campaign. Bloody Ridge is a mile south of Hendersonville, and why it is so important in the history of the Battle of Guadalcanal is that it was the battle up here that fully determined the turning point of the Pacific War, because the Japanese forces were in retaliation to take back their airfield which they had constructed. The American Marines took over the airfield just a day after they landed at Red Beach and also after they landed at Tulagi. On the 12th to the 13th and 14th of September was the dates of the battle that ranged these ridges. But it was on the 13th, on the night on the 13th, that the Japanese actually attacked right on top of this ridge where we are standing. Right here is where the first defense line of the Marine Raiders. And the Japanese fought so strongly during the night, and they broke through the first defense line, and the Marines had to retreat back on that ridge, which is hill number 2, and they have to rebuild their defense line, the second defense line on that ridge. They broke through the second American lines, and the Marines have to retreat further down to hill number 3, which is right beyond this valley, and they built their third defense line on hill number 3. And it was on hill number 3 that the Americans have held back the Japanese, who tried their very best to capture the airfield on that early morning of the day on the 14th. The determining battle took place, and the Americans managed to push back the Japanese from going through hill number 3 to capture Henderson Airfield. On this ridge, we have 2 memorials. The first one we are just standing very close to is the Japanese memorial. It was erected here because of the broke through the Japanese forces made during that first battle on the 13th of September. And the memorial at hill number 3 was dedicated in the memory of the first Marine Raiders. On the 7th of August 2017, a ceremony was held up on this ridge, and during the ceremony, it was declared by the government and the people of Solomon Islands to the Marine Raiders to develop this ridge into a World Heritage Park. These 10-inch figurines are made by the World War II Museum in New Orleans, together with the Solomon Scouts and Coastwaters Trust Board in Solomon Islands, for the purpose of being souvenir for those veterans overseas and families who will be visiting Guadalcanal in Solomon Islands. We are now standing in the War Memorial Garden up here at Hendersonville. This garden was initiated by the U.S. Consular, Kitty Saunders, who was also the GLAD for the soil and viral purification. At the bottom of each tree, we do have plaques in commemoration of those sailors, Marines, airmen, soldiers who fought and died on Guadalcanal. The garden is still open for those families and relatives who may wish to sponsor each tree in commemoration for their dear ones who fought and also died on Guadalcanal.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Ritchie, and I'll be your lead historian for the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany. This is one of the latest tours that's been put on by the National World War II Museum, and it's a fantastic journey through the history of the Second World War, but is seen from the perspective of Germany and Poland. We start our journey in the city of Berlin, where Hitler came to power and where he really took power. Berlin was really Hitler's nerve center from which he controlled the entire Third Reich. And we go to the places where he seized power. We go to the Brandenburg Gate. We see the massive torchlight parade. We go to the scene of the Reichstag fire, which gave him the powers of the Enabling Act to take people's rights away. We go to the book burning scene where Goebbels burned books. And we also go to the Olympic Stadium, where Hitler staged the 1936 Games. We also go to darker places, to the Villa at Wannsee, where Reinhard Heydrich finalized the mass murder of the European Jews in the final solution. And we also end up in Potsdam, where the famous 1945 conference took place, which registered the borders for post-war Europe. From Berlin, we journey south and head toward the city of Wrocław, site of the very famous siege of Breslau in 1945. We then follow General von Rundstedt's footsteps as he prepared for the invasion of Poland in 1939. And we go to Żagań, where the famous camp Stalag Luft III was, where Allied prisoners of war were kept, and of course was made famous by the film The Great Escape. We next journey to the beautiful city of Krakow, which was very little destroyed during the war, but of course it also has a World War II history. This was the place, for example, where Hans Frank set himself up, half-jokingly, as the King of Poland in the Wawel Castle, and took for his own personal property Leonardo da Vinci's Lady with an Ermine, which he put in his bedroom. We also go to the once thriving Jewish quarter in Kazimir, some of which still remains. See a restored synagogue and some of the places that still exist, the old houses and so on. But the next day, we make the tragic journey to Auschwitz and Auschwitz-Birkenau, where so many hundreds of thousands of Polish Jews and Jews from all over Europe perished. From Krakow, we go up to Gdansk. We stay in the Grand Hotel Sopot, where Hitler, Ribbentrop, Goebbels, Goering, and many other top Nazis came to stay or visited during the invasion of Poland. We go to Westerplatte, where the first shots of the war were fired. And we go into the beautiful city of Gdansk, which has now been renovated, but which was very badly destroyed at the end of the Second World War. We journey from Gdansk down toward the Wolfschanze, Hitler's headquarters in what used to be East Prussia. This is the place from which the Wehrmacht and Hitler and the top brass really defended the Third Reich and attacked the Soviet Union. This is a very terrifying place. One really starts to get a hint of Hitler's madness by looking at these massive bunkers. And he lived there for over 800 days during the Second World War. This was also the site of Stauffenberg's attempted assassination of Hitler on the 20th of July, 1944. We end our journey in Warsaw. The first evening we go to the Warsaw Uprising Museum, where we meet Polish veterans from the Second World War who fought both in the uprising, but also in places like Monte Cassino and in Holland. We then have our final evening at a Polish dwór, a Polish manor house, which was taken over during the war by Herbert Gila, who was the most highly decorated Waffen-SS general in the Second World War. He made it his headquarters during the Warsaw Uprising and the fighting on the Eastern Front in August-September 1944. This is a very personal journey. Of course, we look at some very difficult and tragic aspects of the past, but we also have a lot of fun on the way. The hotels are fantastic, the food is magnificent, and it really is up to the standards you've come to expect from a luxury tour from the National World War II Museum. So please come and join me at what I think is a historical journey of a lifetime through World War II history in Central Europe, the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany.
We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation, these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But he also, we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Werner von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Werner von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which, in my view, was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
As we flew from towards St. Marie Glace, got under heavy fire as we neared St. Marie Glace, and planes were being shot down and whatnot. No drop zone. The planes were not supposed to cut down their altitude. They were supposed to stay at 700 feet and maintain a speed of 110 miles an hour. But they were flying a lot faster than that. And they dropped the planes down practically to the tops of the trees. An evasive action. And they were reprimanded about it, but you can't blame them for doing it, really. They were not only protecting the plane, they were protecting the guys in it, plus themselves. And so anyway, when we dropped, and there were 18 guys in each plane. Our lead plane, the company commander and the company headquarters, had been shot down ahead of us. All of them were killed. And anyway, when we cleared St. Marie Glace about maybe half a mile away, we got green light or whatever, and away we went. And there were only 3 of us in my plane that were together. Bill Garnier and Joe Toy and I. And we ran into several of them later as we got a place called Le Grand Chemin, which Le Grand Chemin was right at the causeways. And we ran into a lot of the battalion there.
Well, I just got out on my belly, and I had this Thompson cradle, and I crawled across this field, and I get to this hedgerow thing, and I looked through it, and I could see that on the other side of it was a trench, and this trench went down and then turned and went this way, and over to my right I could see a couple of German soldiers feeding a artillery piece there that was aimed out at the beach, I guess. So I don't know, I just got in my head that I'd jump through into this trench, and I'd take these guys out with this submachine gun. And when I jumped through there and pulled the trigger, the thing wouldn't fire. It had a broken firing pin. I, pull it back and it throws out a live round. About that time, Garnier comes running up and jumps in the trenches. He's got an M1, and he starts shooting with the M1. And I start letting fly with hand grenades that I had in my leg pockets. And that was about it.
They were going to use our men to go across on these boats to rescue these British soldiers. That's why we were invited. So after the briefing, this brigadier said we were going to go across on canvas boats, and we're going to have this and so forth, so on, how that was going to be done. And I was thinking, I said, my God, and watch that Ryan run 7 miles an hour, and coming from an area that knew boating, I said, this has got to be a suicide mission. So after he finished his briefing, he asked, are there any questions? And I immediately jumped up. And my battalion commander was sitting to my right. He said, what the hell are you going to ask? So I ignored him completely. And the brigadier recognized me. He said, Lieutenant, what's your question? I said, sir, do you mean to tell me you're going to send these boats over with men in them to rescue the Britishers, and you're going to just have non-coms man your boats to be the leaders of these boats? So he said, yes. He said, I said, my God, this seems to be too tough for just, why shouldn't the officers be on these boats? He said, Lieutenant, are you volunteering? I said, no, sir, I don't volunteer for anything. And at that time, of course, quite a laugh came through the group. I don't know what the hell they were laughing about. I thought it was damn serious. So he said, well, that sounds like a good idea. We'll take it under consideration. So next thing I knew, 2 days later, I was out on the Muse with canvas boats trying to figure out how in the hell I control these boats in 7-mile-an-hour water. But that's what happened. And we were finally over. But we got over to the Rhine. We set up defense. Nobody was hurt. Not a shot was fired. We brought about 150 soldiers back.
We got to the area, to the crossroads, and Art Yeoman, who was the leader of the patrol, he called on me to go up the dike and check if there was any kind of movement. So I went up about 3/4 of the way up, and I took my helmet off and put it on my gun barrel and put it up, like even with the road. So didn't hear or see anything, so I went up a little higher, and just when I got higher, they shot a flare, and it lit up the whole area. And when I looked across the road, the Kraut was right there directly in front of me, like you. I was looking in his eyes, and he was looking at me, but he had a potato masher in his hand. And he threw that at me. It hit my helmet and bounced down, and I hollered to the guys, live grenade. So all the guys rolled away pretty good, all except Jim Alley. And Jim Alley got peppered with 32 hits. And every one of us got hit. I got hit in the neck, all the other guys got hit somewhere else. By the way, Art Yeoman was the leader of the patrol. There was me, Roderick Stroll, Willie Wagner, and Jim Alley. There was 5 of us. So anyway, naturally, after everybody got hit, they were all going back to the CP. But I had 8 grenades on me, on my jacket. So I told the guys, hey, get the hell going, get to the CP, I'll take care of this and I'll be on my way. So I was taking grenades off and pulling them, and you never saw anybody pull them as fast as me. And I'd throw one here, one there, one in the front. I was mixing them up. And all this while, I could hear crying and moaning and screaming. So I figured I'm hitting somebody. So as soon as I threw that 8th grenade, man, I took off. I think I had made it the fastest mile ever ran. I think I did it in 1 minute. That's 3 times faster than the 4-minute mile.
We were told to return back to our original positions because when we moved forward, we didn't have anybody protecting our flanks. So you had to bring the troops back. I never had the reserves to fill in the flanks. So back we go, and somebody walked right across a little open meadow that the Germans at Foy could see. And so then they let a big bunch of us get into the wooded area that we were in. They had it zeroed in for a long time, and I got to my foxhole. A lot of guys didn't, and then all hell broke loose. And when Hollywood created a scene in Bastogne where this massive destruction was going on, if they had related that as it actually was, they wouldn't have had a tree on their set. It'd all be blown up. When I came out of Foxville, I think we had 18 guys down. Joe was down with a leg gone. Garnier ran out to help him. Got the same thing, both of them with legs gone. We finally got them pulled out of there, and they could get a Jeep up to the wooded area that we were in that the Germans couldn't see. And so we put Joe and Bill in the Jeep, and so Joe says, "Give me a cigarette, Malarkin." So I light him a cigarette and I put it in his mouth, and he says, "What the hell does a guy have to do to die?" Yeah. He'd been hit then for the 4th time. Then they both lost their legs, but we had a whole bunch of guys down.
What inspired the concept for Expressions of America was the desire to create a way for audiences today to connect with a past generation. The design process was interesting for Expressions of America because when we began, the center building wasn't even built yet. So we had to come and stand here on the parade grounds and look to our left and see a building, look to the right and see a building, and look to the middle and see absolutely nothing, and pre-visualize what it would look like to be projecting on a facade that was years away from being fabricated.
For a show like this, what we do is we build a model based off of CAD that we represent in 3D, and we really design the show as a 3D experience. It's the concept of forced perspective, right, in the world, and you use that as an opportunity to trick the eye effectively into seeing buildings move. Projection mapping in general is something that's been around for a long time, but it really came to fruition with the advent of high lumen projectors. We have 8 projectors in this show across 5 different surfaces effectively. It's about 15,000 pixels across. They're 50K lumen projectors, so incredibly bright projectors, so the latest technology. And then the final piece was the ability to calibrate a projector to something that exists in a virtual world. This is a story that is unique to this building. So these special buildings will be shown in a new light that I think you can only see through this sort of medium.
I would describe Expressions of America in one word: epic. It's unlike any show you're going to see in New Orleans and maybe any place else, and certainly any museum in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please make your way back into the ballroom so we can begin in 1 minute. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and silence your cell phones. Thank you.
Had to wait for the mournful music to stop. Comrades, welcome back. I hope, I know it was a quick lunch, but I hope it was a great one. Our next session will return us to the Pacific Theater for a discussion of resistance in China and Vietnam. Resistance against Japanese occupation had the potential to bring traditionally oppositional political forces together. For example, the nationalists and communists in China, and the OSS and the Vietnamese anti-colonial activists in French Indochina. It could also not completely gloss over these deep political differences and rifts. So today, historians Dr. Xiaobing Li from the University of Central Oklahoma and Dr. Dixie Bartholomew Feist from Buena Vista University in Iowa will be the two panelists for this session, Fighting a Common Foe in Asia. Now, we've asked Presidential Counselor and University of New Orleans Professor Dr. Alan Millett to chair this session. Alan's a retired colonel in the Marine Corps. Congratulations there, Alan. Couldn't resist that. He's an award-winning author of many books, including For the Common Defense, A Military History of the United States from 1607 to 2012. And he also serves as the museum's senior military advisor to the president. So with that, we'll have battle handover to Alan. Alan, over to you.
Well, it's a real pleasure to see this crowd. All of us deserve some kind of decoration that says COVID survivor, you know, something. I don't know how all you feel, but I certainly feel as if I'd come out the another end of a tough period. I must say that some of it's self-inflicted. For the first time in my long and, I hope, useful career, I've managed to have two books in press at the same time. Let me tell you, that is hell, because I can't even keep track, you know, what I'm supposed to be correcting. For those of you who are dying of curiosity, the third volume of my Korean War trilogy is in press and should be available next year, along with a single volume history of the Korean War. So if someone had some Korean questions, I probably could answer them at probably interminable length, but I'm trying to avoid that. This conference gave me an opportunity, certainly to recognize and thank two people who, in their own way, have been very critical to my career, and I think my success in doing Korean War history. In readers' reports and critiques and the kinds of stations of the cross that you have to get through to get published, the one thing that's come through clearly on my Korean War work is that I took the Chinese seriously. Well, how did I manage to do that? Find a Chinese historian, you know, who's a former member of the PLA, you know, asked me for a little help 30 years ago, and I got back more help than I can possibly acknowledge. Li Xiaoping is essential to what I think has been the success of this gigantic project, particularly places where the Chinese certainly had to be taken seriously. It's ironic, I think, that more copies of my books are available in China in Chinese than they are in the United States. That's his fault. But he's been, now certainly established his own deserved reputation as a leading expert on the PLA's participation in the Korean War and much of the military activities of the Chinese military since then, for which we now seem to have a rather considerable interest, which is certainly justified. Dixie Bartholomew Weiss, I knew as a student at Ohio State, not mine, but she had the good sense to marry William Weiss, who's in the audience, whose basic claim to fame, other than being a great Civil War historian, was my pard for 15 years of Civil War reenacting. Bill and I sucked up a lot of mud together, I'll tell you, over those years. And we look back at them very fondly, though I think our campaigning days are well over, certainly mine are. But Dixie has a very fine reputation as a historian of modern Vietnam. Her foreign language initially was French, but she picked up some Vietnamese along the way as well. Yeah, she's led tours in Vietnam, is very knowledgeable, completely knowledgeable on the Vietnamese side of the unlamented Vietnam War. I'm reminded of an episode I had with in Vietnam with an undercover Vietnamese intelligence agent who was shepherding a group of visitors together, and he said to me in very good English, "We're still trying to figure out how you guys got involved in this." And I said, "Yeah, so are we." But he laughed and said, "Well, we call you Russians with money." And I'm not so sure I'm happy about that, but this was back in 1994, and happily relations, I think, have remained reasonably amicable, thanks to the Chinese. I certainly got a lesson in both Saigon and Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi, which is, you're looking for the enemy in Vietnam, it's China. They're not very confused about that, have been for centuries. You have to learn all about the Trong sisters. Once you get that under control, you're okay. In any event, I think both our participants are very, very qualified to talk about the subject matter from the standpoint of the participants in China, Vietnam, and to add another dimension to our examination of the impact of World War II on Asian nationalism and post-colonial adjustment. So with that, let me turn this over to Li Xiaoping and his discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Millet, for your introduction to this Chinese soldier. Well, when I served the PLA, we were prepared war against Russian invasions in 1971 to 1973. Well, today my topic is about the Chinese nationalist and communist unified effort in World War II. Some historians dated beginning of the China's resistance war on September 18, 1931, when Japanese Imperial Army occupied Manchuria. But official historians from both sides of the strait claim that July 7, 1937 should be the beginning of the war for China to resist against Japan. When Japanese army crossed the Marco Polo Bridge and captured the city of Beijing. China fought his resistance war for 8 years, from 1937 to 1945. During those years, the nationalist government made unified effort, included the Chinese Communist Party against Japan's invasion. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, President of the Republic of China, had fought a civil war against communist insurgency under the leadership of Mao Zedong for 10 years, from 1927 to 1936. In his last campaign in December 1936, Chiang Kai-shek flew from the capital city Nanjing to Xi'an, anti-communist campaign front, and commanded his attack against the communist base at Yan'an. After the banquet, next morning on December 12, 1936, two of his generals kidnapped the president and demanded united front against Japan. After 2 weeks of detention and negotiation, finally, Chiang Kai-shek agreed to stop the civil war and establish united front against Japan. In 1937, the nationalist government accepted the Chinese Communist Party as a legal political party and reorganized communist forces into nationalist 8th Route Army and New 4th Army. On the other side, Mao Zedong accepted Chiang Kai-shek as a national leader and seized his anti-government insurgency. In April 1937, Russian leader Joseph Stalin returned Jiang Jingguo back to China. Jingguo was one of Chiang Kai-shek's sons, had been denied to return to China and remain in the Soviet Union for 12 years. Finally, Jiang Jingguo returned back to China, joined his family. He became the president after Chiang Kai-shek died in 1975. Again, on July 7, 1937, the total war between Japan and China started. Later that year, Japan captured Tianjin, Shanghai, and Nanjing, resulted the rape of Nanjing. In 1938, Japan had 2 million troops in China and occupied the half of the country. After lost the defense of Wuhan, Chiang Kai-shek removed the seat of his government to Chongqing. During his strategic defense, Chiang Kai-shek lost 1.5 million troops. During those years, American and Soviet volunteer pilots came to China and provided air support to Jiang's defense. American Flying Tigers played an important role in the defense of war capital of Chongqing. When Nationalist Army lost his best troops during the defense, the Communist Army experienced a tremendous growth in the war. Even though both parties had a common goal or common foe against Japan to win the war, but they had different ways to fight, and they had separate operations. Since there was no centralized chain of command, and Jiang had no control of communist troops, Mao Zedong sent his army behind the enemy line and conducted guerrilla warfare, in which Mao's army avoided large-scale engagement with Japanese army. By small-scale offensive campaign like hit and run and harassment, the Chinese communist troops remained the minimum loss but maximum gain. For example, from 1937 to 1941, the 8th Route Army increased from 50,000 men to 400,000 men. And his new 4th Army increased from 10,000 men to 100,000 men during the 4 years. So World War II in China transformed Chinese Communist Party from a regional party into a national party. World War II transformed the Chinese Communist Army from peasant soldiers into a regular force. One more impact of this united front here is that Chinese Communist Party also able to establish an international network with their neighboring communist parties like Kim Il-sung and Hu Zhiming. Kim Il-sung joined the Chinese Communist Party in 1932 and became one of the Chinese guerrilla commanders against Japanese army in Manchuria during Japan's occupation. From 1936 to 1940, Kim Il-sung was promoted from a battalion commander to a division commander in the Chinese Communist Force. He and his troops were forced to withdraw into the Soviet Union in 1940 after a Japanese attack. Hu Zhiming left the Soviet Union for China in 1938. He arrived at Yan'an. He used 8th Route Army to recruit Vietnamese soldiers, developed Viet Minh membership, and create his guerrilla force along the Chinese-Vietnamese border in 1941. So those China connections or internationalization of a communist movement played an important role later on for Hu in the French Indochina War in 1946, 1954. Also helped Kim Il-sung in the Korean War between 1950 and 1953. After Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, Chiang Kai-shek declared war on Germany, Italy, and Japan on December 9th, 1941. Thereafter, airline aid and advisories became available for both nationalist and communist armies for the rest of the war. The US provided more than $2 billion military aid to China. Many airline supplies to China came through the Burma Road or flying over Himalaya mountain, the hump from India. United States lost 3,000 pilots and 1,500 airplanes for the airlifting to China. In 1942, the new war theater for airline powers emerged as the China-Burma Indian Theater after the European and Pacific Theater. With airline aid, Chiang Kai-shek armed 200 infantry divisions after 1941. The photo shows here US Ambassador Patrick Hurley visited Mao Zedong at Yan'an, the communist capital during the war. Ambassador Hurley supported unified war effort. The US Army also sent officers to Yan'an and worked with the Communist High Command as military observers. The Soviet Union provided huge military aid to both Chinese nationalist and communist armies. In August 1945, more than 1 million Red Army troops attacked the Japanese army in Manchuria. 30,000 Russian soldiers lost their lives during the attack. In conclusion, by August 1945, China's resistance war was over, but the peace was not there. A year later, in 1946, the Chinese nationalists and the communists resumed their civil war in China. Their war is still going on today over the Taiwan Strait between China and Taiwan. Thank you.
We'll take your questions after the completion of the next presentation, so we'll turn the floor over to Dr. Bartholomew Feist.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, my presentation today shares the same theme, fighting a common foe. There's a very distinct difference. The Americans and the Vietnamese who trained together didn't actually end up doing any real fighting against the Japanese together. There were no big battles and no stunning victories or losses. For the Americans, World War II would have turned out exactly the same without the Vietnamese. In 1945, Vietnam wasn't all that important for a US victory, although they didn't know that at the moment. However, for the Vietnamese, the events of 1945 would be very important. World War II presented an opportunity in Vietnam. With the defeat of France by the Germans and the establishment of the puppet Vichy government, Japan saw an opportunity. The Japanese were frustrated by their inability to obtain the surrender of Chiang Kai-shek's forces and believed that they would get closer to achieving their goal if they could stop the flow of supplies to the nationalist Chinese via northern Vietnam and the Yunnan Railway that brought supplies from Haiphong Harbor in northern Vietnam into southern China. The Japanese made demands on the French colonial government, who stalled. And then they simply invaded northern Vietnam. There were few intense engagements in which French colonial troops fought and lost. And the French colonial government rapidly concluded that it was in their best interest to give the Japanese control of the railroad and airfields in the area. The Japanese stationed a few thousand troops, and for a short time were satisfied. In the next 10 months, the Japanese would go on to acquire all of Vietnam, and in fact, all of French Indochina, so to include Laos and Cambodia, for use as a staging area for their expansion into Southeast Asia. For the Vietnamese, this might have been an opportunity to move closer to freedom from French colonial rule. Pro-Japanese Vietnamese had long hoped that an alliance with Japan would bring about their independence. This was not to be the case. Japan's rhetoric of Asia for the Asians was just that, rhetoric. The Japanese acted in their own self-interest, and Japanese self-interest was best served by leaving the French colonial government in place to maintain order and to assure the Japanese the smooth flow of labor and supplies. French administrators continued to do their jobs with few changes to their lives. For the Vietnamese, however, life became much harder. They needed to work for and produce for both the French colonial administration and the Japanese military. Vietnam's most famous nationalist, Ho Chi Minh, who was known at that time as Nguyen Ai Quoc, made the following observation. The Japanese became the real masters. The French became kind of respectable slaves. And upon the Indo-Chinese falls the double honor of being not only slaves to the Japanese, but also slaves to the slaves, the French. Ho Chi Minh went on to become the most important leader of Vietnam's most important nationalist organization, the Viet Minh. The Viet Minh, formed in 1941, was a coalition of a variety of groups, the strongest of which, as we've just heard a bit, was the Indochinese Communist Party, founded by Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh, interestingly, shared a core belief with someone very different, Wild Bill Donovan, at the head of the Office of Strategic Services, or the OSS. Both Ho and Donovan were willing to work with a wide variety of disparate groups to achieve their goals. Ho Chi Minh wanted both the French and the Japanese out of Vietnam. Donovan wanted an Allied victory in World War II. Ho Chi Minh and other members of the Viet Minh took every opportunity they found to present their case and offer their help to the Americans. Donovan's OSS needed military intelligence, and the Vietnamese were very willing to provide it. The problem was that in the early 1940s, the Americans really were not looking for information at all from the Vietnamese. They already had information coming in from other areas. After the Japanese invasion of Vietnam, information came from a successful civilian network with abundant contacts in Vietnam, the GBT, a civilian trio made up of 3 men who had worked in Vietnam before the war and possessed a wide network of contacts among the French. Laurie Gordon, Harry Bernard, and Frankie Tan passed information about the Japanese to the British, to the Americans, and to the nationalist Chinese. Also among those who utilized information was General Claire Chennault, commander of the Flying Tigers. Chennault wanted information on the Japanese and wanted help in securing the safety of Americans downed over Japanese-held territory. And then we add another player, the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. The OSS wanted a steady supply of information about the Japanese in Vietnam, and they wanted to control that information. The OSS sent Lieutenant Charles Fenn to liaison with the GBT group. Fenn developed a deep working relationship with Harry Bernard and Frankie Tan in particular, and found their network to be extremely valuable. Fenn, who's pictured on the bottom of this slide, produced a map of the GBT network for the OSS, which is also pictured right beside him, as well as a rich body of intelligence, all from internal French sources. Over the course of time, Fenn began organizing operations and training agents. It was during this time that Fenn was introduced to Ho Chi Minh. Fenn was impressed by Ho Chi Minh, who is in the top picture with Vo Nguyen Giap, and his early effort to be helpful to the Americans. For example, the Viet Minh produced a pamphlet, reproduced here, and I apologize, the quality is not very good. But I hope if you study it a little bit, you can see a plane going down, a pilot parachuting out, and villagers. This pamphlet was created by the Viet Minh to pass out among villagers in northern Vietnam to encourage them to help downed American pilots and Allied pilots. Fenn learned that Ho Chi Minh was the Vietnamese man who had escorted one of Chennault's pilots safely out of northern Vietnam and all the way to Kunming. The relationship between Fenn, for the OSS, and Ho, for the Viet Minh, thus began. Laurie Gordon and most of Fenn's OSS superiors were opposed to working with Vietnamese agents. That all changed when the Japanese took direct control of Vietnam. 1945, March 1945, Operation Mago. The Japanese had become increasingly frustrated with the French, who had become far more difficult since the liberation of Paris. Fearing they could not be trusted should there be an Allied invasion of Vietnam, they decided to end French rule, placing many colonial administrators in prison or under house arrest. They installed a civilian Vietnamese government of their choosing They announced that they were giving Vietnam its independence from French colonial rule, and everyone knew that this maneuver didn't really mean Vietnamese independence. But what it did mean was that the information network utilized by the GBT and others was decimated. With the French imprisoned, or at least unable to communicate in the same ways, suddenly using Vietnamese agents became acceptable. Not everyone was in favor, many were not, but Phen and the GBT began training Vietnamese radio operators and sending in American radios, such as the one in the photo, so that the information flow out of Vietnam could resume. In addition, the OSS began preparing to insert a team into northern Vietnam to train the Viet Minh to further help them in their battle against the Japanese that might be coming in Vietnam. In July 1945, the commander of the Deer Team parachuted into northern Vietnam near the Viet Minh base camp at Tân Trao. The team would soon join. These men lived alongside the Viet Minh and began training based on the American field manual. In addition to radios, the Deer Team brought with them rifles, hand grenades, and a bazooka. The pictures capture the training of that month. But the training ended abruptly after the dropping of the atomic bombs and the surrender of Japan, without any actual engagements against the Japanese. When the news of the surrender reached the base camp, the Americans and the Vietnamese celebrated together. They drank, they ate, they talked long into the night. The American commander of the Deer Team wrote in his diary, "We shot our trip flares and our pyrotechnics before our troops. They all shouted, 'Hip, hip, hooray, we're a bunch of happy boys tonight. We'll be in pretty bad shape to leave tomorrow morning.'" The Viet Minh remembered things a bit differently. Chu Duc Quang stated, "Our American friends explained that peace has come, and now I don't have to fight anymore. But the Japanese were still in my country, and our country was still at war, so we had to keep on fighting." The next morning, both would leave camp. With the war officially over, the OSS and the Viet Minh moved on. The Viet Minh moved southeast toward Hanoi, hoping that the Japanese would turn power over to them. The Japanese did not turn power over to the Vietnamese, but they did not oppose them either. On September 2nd, Ho Chi Minh declared Vietnam independent and became the first president. The Viet Minh worked to establish a functioning city and to lay groundwork with the Allies, which might allow them to retain control. Their path forward was both long and difficult. The OSS also moved southeast toward Hanoi, where they were to prepare for the official Japanese surrender ceremonies and to locate and care for Allied POWs held in the city. Within the next months, the duties of the OSS would be completed, and the Americans would begin returning home. One OSS agent, still in Hanoi, remembered one of the last functions attended by the OSS and hosted by Ho Chi Minh. The dinner was a horror. The French confined themselves to the barest minimum of conversation and scarcely spoke to the Chinese, who quickly became drunk. At one point, I spoke to Ho very quietly. "I think, Mr. President, there's some resentment over the seating arrangement at this table." I meant, of course, my place next to him. Ho thought for a moment, then replied simply, "Yes, I can see that. But who else could I talk to?" By early 1946, the OSS pulled out of Vietnam entirely, and the World War II allies were but a memory for most. Thank you.
We'll move now directly into questions from the audience. Jeremy, I think it's mic man time.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Alan, Bing, and Dixie. If you have your questions, please raise your hand. Connie and I will get to you. Connie's going to get the one halfway back on your left, please.
This is directed to Dr. Feist, please. I have really enjoyed your presentation, and I have your book because 20 years before you did this book, I did it as a master's thesis. So, but at the same time, a question I have for you, and it's hypothetical, had Franklin Roosevelt lived and given his feeling about French Indochina's independence, do you think history would have changed in Vietnam?
That's a fun question. What if questions always allow us to speculate about things that couldn't be? I don't think so, to tell you the truth. I don't think much would have changed because all of the important impressions that were gathered by these men on the ground, by these Americans who worked with the Viet Minh, who saw colonialism in a way that most other people did not, who had the opportunity to see and meet the Viet Minh in a way that most other people did not, simply had no role in policy making. Their reports were filed, they didn't make their way to anybody of significant influence. And because the Cold War was coming, as we know, I'm not sure that it really would have made much of a difference.
There's a question all the way to the front that I'll get to shortly.
Oh, thank you. Oops, sorry, thank you. Let me just double check here. My question, sorry, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the specialist on Vietnam.
Dixie is just fine.
Yeah, okay, Dixie, thank you, sorry for that.
Sure.
I was wondering what the dynamics were after the Japanese surrender between the Viet Minh and the Japanese, and how that compares to, I had just a tiny chance this morning to talk a little bit, I don't know if I did actually much about it, but the Japanese, after August 15th, had surrendered and were supposed to be following basically the orders of the Allies and maintaining order. And in Indonesia, that meant that the Indonesians who they had been supporting, or they had been encouraging the Indonesians to fight with them against the Allies. Now the Japanese were kind of on the other side, but they were in a very delicate position. And what you see across Indonesia is nationalist youth in particular trying to seize weapons, trying to take advantage of that power vacuum to arm themselves for the coming struggle against the returning Dutch. And I was wondering if a similar dynamic played out in Vietnam. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I would say across many parts of Asia where colonialism was in play, there was a similar dynamic. The Viet Minh had the advantage of being pretty well organized by that point. And so when they moved into northern Vietnam, they moved rapidly and were able to accept control over places where the Japanese were, where the Japanese just simply didn't want to engage. It was not in their best interest at that point. Turning Vietnam over to the Vietnamese served the rhetoric that they'd been using. And they stepped aside most of the time. They just simply chose not to engage. They did not defy orders by turning over weapons. Same for you. But they also did not defend them. In some instances, as the Viet Minh were moving into Hanoi, Japanese that were standing guard in front of buildings literally stepped to the side. And the Viet Minh entered buildings. They began setting up functions within the city. I would say that it was a very different situation in the South. The Viet Minh structure was much weaker in the South than in the North. The American presence was not there for quite a little bit after the surrender. It took a little while for the American OSS units to enter the South. And so it was a much more rapidly evolving situation in the North, where the Japanese did allow this to happen. And we get the unprecedented moment where Ho Chi Minh gets to stand up on September 2nd and say, ta-da, here we are, Vietnam, we're independent.
Next question is going to be to your right.
Yes, Dr. Xiaoping, you mentioned that while the nationalists were losing millions of men fighting the Japanese, the strength of the communist army was growing. Is there any sense that Mao maybe held back during the war to save his strength for fighting the nationalists after the Japanese were defeated?
Yes, I think so. Both leaders, including Chiang Kai-shek, while fighting against Japan, they always think about potential threat from the other side. So both militaries operated separately and guarded their side from, attack from behind. So, but Mao was able to save his strength and develop more troops. Before the war in 1937, communist forces had a total of 50,000 troops. By the end of the war, 8 years later, the total of communist regulars over 1.2 million. So that's a big increase for Mao. Thank you.
Next question is going to be to your left.
Thank you. This is for Dr. Feiss. Could you address the role of the United Kingdom in the new French government, the de Gaulle government and its successor, and President Truman in shaping events and creating incentives and disincentives in the period from late 45 to, say, 48?
All right, now that is a giant question. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about how that played out in Vietnam itself. As with Korea, Vietnam as a country was divided in half to have the Japanese surrender accepted. The Chinese moved into the north to accept the Japanese surrender, and the British were to accept the Japanese surrender in the south. British policy, as they were moving in, was to return territories to their former owners. And in this case, it was to return Vietnam to the French. Vietnam had been stripped away from the French by the Japanese military actions. So right away, it put the British and the Americans in kind of an odd position. The Americans that were on the scene in the South many of them had become quite sympathetic to the Vietnamese argument for national independence. The British did not want a difficult military situation. They wanted a smooth transfer of power, a smooth transfer of the Japanese exiting the country, the French returning and taking over. And so the Americans and I would say the Americans and the British men on the ground didn't necessarily see eye to eye. There were difficulties, there were complaints from the British about American actions. Truman, and so I bridge a little bit to your question about Truman, and I don't think Truman gave so much as a nod to French Vietnam at this time, or to Vietnam at this time. It simply was not particularly important. But they did, when asked to withdraw the American OSS team and to tell them to cease what seemed to be pro-Viet Minh actions, they did so. The local OSS commander in the South was withdrawn. There were criticisms of the OSS commander in the North as well, that he was too friendly with the Viet Minh, he was doing too much. It appeared that the United States was too favorable, and he too would be withdrawn. I'm not sure that I fully answered your question, but that's a really giant question.
We're going to go in the front to your left, please.
Dr. Feiss, I have heard
I read somewhere that Ho Chi Minh, and I don't know his real name, went to Boston and worked there a while. And then he, for some reason, he got to talk to President Wilson. And apparently, President Wilson had committed to him that America was going to take an anti-colonial stance. My understanding is that he was basically betrayed by Wilson. Changed his mind, and then Ho Chi Minh went to Russia, I understand, Soviet Union. Do you think after that we could have ever, if we'd had more brilliant and wiser men, ever reached an accommodation with Vietnam before the end of the war, or right at the end of the war?
So part of that is absolutely true. As when Ho Chi Minh was a young man, one of the places that he did come was to the United States. He worked his way around the United States, gaining knowledge and learning. He was in Boston. To the best of my knowledge, there was never a conversation with President Wilson directly. There was a great deal of hope among the Vietnamese and I think all colonized peoples that the ideas of self-determination and the ideas of the League of Nations and of sovereignty for all peoples might play out differently than it did at Versailles. I think there was a lot of disappointment that the racial equality clause that would have said formally in an official treaty ending a war that Asians were equal and should engage in equal dialogue. There was a lot of disappointment, but I don't think there was a feeling of personal betrayal at all. If you're going to think along the lines of could we recover from a sense of personal betrayal, I think there was deep, deep, deep disappointment on the part of Ho Chi Minh that men he had engaged in deep conversation, friendly conversation, had smoked cigarettes and drank with in 1945, couldn't produce more at a government level. And simply the men that Ho Chi Minh was interacting with didn't have that power. They didn't have that sway. No matter what they believed, sitting in Hanoi in 1945, they did not have a direct line to the president. But if there was going to be a sense of a personal hurt, of betrayal, I think it would have more likely come from that time period.
Dixie, I have a question for you myself. Another what if, because those are fun. You can't get a wrong answer. Let's say the more left-leaning powers in France end up taking control at the end of France at the end of the war. What becomes of the French Empire and French Indochina?
It was a lot to ask, I think. And again, this is a what if. I think it's a lot to have asked France at the end of World War II to say, yep, let's give up all the colonies. Given the disruption of the economy, the disruption of life, I don't think France was ready in that moment to give up their colonial possessions. If they had, you're right, it would have been an entirely different situation. If in 1945, 46, the French would have said, you know what, let's work out an agreement. Let's work out a power sharing. Let's work toward gradual national independence. Maybe we would have avoided a war that lasted from 1946 to 1954, and if that war would have been avoided, we all would have avoided another war, most likely.
Thank you. Next question, all the way in the back to your right, please.
This is a question for Dr. Lee about aid to China. You mentioned Soviet aid, the role that played. Could you tell us more about the extent of Soviet aid, you know, the phases that went through during this time? Thank you.
Yes, Soviet Union began to provide military aid after 1937 to both Chinese nationalists and the communist armies. Soviet provided conventional weapons, tanks, airplanes, and also provided war material for both armies to keep Japan from a possible attack of the Soviet Union. Because Moscow realized there was a secret treaty between Berlin and Tokyo. Germany and Japan agreed. When Germany attacked the Soviet Union from the west, Japan will do it from the east. So the Soviet Union tried to prevent that from happening, fighting on both fronts. So Soviet provided huge military aid to China before Pearl Harbor happened. So there was no Japanese invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941.
Next question in the front.
I feel a bit greedy having two. But Professor Lee, I'd like to ask, since we're having fun with hypothetical questions, I don't normally let my students do this, actually, but I'm going to do it myself. What happens if there's no Xi'an incident and no kidnapping of Chiang Kai-shek? What happens next if that incident had not happened and there was no united front? Again, completely hypothetical.
Well, that's a good question, but probably still there will be a unified effort against Japan, since Chinese Communist Party sent their assassins, agents, to Xi'an, planned assassination. What happened was that the Russian leader, Joseph Stalin, stopped Chinese communist assassination, believed there's another way to establish united front, to save Jiang and defend China. Because Stalin did not have the confidence in Chinese Communist Party which could play the leadership role to organize national defense. Jiang wasn't the best choice, but he was the only choice. So Stalin tried to keep Jiang in power and threw the other way to establish united front. But that's a possible if, yes.
Next question is going to be to your left with Connie, please, about halfway back.
Thank you. This question is for Dr. Faiz. You mentioned that there was some sympathetic feelings for Vietnamese independence among the OSS towards the end of the war. Naturally, it was a few decades later, but how many of these American OSS agents, officers, ended up returning to Vietnam as advisors, or were they kept away from Vietnam due to potential sympathetic feelings for the Vietnamese movement?
None returned. Of our agents that went in, and I was extremely fortunate that when I was doing my research, many of these gentlemen were still living and were willing to talk and to share. But their information, their feelings, and their thoughts went absolutely silent after 1945. There were many that gave interviews years after the war. And even one who said, I knew Ho Chi Minh was a communist all along. I didn't think we should have been working with him all along, and I could have told you this was all coming. As well as others who argued that the American engagement could have been avoided entirely. But none of those men on the ground ever had a voice after that of any significance.
Ladies and Alan, you had a closing? No, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Millett, Xiaobing Li, and Dixie Faiz. Thank you very much. Per usual, our speakers will be over in the book signing station. Please be back in 15 minutes for our next session, which is 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
To the National World War II Museum, where we've been connecting virtually with students and adults for over 16 years. We have a variety of distance learning programs that are award-winning, including virtual field trips, webinars, and our annual electronic field trip.
Our suite of distance learning programs has something for everyone. If you're looking for an effortless and engaging educational experience, let us bring the museum into your organization.
Our online archive features content for educators in classrooms from across the globe to engage with past programs that are relevant today. Our partnership with Flip provides short interactive prompts to engage students in a variety of topics, ranging from art to invasive species in World War II. These programs are perfect for teachers who are looking to supplement content and are accessible for free.
Educators and lifelong learners have a place in distance learning too. Our online teacher professional development courses give you access to the museum and our partners from the comfort of your home.
Our museum's hour-long virtual field trips allow us to provide more content, like oral histories and artifacts. These allow us to provide a more in-depth discussion on a particular topic in World War II. These paid programs are presented live with a museum educator, and they're presented year-round with limited scholarships available.
Our free electronic field trips and webinars are live collaborative broadcasts that stream directly into your classroom. These interactive programs allow for learning to resonate with your students and bring history to life in a dynamic way.
Join us
and take your students on a journey through history
to reflect on and examine the important stories of World War II.
Learn more about our distance learning initiatives or register for one of our programs today by visiting our website, and we hope to see you online soon.
Two great institutions, one common goal, and that's to share with learners insight into the most significant event of the 20th century, World War II, all from the comfort of your own home.
It's the National World War II Museum and Arizona State University's joint online master's degree program in World War II studies.
Bringing the world's largest of human conflicts into global perspective through in-depth discussions on the war's campaigns, its impact on civilians, politics, diplomacy, and much more.
It's 30 hours of coursework taught by the world's top World War II scholars and designed to meet the educational and professional needs of every student.
Take classes on your own time while interacting with faculty and fellow students as they experience learning online from anywhere in the world.
Enrich your understanding of the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today.
The National World War II Museum and Arizona State University's online World War II Studies Master's Degree Program, where history comes to life.
We had just played football against USC. We just played the USC game, which was the big game of the year for UCLA. And I just remember waking up. I was living with my mother at the time in a kind of a bungalow court. And after the day after the SC game, I was awakened by a couple of guys were standing outside the bedroom window in this court talking, and one of them, and they were talking about the Japanese having attacked Pearl Harbor, you know. So I woke up to that on that morning, you know, hearing these people talk about it. And of course, then once that happened, everybody knew that we were all going to go into service, and, you know, and what was going to happen.
I went to work in Portland in the summer of '42 in a company that did steel work, made stuff for W ships and that type of stuff. And I was working for them, and I got notified of the draft. And so I went to the owner to resign and leave, and he said, "Well, you don't have to do that. You can get a deferment." I said, "I don't want a deferment." I said, "Malarkeys go to war." I said, "That's what I'm going to do." And so I quit the job, but 10 days later, I had to report to Fort Lewis. But I went down to Astoria and for a few days, and I ran into a Finnish kid down there that I knew, and he was in uniform. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "Well, he was up at Fort Lewis in administration." Then I asked him, what do you do when you get to Fort Lewis? He said, "Doesn't make any difference what time you arrive there. Any time of the day or the night, they take you into an orientation room, and And then when you get through there, why, you'll be assigned a bunk or something. But the first thing they ask you are volunteers in the parachute troops. And my mother wasn't with me, so she couldn't stop me, and that's what I did. There were two of us that stood up out of a shipment of 100 people coming out of Portland, and went up to the front of the table there, and you signed a form where you volunteered to jump out of an airplane 5 times to become a qualified paratrooper, and such other time as the government, requires or whatever. You sign it, and then they take you right out of there and furnish, uniforms and stuff like that, and then on your way.
Well, when I first went in to join, I wanted to go with the best, and I was going to join the Marine Corps. I figured the Marine Corps was the best. But before I got to the Marine Corps doors, I wound up seeing a poster with the airborne. I said, let me go and look at it and see what it's about. And sure enough, I went in and enlisted. So it looked like it was exciting. So, and besides, they gave me more money, too.
That was a big draw, was it?
Well, in a way, it was a big draw back then. $50 extra a month. And that was big back then.
So you were making, what, about $100 a month?
That's right. 100. Oh, you laughing at, you dirty rat. $100 a month. Today, $100, or you can't blink your eye, and $100 going like that, yeah.
That's the truth.
Well, it wasn't per se like the money, but it did have a certain kind of bearing on it, yeah.
And then the first day we got into a unit, they took us out in the field, pointed up to Currahee, and said, start running. If you fell out, if you stopped running, they said no matter how slow you went, fine. But if you stopped running, you walked, you were out. So consequently, 15% more left the second or third day. Then we started the obstacle course, which was the toughest. They wouldn't allow it today because more people got injured and hurt on that obstacle course than they do in jump training. It was so difficult. As a matter of fact, when we left to Corps, Georgia, the medics came in and condemned it. They would not allow it anymore. We used to walk 8 or 10 miles going to our training area, then train all day, and then walk 8 or 10 miles back to our camp area. It didn't take long for us to be hard as rocks.
When the chute was feeding out, I went out and I obviously was upside down in the air because I could see the shroud lines of the chute going by my feet, which means my feet were up in the air. And when the chute came open, about 3 or 4 of these shroud lines threw a loop around my ankle, and when the shoe was open, my ankle's up in the air. I had to pull down on it, get my ankle loose. I couldn't make a one-legged landing. And by doing that, of course, I drifted quite a ways away from where I was supposed to be by pulling down on the chute. So when I landed, I was, God knows where, I was still on the post at Benning someplace, but I had a long walk back to where I was supposed to be. But kind of wasn't the most auspicious beginning for the first jump.
Is it soup?
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please find your seats and find your cell phones so we can begin momentarily? Thank you.
Yep. So everybody, welcome back. Understand the victory bells are out there, and Mike Bell's competing with the victory bells, which usually doesn't turn out well for Mike Bell. But hey, thanks for the last session of today's symposium. Obviously, after this, we're going to have another, the opening piece, but we've had some amazing panels today, and we're going to have another one. So we've looked at resistance in Germany and Austria along the Eastern Front. We've considered how opposition to fascism shaped social political relations in Italy and France. As our last panel showed, we have a common foe created with complex relationships during the Second World War. It'd be interesting to see how those, the memory of those is different today than it was during the Cold War, for example. But how those could exacerbate tensions among those different groups. So in this panel, we're privileged to have Dr. Sarah Bennett-Farmer from the University of California at Irvine, and our own Jenny Craig Institute's Dr. Jason Dawsey, who's back again. Thanks, Jason. To give us a fascinating look at this topic in a panel entitled External Threat, Internal Struggles. To moderate this is Dr. Mark Calhoun. He's a recent addition to the Jenny Craig Institute, military historian, as our chair. Now, Mark's a retired lieutenant colonel, previously a U.S. Army CH-47 Chinook helicopter pilot and war planner, SAM's graduate, so the Jedi Knights of campaign planning. He received his PhD in history from the University of Kansas in 2012, and his first book is on General Leslie J. McNair, Unsung Architect of the U.S. Army, was published by the University of Kansas Press in 2015. He's currently researching General William S. Simpson, the commander of the 9th U.S. Army, and the 9th Army's operations during the campaign in Northwest Europe. Mark, welcome to this campaign. And with that, we're going to turn it over to you and this panel. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll just say, after 35 consecutive years of government service, working here now is a pretty neat change of pace. So it's really it's an honor to be here today. I'm really excited about this panel, so we'll just go ahead and get started. I know the only thing standing between all of you and happy hour, so. But I promise you it'll be worth your time. So the panelists that I'm fortunate enough to be here with, Dr. Farmer works at University of California, Irvine. She did her undergraduate work at Yale University and earned her PhD at Berkeley. And she has a couple of wonderful books out, Martyred Village, Commemorating the Massacre at Oradour-sur-Glane, which is a really cool book available in both English and French in various editions, and also her most recent book, Rural Inventions, The French Countryside After 1945, just came out in 2020. And you already know Dr. Jason Dawsey from our institute, and he's going to talk to us today about the resistance in occupied Italy during the war. So with no further ado, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Farmer.
Okay. Hello. So my subject is Vive la Résistance, and I'll start by asking a rhetorical question to which there's not an easy answer. To what extent did the French participate in resistance? This is a very simple question. Answers are complex. The most common response in France to the defeat by German forces in May 1940, the subsequent occupation, and the establishment of an authoritarian French regime was that of getting by. Most put their trust in World War I hero Marshal Pétain and were relieved to be out of the war. Through 1942, most French people carried on business as usual. Yet an important minority of people organized resistance to the Vichy regime and the Nazi occupation. I want to start by giving some key distinctions and sort of a framework before discussing specific examples or cases of resistors and their activities. So we can speak of resistance with a big R and resistance with a little r. That can be a distinction between formal movements, and with a little r, you can be talking about things that are more diffuse, but that are nonetheless resistance, whether or not they have a sort of a formal structure. I'll speak about external resistance, that is resistance that was carried on from outside France, internal resistance, and with some examples of two individuals in particular. So if we talk about external resistance, we're speaking for the most part of Charles de Gaulle and his organization, the Free French, supported by Special Operations Executive, which was British. In 1940, Charles de Gaulle was a junior general in the French army. He was brought into Paul Reynaud's cabinet as deputy war minister in March 1940. When the German army approached Paris, having invaded, de Gaulle left Paris with Prime Minister Reynaud as the French government fled to Bordeaux. Reynaud wanted to continue the war against opposition, against the opposition in his cabinet. But defeatist elements in the cabinet, led by Pétain in particular, prevailed. On June 16th, Reynaud resigned. The next day, Charles de Gaulle made a dramatic escape to London in the airplane of the departing British delegation. You can read a marvelous description of this, of his escape to London in Churchill's memoirs. The next day, de Gaulle went on the BBC radio to deliver the famous call of the 18th of June. He said, and I'll just give one short quotation, "Speaking in full knowledge of the facts, I ask you to believe me when I say that the cause of France is not lost. For remember, France does not stand alone. She has a vast empire behind her. The outcome of the struggle has not been decided by the Battle of France. Whatever happens, the flame of French resistance must and shall not die." Now, there are ellipses in there. These are lines from his speech. His words became famous long after the fact because very few people actually heard this broadcast. And in fact, no original recording of it exists. The essence of de Gaulle's call and political legitimacy in the long run was that he never recognized the Vichy government as a legitimate government. For him, the Republic still existed. This was not the American point of view. The US recognized the Vichy regime and sent an ambassador there. De Gaulle's biggest problem was getting the British and the Americans to take him seriously as the representative of France. Churchill found him difficult. Roosevelt, he made Roosevelt uneasy. Roosevelt wondered whether or not he was a potential demagogue, a general who had not been elected to office but had come to claim to be the legitimate leader of France. As you know, the Pétain regime went on to sue the Germans for an armistice that was signed on June 22nd. And they set up their government in the spa town of Vichy in central France. So that's where the French government went. And here is a map that shows you the way in which France was divided under the terms of the armistice. The country was divided. Germany would occupy the northern zone, and the French regime had nominal sovereignty and in de facto control of the southern zone. And this lasted until 1942, when the Allies landed in North Africa and Germans moved down into the rest of France. Oops. Did I do something? I hit that.
No, it doesn't want to advance.
Doesn't want to advance.
Let's try.
Ah, thank you. Okay. So here are some distinctions I've made to speak about internal resistors. Internal resistance was directed as much, if not more, against Vichy as against the German occupiers. I've made a distinction here between people who were referred to themselves or referred to as legals and illegals. Legals were activists who remained living at home and doing their jobs. They operated above ground on a full or part-time basis. Ordinary peacetime professions became vehicles for subversive activities. That's something that one can talk about in more detail in our roundtable discussion. Illegals were people who assumed new identities. Illegals often left home and went underground. Resistors were a very heterogeneous group. They included communists, socialists, Catholics, workers, school teachers, peasants, aristocrats. Few professional military men took part. Many admired Pétain, and when they no longer did, often they couldn't get over their distaste for the amateur military organization and the leftist tendency of the interior resistance. The Communist Party got into the resistance early, but not without some twists and turns. The communists had been big anti-fascists in the 1930s. When the Third Reich and the Soviet Union signed a pact of non-aggression in 1939, many communists were dismayed. But most adhered to the party line. That was, this is a war of the capitalist classes, and communists should have nothing to do with it. In response to the Hitler-Stalin pact, the French government outlawed the Communist Party and began arresting active party members. Scrambling to save the party, communists went underground and gained experience in clandestine activity before any identifiable resistance movement began. Internal resistance took many forms: putting out underground press, hiding Jews, gathering information for the resistance networks. I'll mention two forms and two individuals today. I won't be saying anything in particular about women in the resistance. We have a panel devoted to this tomorrow, as well as a conversation with Nicole Spangenberg about resistance in France. So my first example is that of Adolf Kaminsky, a Jewish teenager born in Argentina to Russian parents, who became the best forger of false identity cards in all of France. Providing false papers was one of the most important resistance activities. Kaminsky talks about this in a remarkable memoir that was published in 2016 and translated into English in 2019. There he is at age 19, and that's the title of his book, A Forger's Life. Kaminsky is believed to have saved 14,000 people during the war with his work. His activity has come to light only recently because he continued beyond the war, forging papers for causes and people he believed in. And he didn't want to speak until he was sure that the statute of limitations had passed. And reading his memoir is a delight because you learn an enormous amount about how this young guy who had very little education became a master at chemistry, at photography, at paper making, and clandestine activity. Here is an example of his work. And you can see here on the right, there's an identity card that's to the far right that says Julien Keller, and that was his own identity paper that he made for himself. He fabricated the paper, he fabricated the stamps, he did it all. Until 1942, when the Germans invaded the southern zone, resistance activity was primarily political and directed against Vichy. Propaganda, strikes, demonstrations. Once the Germans arrived in the southern zone, resistance took a new direction to more paramilitary resistance focused on direct action. So here's a little bit of vocabulary. The French word maquis refers to people who took to the hills. So the term maquis for guerrilla organizations and the term maquisard for a member of such an organization. The growth of the maquis was spurred by the forced labor draft for men between the ages of 20 and 23 to work in Germany. It wasn't the cause of it, but it certainly, the ranks of the maquis swelled when people in the spring of 1943 were looking at the possibility of being sent off on a train to work in Germany. So I want to speak to you for a moment about an exceptional leader named Georges Guingouin. Georges Guingouin was a schoolmaster in the small town of Saint-Gilles-Forêt in the Limousin region of central France. Guingouin was a communist who never wavered from anti-Nazism. He defied the party line and resisted Vichy and the Germans from the get-go. He was a school teacher and at the same time secretary to the mayor. In small towns in France at the time, you would have a one-room schoolhouse that also had a one-room mairie, town hall in the same building. And Guingouin used his access to, as the secretary to the mayor, access to the village, to the stamp of the village to make false identity papers. And the police soon noticed that there were a lot of people suddenly who had papers that were stamped with the village of Saint-Gilles-Forêt. When the police came after him, Guingouin took the mimeograph machine from the classroom and head out for the woods. He produced anti-Vichy and anti-German tracts, which he distributed on market days in local villages. He insisted on the independence of local action. And for that, the Communist Party stripped him of all political responsibilities. So he was both somebody who was wanted by the Vichy authorities, later by the German authorities, and who was persona non grata among the communists. He gathered support by protecting peasant interests. He linked his actions with local problems. And in the fall of 1942, he began a campaign against Vichy's requisitioning of hay. The Government Food Supply Administration brought baling machines into town squares and ordered peasants to bring their loose hay and sell it at a very low price. They then baled it and shipped it out of the region. Guingouin got a blacksmith and a wheelwright to help him. They made bombs out of wagon axles stuffed with explosive material taken from fixtures on overhead power lines of the electric tram system. And they blew up the baling machines. And so this is what they were fighting against, these attempts to get people to hand over their agricultural produce. In winter and spring 1943, they attacked railway lines. Because the Maquis did not receive arms until late in the war, their activity was limited to sabotage. So here's a picture of Guingouin in his military garb. And here's a picture of him printing tracts. And this is for a newspaper article about him after the war. In winter and spring 1943, they attacked railway lines. Spring 1943 marked a major turning point. The resistance began to anticipate Allied invasion, and the Vichy authorities organized militia groups that worked with the Gestapo to fight the resistance. In spring 1943, Maquisards engaged in skirmishes with these militias, and France entered into a state of undeclared civil war. De Gaulle disapproved of direct action. With reason, he deemed the risks too great because direct action brought the possibility of reprisal against civilians. De Gaulle also feared communist political objectives. Therefore, he sought to organize interior resistance behind himself and the Free French. To that end, Jean Moulin, as de Gaulle's representative, was parachuted into France on January 1st, 1942. By the end of May, Moulin had succeeded in uniting 8 major groups, before being arrested on June 21st, 1943. He was tortured by Klaus Barbie and the Gestapo. Moulin died on July 8th without having uttered a word of betrayal. He had done the essential work to ensure de Gaulle's position as the leader of the French resistance. And here is de Gaulle in that capacity speaking to a crowd at the Paris City Hall on August 25th, 1944, the day that Paris was liberated. On a winter's day in 1964, in ceremonies marking the 20th anniversary of the liberation, Jean Moulin's ashes were transferred to the Pantheon, the final resting place for the nation's civic heroes. In front of de Gaulle, most of the government, and hundreds of school children, André Malraux, French writer and de Gaulle's Minister of Culture, evoked Moulin's suffering and death. On that day, Malraux said, his was the face of France.
Jason?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to see you again and to be able to continue this discussion about resistance. I'm going to focus on Italy in 1943-44 just simply because the subject of the Italian resistance itself is very difficult to compress into 15 minutes, but obviously in our roundtable and the Q&A we'll have a chance to push this toward the end of the war. So I thought I would just begin with this image. It's one from our collection. It's actually a U.S. Army Signal Corps photo, so probably stylized, but says a lot. Probably late 1944, early 1945. It's kind of unclear exactly when it's taken, but showing both women and men involved in partisan activity. Looking at this map, you can see the weapons that they're carrying. But however stylized it may be, the photo really does give some insight about the character of resistance in Italy that developed, that women as well as men became involved, and that was no small feat in a culture as patriarchal as the Italian one was, and where women in Italy did not actually get the right to vote even until after the war was over. So what I want to just do very briefly before getting into 1943-44 and looking at one representative moment of the Italian resistance is just to say something by way of overview. That opposition to Benito Mussolini and the fascist dictatorship had been present from the very beginning of Mussolini's movement. That the Italian Fascist Party had been founded in Milan in March 1919. I'd like you to remember the month of March. We're going to see that again here shortly in this talk. And there, of course, had been groups fighting Mussolini before he ever took power, especially on the left and the trade unions and the socialist and communist parties. Originally, there was a single party, the Socialist Party. It had actually been Benito Mussolini's party prior to World War I, and then he moves to the extreme right. And then the socialists split in 1921. Socialists and communists reflected the divisions over World War I and, of course, the Bolshevik Revolution. Did you support the Bolsheviks? Were you ambivalent about the Bolsheviks, etc.? But there had been fighting there, really literally in the streets, especially in northern Italy, right into 1922 when Mussolini takes power. One of the key figures that emerges as a leader in the opposition to Mussolini is a man named Antonio Gramsci. He was a Marxist intellectual from Sardinia, had led the Communist Party. He's really kind of one of the founding figures of it. He's arrested and imprisoned by Mussolini in 1926 and dies from complications of his imprisonment over a decade later. Some of you may have actually encountered his name. Gramsci is still widely read in universities here and elsewhere, especially for his notion of hegemony. He really tried to understand what was buttressing the support for the Mussolini dictatorship. There are also Italians who will volunteer to fight
in the Spanish Civil War. It starts in 1936, and interestingly enough, is a kind of civil war that plays out in Spain as Italian Republicans are often communists, but some socialists and anarchists as well fight troops sent by Mussolini to support Franco. And so, really thousands of them heavily involved. And we do know even of a few, not a terribly large number, but some Italian leftists who went to Ethiopia even earlier in 1935, 36, and fought against Mussolini there. So this has been a war already that was quite a hot war well before World War II. Moving the story forward, though, if you're really going to talk about a mass resistance in Italy, you have to get to 1943. That's when it really begins. When the war decisively turns against fascist Italy that year, with a defeat in North Africa, May of 1943, 250,000 German and Italian soldiers surrendered to the Allies. And then, of course, 2 months later is Operation Husky, as the Allies invade Sicily. Then you get the first big Allied bombing raid on Rome of the war as from these North African bases. Probably 1,000 to 3,000 people killed in this first raid, July 19th. And so a real sense within the Italian military establishment that something has to happen. This war is a disaster for Italy. There was mass discontent was already growing. And so what you have on July 24th, 25th is the fascist Grand Council votes no confidence in Mussolini. And then he is told to report to see King Victor Emmanuel III. Italy still has a king. The person who actually gave him the position of prime minister way back 21 years earlier. Mussolini is ousted, arrested, and imprisoned. And that really does set things moving for people to openly challenge the Italian state. So what I want to do here to note this chronology, things get very dense very quickly after July 25th. That the person who is given the task of heading the government once Mussolini is no longer there is Marshal Pietro Badoglio. I'll show an image of him in just a second. The former Army Chief of the General Staff. He had been a key figure in the invasion and occupation of Ethiopia, had been a card-carrying fascist. He is given the task by Victor Emmanuel of running the government. Initially, he says, Italy will continue the war just as it had been. And then within a week or so, he begins to secretly negotiate with the Allies to get out of the war. And that armistice goes into place on September 8th, 1943. The very next day, September 9th, you see a Committee of National Liberation formed in Italy. I won't read the parties out to you. You can see them on the slide here, made up of these 6 parties who come together to form an alternative government. And there's this tension, ladies and gentlemen, between this committee. You know, it'll become, if you look from the Italian, it'll be known as the CLN, this committee and Badoglio. What a surprise, right? Look at these parties, their political orientation. You have liberals, you have socialists, you have communists, Christian Democrats, a Labor Democratic Party, an Action Party, right? How much are they wanting to listen to a figure like Badoglio, who's so linked to the military establishment? But at the start, they don't dare to challenge him openly. Now, this is September 9th. The Allies have now landed on the Italian peninsula, right? And so we're beginning to move north. And so the war is literally on Italians' doorsteps as this is happening. This is, by the way, I thought I'd very quickly keeping this timetable in front of us. September 12th, of course, is when Mussolini is rescued by Otto Scorzeni's commando team. And he's going to be reinstalled in northern Italy, what's called the Italian Social Republic, but it's essentially a puppet state. The Germans run the country. The Germans will be in power in Rome, and they will call the shots. Here's Badoglio, by the way, with General Eisenhower at the very end of September, officially signing the armistice with the Allies and the HMS Nelson in Malta. Now, this Committee on National Liberation has to work with Badoglio for the moment. And yet, at the same time, in their ranks, there's already growing discontent with this and a sense of, we need to take action now against the Germans. Mussolini's still a problem, and there's certainly an intent to settle scores with him, but the Germans are the immediate threat. And the Germans make it very clear about what they intend to do now that they are the actual rulers of Italy. Here is, I hope, one of the people we remember from this talk, even though I'm not spending a lot of time on him, Theodor Donnecker. He is a subordinate of Adolf Eichmann, SS. He is really one of Eichmann's deportation specialists. He shows up in October 1943 in Rome to organize the deportation of Jews to the extermination camps in Poland. And one of the things he encounters is that people in Rome are not exactly terribly friendly to him and to what he's trying to do. Nonetheless, he rounds up over 1,000 Jews in Rome. They're sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and only a handful of them come back when the war is over. So Italians realize what is happening. Mussolini, by the way, for all his authoritarianism, had blocked Italian Jews being caught up in the Holocaust prior to this. And then in November 1943, you're going to see Mussolini order the conscription of some 50,000 Italians. Many of them will end up as forced laborers in the German war economy, which adds an even greater degree of rage, of anger at the German occupation. Now, you can kind of, I think, hopefully see pieces beginning to fall, come together here. January 1944, the Allies trying to get around the German defensive positions on the Gustav Line, land at Anzio, hoping to kind of roll up the German positions and seize Rome quickly. Inside Rome, in the capital, there's mass anticipation by members of the CLN operating underground that the Allies are about to liberate the city. And I love this slogan, by the way, so I had to incorporate it in, that these various cells tied to the CLN, one of the things that you start hearing them say quite openly, January, February 1944, make the ground burn under the feet of the occupiers, to take action, to be part of their own liberation. Do not leave it to the Americans and British to liberate the capital. We need to be a part of that. And the foremost group really planning were members of the Communist Party, who at this point is kind of hard to tell the numbers. They're now kind of moving in the direction of 40, 50,000 people. Prior to the armistice, maybe 5,000. So their numbers are exploding. It's kind of interesting comparing these cases with what we've heard earlier today. I want to mention two of these individuals. Here at the museum, we often emphasize individual stories, but to show you two of these individuals, Rosario Bentivegna and Carla Capone, members of a communist-directed group called they were a Patriotic Action Group. In Italian would be the acronym is GAP. So you can see here that they're a communist, but they're obviously talking about the nation, about patriotism, about freeing Italy from the German occupier. And they are among those planning an ambitious attack on the Germans in central Rome, March 23rd, 1944. Here we come back to the date. That is the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Fascist Party. So on the one hand, it's meant to commemorate in a very special way the founding of the Mussolini movement and to make a direct statement to the German occupiers. So what do? They focus on this Via Rasella attack, a street in central Rome, and if you've ever been there, the street kind of ascends. It goes up, it's cobbled over, as you can see, buildings on either side. And what's been happening already prior to March 23rd is a SS unit, a security force, many of them made up of Austrians from the Tyrol, who go out to a shooting range and then they return to barracks near the Ministry of the Interior. They take the same route every day, right? So Bentivegna and Capone and others is really a group of about a dozen. There are people kind of moving in and out, plan this attack for March 23rd. What they do is at Pennsylvania, he will dress up as a sanitation worker wearing a blue uniform. He has a cap. He's pushing this cart. It's got 2 silver trash cans on there, mounted on a chassis with 4 wheels. One of the cans is containing rubbish. The other has 40 pounds of TNT. He's waiting at the top of the street, and he has comrades at the bottom of the street. One of them will give a sign by lifting his cap. So when the Nazi column ascends that street, and of course is cobbled over these buildings on either side, he's going to detonate the TNT. Capone, her task during that is that after Pennsylvania lights the fuse, I mean, he's dressed as a sanitation worker, is to come up and put a raincoat over him so people won't link him at all to the attack. So sure enough, on March 23rd, this column takes the same route as they do every day, and they're singing, of course, in German, just to kind of rub it in the eyes of locals. There's been a lot of publicity around the city celebrating the anniversary of the Mussolini movement. And sure enough, when the signal, it's interesting, by the way, Capone sees a group of school kids who are playing nearby, and she yells at them, "Get away from here. You need to go home and do your homework. Get out of the street." And even Pennsylvania has to do that with some others there. It's time for you to go. You need to get out of here. But things, you know, there's another complication too we could get into, where the column is about an hour to 2 hours late getting there, but nonetheless they show up. And Pennsylvania, he actually tells an American reporter 30 years after the event, he said, "I lit the fuse." And she asked him, "What did you feel at that moment when you lit it?" And he said, "I didn't feel anything. I just walked off." And Capone came and covered him with a cloak. When that 40 pounds of TNT detonated, it absolutely, initiated hell on that street. It killed 33 members of this Nazi column, and some 9 others will die subsequently of their wounds. It's quite a sight, and I have an image here we'll show of the people who decide how to respond. I know I'm running out of time here, but I want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that the attack is so severe. The casualties are so high that Hitler himself, once he gets news of this, he says, "I want a response that will make the world tremble." So that task is given to SS in Rome, led by Herbert Kappler. He's the man obviously showing his name there. He's the SD security, the intelligence gathering wing of the SS in Rome, who's given this task. He will in turn assign the reprisal to Erich Priebke on the kind of right of this image, one of his subordinates. And this gets the full support of the German military in Rome, including Field Marshal Albert Kesselring right there in the center. 10 Italians for every SS member has to be put to death. They actually go a little over that. They round up people who are already imprisoned. They had been raids, rounding up resistance fighters already. And on March 24th, the next day, they take these individuals, men and boys, 335 of them, into caves, the Ardeatini caves, and they're shot in groups. And then bodies piled up on those who had been shot previously. It takes a matter of hours to do all the killing, and they dynamite the entrance to the caves. 335. There's the entrance right there to the caves. There will be actually many resistance fighters who will go in and leave carnations to remember the victims just days after this massacre, the Ardeatini Caves massacre. And wrapping up, I know I'm out of time here. What I want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, is that for a brief period, the CLN, this committee, will demand an end to terrorist attacks of this sort. Terrorist in the sense of targeting individuals. Hold those attacks because of the level of repression. There's still an expectation the Allies are about to take the city. That, of course, doesn't happen until June 4th and 5th, 1944. Once they do, Once the city does fall into Allied hands, though, in early June, you're going to see a real resurgence of attacks north of Rome as the Germans retreat there. And this is going to start a whole new phase, a partisan war in northern Italy, which is not only a war against the Germans, it's also a war against pro-Mussolini Italians. Finally, just to kind of conclude this, and we'll see what the roundtable and the Q&A kind of yields and moving this forward. Field Marshal Kesselring, 10 days after the Allies liberate Rome, makes a declaration where he says the civilian population will be held accountable for all attacks on German personnel. And what you're going to see starting in the summer of 1944 is Eastern Europe methods. Things you saw in Poland and the Soviet Union, in occupied Yugoslavia, now being applied in northern Italy, where the Germans just massacre entire villages in response to partisan attacks. But I thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and I look forward to the remainder of our discussion.
Okay, great. Thanks to both of our panelists. We'll get to your Q&A in just a minute. I do have a couple of things I'd like to dig into just a little bit more. So there's some really interesting threads of continuity between both of the cases that you've written about, and also some really interesting, subtle but important differences. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what sort of people join these resistance movements, and given that you've written about these really terrible massacres and reprisal, in your specific cases, what do you think motivated people to continue to resist after these reprisals took place?
I'll jump in right there just to say that it's interesting in the case of the Italian resistance, there were workers, especially in the north. You have to think about in Italy, northern Italy is the industrialized area, southern Italy more agricultural. So there's a real working class base for the resistance in the north. Some of these individuals had never really abandoned their leftism. And we actually see a strike in Turin in northwestern Italy in March 1943, where Fiat workers, I think most of us are familiar with Fiat, begin to openly talk about Stalin and the Red Army are coming. Now, the Red Army, of course, is not anywhere near Italy, but this is a month after Stalingrad. And so you have a lot of workers are kind of forming the base of opposition, and they're joined by a lot of students. Both Bentivegni and Capone are students. Bentivegni is a medical student. Capone is a law student. They had grown up under fascism. They're in their early 20s, and they were, like many younger Italians, totally disillusioned by fascist Italy's war. Capone had actually fallen in love with a man who in 1940 is sent off to Greece to fight in this ill-fated war where the Germans have to come bail out Mussolini, and he's killed shortly after deployment. And so there's a real sense among a lot of younger people that this is a disaster for Italy. Obviously, all of them don't become communists. Some of them gravitate to these other parties, but in this case, two of the most important figures were indeed communists.
Thanks, Jason.
I guess I would say much of what you have to say holds for the French case. And I guess that reprisals depend, the circumstances during which reprisals took place in France, particularly when it was happening as the war was, as the tide was turning, had the effect of turning people against the regime. And there was also a sense, and this was cultivated within many of the resistance groups, that that there was a duty to continue when others had been killed. And so there's a whole culture of honoring and commemorating the fallen that gets carried into these resistance movements. And you see it in certain cases in France with particular groups who were involved in resistance, for example, railway workers. The railway workers were known to pass on information, to resist. And there were certain places in France where there were massacres, where outside of Lille, for example, there were people who lived near a railway station who were taken out and shot. The case that I've worked on most fully, and I wrote a book about it, was a case in which a town in France was, the town of Oradour-sur-Glane was attacked by the Waffen-SS in June of 1944 as they came into the region to fight resistance and then were called up to the Normandy front. In the case of Oradour, there is no tight connection to resistance. And one of the paradoxes of that place and the way in which it was commemorated is the fact that there was not resistance at Oradour became the basis of a resistance that honored and even heroized the suffering of people who had not been engaged. In other words, that this was thought of as a martyred village, and that it was proof that even if you didn't stick your neck out, you were possibly or potentially a victim. And that gave it's almost like a counterbalance to the commemoration of the resistance of people who acted like de Gaulle and his followers. It's a commemoration of those who didn't. And so it's interesting to think about the fact that it became the place it takes in the landscape of memorialization.
Yeah, and Sarah, I think that's one of the things I found most interesting about your book about that case is the complexity of that commemoration process, especially compared to the post-World War I commemoration. So if both of you could talk a little bit about how did that process of trying to understand and create a narrative of these events shortly after they took place, and then after the war ended, over time, how did those narratives and that commemoration effort evolve over time? So we could start with Sarah on this one, if you.
Well, it started, immediately. I mean, one of the image that I showed of de Gaulle speaking at the town hall of Paris in August of 25th, 1944. You can go on to the site of the National Audit. You can Google it and you can find his speech. And if you find it with subtitles, or if you understand French, you'll see that he must say the word Paris and French every other word. And it's a whole exercise, and it's remarkably well done in telling the French that France has liberated itself. And this was a very astute political move. The French, you people here probably know this history better than I do about the decision to liberate Paris. Patton wanted to continue on to Germany. Eisenhower said, we need to liberate Paris. We can't bypass it. And the American army slowed down to allow the division led by Leclerc to go into the city first. And that was a decision also to have the French liberate Paris. And so in that speech, de Gaulle basically, and I think one of the reasons why he was loved to the degree that he was partly that he sort of spread his mantle and to bring everybody in. And he basically said, you were all resistors, and he could stand for that.
Yeah, if I could, in terms of dealing with the Italian case, is fascinating, these comparisons and what they're learning from each other and following each other. The Committee of National Liberation, I mentioned, formed the day after the armistice, the day after the Allied landings in Italy, is actually modeled on the French case. And the Italians, it's not clear exactly what they learn and how they learn it, but they're certainly following as best they can the French example of a kind of national committee that Moulin had done so much to bring together, where de Gaulle would be considered the leader. The difference, of course, there is that you have Badoglio and the king still in Italy, and that's a great deal, it causes enormous controversy within the committee, these 6 parties. Why should we support the king? He put Mussolini into power in the first place, right? Why should we support Badoglio? He's an imperialist, he's a former fascist, etc., right? Why should we support them? And of course, eventually Badoglio will step aside in June 1944. You'll have, the committee will become more and more an alternative government. Victor Emmanuel will make his own promises to step aside, and so there's a lot of pressure that's being exerted from the committee to change things. But I would say one of the things that's remarkable about the Italian case and how it's remembered is that this committee does hold together through World War II. They're everybody from monarchists who had become disenchanted with Mussolini to the communists are in this. How can that possibly hold together? And yet it does. They do stay in the same fold throughout World War II. And there's no doubt it's German brutality. I was thinking about Rob's comments about the Germans in the Soviet Union. German brutality, as much as anything else, keeps them together. They will hold together. The massacres in northern Italy from June 1944 into the spring of 1945, that does wonders. There's a lot of young fascists that stand with Mussolini, work with the Germans in the north, execute partisans and sympathizers to the partisans. And so that the kind of resentment against that in the north ensures that that movement stays together. But there's no doubt there's also a lot of mythologizing about the national unity that happens after World War II that has to be debunked.
Yeah, and so one more question from me, and then we'll turn it over to the audience. Both of you have mentioned, so in the case of Ordor, there were Alsatians that were part of the personnel that conducted the reprisals there, and then in the Italian case, Via Rasella, there were folks from the Tyrol in that organization. And I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit more about what was unique or interesting about their role, both in the reprisals and then I know in the French case in the trial afterwards.
Well, in the French case, there were in the division that the division das Reich that came through the Limousin had a battalion that was largely young people who had been drafted into the SS in Alsace. And that was part of the German policy of bringing in people into the SS from people that could be considered ethnic Germans of some sort or culturally German, and bringing them into the SS, into the Waffen-SS. So you had Tyroleans and you had Estonians and so forth who were German-speaking brought in. And these soldiers referred to themselves later as malgré nous, people who were in spite of themselves, that they had been drafted by force. But nonetheless, the participation of Alsatians in this massacre caused enormous political trouble in France in the 50s when the soldiers from that division were tried there was a military trial of them in the town of Bordeaux. And it's suddenly this event, which had been the example of the horrendousness of the Germans, suddenly turned into a kind of Franco-French confrontation between two regions, and two regions that had very different political traditions as well. And so there was a kind of very painful confrontation in Bordeaux where the Alsatians tried to depict the Alsatians as victims, and the people of Oradour couldn't accept that. And so it ended up causing a rift whereby the commemoration at the town of Oradour turned its back on the French government and refused to accept any representatives of the national government to come to their commemorations. And in fact, they moved their commemorative ceremonies to the cemetery, the local cemetery, and they left empty the monument that had been built by the national government.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that the Nazis, in terms of occupation policy, they were always looking to exploit tensions. And in the Italian case, really treating Italians as traitors, despite Hitler's own personal affection for Mussolini, going to such great effort to rescue him and then install him as a puppet. There was a widespread sentiment in the leadership and certainly in the German military that's stationed in Italy that the Italians are traitors. They betrayed the alliance. And so stationing men from the Tyrol, this border region, contested region between Italy and Austria, was, I think, part of this pattern of that. And we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that when the Germans move into Italy with the armistice, that they take some 600,000 Italian service members into captivity, and 45,000 of them perish. I mean, that's an astonishing number in a year and a half. not counting the issue of foreign laborers, not counting the issue of Italian Jews deported to the death camps. Some 54,000 or so Italians die as partisans during the war, and we think maybe 120,000 Italian civilians die from September of 43 until late April of 1945. I mean, this is a side of World War II I think that often just gets overlooked, is the sheer brutality of that war. I think as Americans, I think often for us, we think about Husky, then we think about the landings in September. There's Anzio, Monte Cassino, Rome falls, and the next thing you know, Italy's, the fighting is over in April. Everything is shifted up to France. So I think Americans, we tend to lose sight of that, and yet there is an incredibly vicious war that's being waged there. It's a bloody affair as the Allies are trying to crack the Gothic line. It takes months for them to do that, and behind the Gothic line is this partisan war that's also a civil war.
Great. All right, thanks. So I think Jeremy's ready with this microphone.
Great. Well, thank you to Mark, Sarah, and Jason. We're going to start first to your left, please.
Why does it take the Italians so long to kind of lose faith in Mussolini? There's nothing but military defeats the entire time. Hitler at least could kind of be riding on national popularity. They're winning really to the end of 42, but Italy's got a horrible track record.
That's a great question. So to answer that, there's a lot of things I think have to be considered. Is that, yes, Italy does have a number of defeats or embarrassments in that 1940-41 period, right? When they go into southern France in June, they gain practically no ground there. Yugoslavia, they really kind of go in there with the Germans as kind of junior partners in terms of occupation duty. Greece is a real disaster. The Germans have to bail them out. There, of course, I haven't mentioned about Italian units on the Eastern Front. It's just a bloodbath for those that are there. That's often forgotten as well, the kind of tens of thousands of Italians who die fighting the Red Army. So yes, that does add up, but it's not really a case of the war having a dramatic effect on people on the home front until 1943. North Africa, I think, is really the deciding moment where that war, I think a lot of Italians, of course, had been watching it. That had not gone well. Then Rommel and the Africa Corps show up. Then in 1942, it looks like they might actually break through. They might actually push through Egypt. And then that falls apart. But yet, even then, it takes a while for the fallout of that to really come back home. The surrender in May of 43, and then, well, what's going to happen next? The realization that the Allies are now coming. The war's coming here. The bombing raids on Rome that start that summer, that really does bring the war home. So I would just say it's been kind of a slow burn, if I can use that phrase. There have been a lot of discontent, a lot of unease in the country. There were certainly anti-fascist elements that had never left the country still there, biding their time. And 1943 is the moment where you start to see mass discontent and these anti-fascist elements begin to coalesce. That takes a while, but sure enough, it does become a mass movement. People will ask, how many people take part in partisan activity in Italy? I noted mythologization, but I think we can safely say maybe 200,000. But compared to Germany and Austria, our first panel, right, that's a lot of people who were taking up arms fighting either the Germans and or pro-Mussolini Italians. So it takes a while.
Next question is going to be in the center to your right, please.
A good while ago, the Military History Quarterly called the French resistance the single most overrated force in World War II. And in light of your work, Dr. Sarah and Lynn Olson and Madame Fourcade, how effective would you have, in retrospect, put the efforts of the resistance in thwarting the Germans?
Well, I think that there's, I think people have fun in some ways sort of taking down the French resistance. I guess in some ways one could say that it's been, whether the French resistance had a big effect militarily, it probably didn't. Nonetheless, they did give help to, they were important in giving information to the British. And one of the main things that the French resistance did was to propose early on a different idea of what France, how things could be. So you had a kind of, there were a variety of ideas put forward, but you had a consistent messages coming through for what France could be, what Republican values mean. So I think that the French resistance is important on those grounds, and it may not be, I don't know if one should only, I guess I'll put it that way, if one should only look at the resistance from a point of view of what it accomplished militarily, because what it accomplished politically and socially is significant.
We're going to stay to your right, towards the front, please.
In listening to both of you talk, it seems to me that there's a big similarity between the French Vichy government versus the partisans, and then the Italian government versus the partisans. I wonder if you could talk about the similarities and differences from those two countries coming from an Allied and Axis point of view.
Well, that's there are a couple of different things to say. I suppose that from an Allied Axis point of view, the French, the Vichy government was collaborating with Germany. And one of the things that makes France distinctive, I suppose, is the fact that you had a government that stayed in power, nominally in power, and at the same time proved to be progressively, it became clear that how ineffectual it was in terms of finding its own place within Hitler's Europe and then pushing forward French interests. And the fact that you had other groups claiming legitimacy that were working the way that the Gaullists were in London, I think makes it different than Italy. So I guess I don't think of the French government as being I don't think it was as, and you'll have to tell me this, I don't think it was as, the French government, part of what it was saying was that it was collaborating, but that it was still maintaining French independence. And it failed at that. But I don't know if the Italians were, if that was as much something that was part of what that government was trying to do.
Yeah, it is an interesting, yeah, it is a very good question. It's interesting in the Italian context where like these groups, like these patriotic action groups, communist-led, even though there are sometimes these other parties from the CLN represented. And there's not a figure quite like Charles de Gaulle in the Italian context. There are different leaders, a man named Bonomi, he's a kind of a moderate socialist who becomes kind of head of the CLN. But there's no doubt like one of the most influential people in the CLN is the communist leader, Palmiro Togliatti, who actually comes back to Italy about a week after the Via Rasella attack. And he had been in the Soviet Union, and he arrives a week after. And it's interesting that people are kind of wondering what direction is he going to go in now that he's there. And he makes what's called the Salerno turn. That's what people always remember it by. And we know this now, really have known since the 90s after the Soviet archives opened, that Stalin tells him, when you get to Italy, I want you to recognize Badoglio, and I want you to commit the Communist Party to a course that will say we're not going to pursue social revolution. We're not going to pursue a revolution in property relations. We're going to cooperate in creating a kind of parliamentary democratic system in Italy, and we will stand by the other parties. And it's interesting that Togliatti toes that line for the remainder of the war. And so that's quite a moment Again, he's not a de Gaulle figure, quite that level, but the fact that he says that the communists are going to play ball with the other parties, we're not going to pursue revolution, we just want a democratic system, we want the Germans out, and we want to ensure that justice is done to the victims of Mussolini as well. And that helps keep that together for the remainder of the war. There's certainly a lot of suspicion on the part of the British and Americans about these parties, right, in the CLN, but at the same time, they are giving them support. Harold Alexander, the British general who will take command really of all kind of forces there in Italy, he'll actually call on people to rise up against the Germans in the summer of 1944. You know, like, rise up. I mean, we want to see partisan activity, and yet he and the Americans are, of course, concerned about what that might mean, especially if the communists continue to gain influence within the movement. So there's all these tensions that are there, and yet the whole thing does manage to hold together to the end of the war.
I'd like to add one thing, which is how much in play is your question about how did these governments or these countries appear to the Allies. Something that gets sometimes lost in this story, or that is that everything was in play. It was very dicey basically from June, when the opening of the Western Front, and the fall, so that de Gaulle was completely left out of the discussions for D-Day. And he was not informed of what was going on. And then he showed up. He did his own landing at Bayeux a couple of days later, and it's quite remarkable. I mean, he didn't show up in a rowboat, but in a small. He came to Bayeux, and he stepped off the boat and did his move. And then he sent out 12 people who were named as commissaire de la République, and he had been also recognized by a government that had, the sort of provisional government had, actually that didn't happen until a few months later, but in any case, he got on the ground and quite quickly worked toward getting his representatives out into the regions. And he picked excellent people who went and tried to get control of the administration. But it was not clear until the fall that France would not be occupied, that AMGOT, the American Government of Occupied Territories, was possibly going to be running France. And one of de Gaulle's big successes was establishing himself, and the Americans not going through with that.
The next question is going to be all the way in the back to your left, please. Oh.
More center.
Can you tell me a little bit about the role the partisans in Italy played with the negotiations with the SS and German army, April 45, in trying to achieve an early surrender?
Yeah, I don't know a great deal about that. There is, the CLN is negotiating with all kinds of people in the north to kind of bring the conflict to an end, including the Germans trying to end the bloodshed. And they, in fact, meet with Mussolini about circa April 25th. And April 25th, of course, if you've spent any time in Italy, that's a holiday associated with this big national uprising that's called. And the CLN representatives are talking to Mussolini like, are you ready to give in? Are you ready to surrender? And those talks really just kind of fall apart. And as we know, Mussolini tries to escape to Switzerland just a few days later, and it's a communist group of partisans. They're named after Garibaldi, the great Italian nationalist, key figure in the unification struggle of the 19th century. But yes, they had been negotiating with Mussolini and the Germans very late. And it's interesting, the Germans surrender literally like at the same time as Mussolini's being executed. It takes a few days for it to go into effect, but Hitler is still alive when all German forces in Italy officially do surrender. The CLN is involved. I don't want to overstate their role. Ultimately, the Allies are dictating what's going to happen. And what you'll even see in the spring and summer of 1945 is the Americans and the British insisting these partisan units, now that the war is winding down, is over, that they disarm. But they are involved. very much in trying to bring the war to an end. But none of them are exactly shedding tears when Mussolini is executed. And then, not a surprise, right, that they take him to Milan, where the party had been founded. And I don't know, most of us have probably seen that kind of grisly image of Mussolini and Clara Petacci being hung upside down in that square. That's where pro-Mussolini fascists had executed partisans earlier. So there's a direct element of payback of that. But I would encourage you, as disturbing as the image is, there's some images, including an art collection of that, where you actually see the crowds that have assembled to see the display of the bodies. And it's stunning. Thousands of people coming out.
In the front to your right, please.
The British SOE supported all sorts of folks, but the French resistance was their largest client, so to speak. Can you give us a sense of, comparatively, who supported and how much the Italian resistance?
Do you want to?
I don't know how, in terms of how the Italian resistance was supported. I know in the French case, the SOE, one of de Gaulle's struggles with the British was that he didn't want them to arm the communists. And for the SOE, anybody who was going to fight was someone that they would arm. And so the arms drops that and the help that they gave was particularly important sort of late in the war. And but in terms of compared to Italy, I don't know.
Yeah, the SOE and the OSS are certainly providing arms to partisans in a similar way. I mean, they're obviously, as the air war picks up and they have total dominance of the skies over Italy. You think in 1944, I wrote an article for the website about a P-47 pilot who flew 60-plus missions in Italy from October 44 to April of 45, and he didn't see a single German aircraft during that time, right? So they were able to do a lot of airdrops for partisans there. In kind of far northeastern Italy, they get help from Tito. That's itself a kind of interesting story as well. And there's some Italian partisans will actually directly be in Yugoslavia when the war is over. So there are certainly contacts there. But the Americans, British, despite their reservations and concerns, they also realize the partisans are having some real effect. They're having some disruptive effect in northern Italy. The Germans do have to assign units to put down these various attacks, and of course they're savage in that. But yes, there is aid that goes directly there to them, and it gets easier for them to do that by the air the further the war goes along.
We have time for one last question here.
Dr. Dossi, what do you think about the Roberto Rossellini Rome Open City, almost contemporaneous depiction of resistance?
Wow, what a great question, and I wish I had seen that more recently to kind of think about that, but it is interesting the way already, I mean, that film was what, 1945, 46? I mean, yeah, it's amazing how already the way that war is being remembered when it's not even completely over yet. And I think one area that's interesting to compare with Sarah's work is this dynamic in Italian history of mythologizing and then debunking the history of resistance. I was in Italy in 2019 on a trip for the museum, and I met with a figure there who was very involved in documenting the history of the partisan war, and also met Americans connected to the cemetery at Florence, the American cemetery at Florence. And it was interesting that the American was telling me that, you know, when I meet these guys who are in the partisan movement, they make it sound as if they did it all. You know, they liberated the entire country. But it's interesting, kind of as a moment of pride, that they did take part in their own liberation. They did play this very active role, and you get this attempt already with a film like Open City to narrate how that had played out, and yet it's all contested, right? I think one of the things we should remember is that the resistance was controversial then. it's controversial now in Italy, and I think it's safe to say in France, there's a lot of division about how that's remembered, and about the partisan war, and about occupation and collaboration, and hard to imagine that that's going to go away anytime soon, especially with the recent Italian elections.
Great. Well, for Mark, Sarah, and Jason, thank you very much for a resounding conclusion to today's symposium. Before we break and before Dr. Bell closes out the symposium officially, I want to tell this group of extra devoted history nerds, it's okay to call you that, I'm one too. The conference for next year, we have flyers out there, as you all are familiar with. We have our early bird discount. Next year, we will have individuals like John McManus, whose third and final book in his Pacific trilogy will be coming out. Craig Simons and Trent Hone will be coming for a roundtable on Nimitz and the leadership underneath him in the Pacific. We have Catherine Musumeci, whose new book, Lethal Tides, talks about Mary Sears and the oceanographers helping chart the tides for the invasions of the Pacific. And our pre-conference symposium will be tied into our upcoming Liberation Pavilion capstone completion for our campus. It is Finding Hope in a World Destroyed, World War II Liberations and Legacies. So you guys get first dibs. As we break for the reception, break first for the registration table, and then go get your book signed and your cocktails. So Dr. Bell, please close it out.
So I know I'm between everybody and the reception. So, hey, thanks everyone for joining this this great conversation today on resistance. There's probably more unanimity in this resistance than in that resistance, but I think it's been a great topic. Please join me first in a round of applause for all our presenters. So they will clean up tonight, so I wouldn't leave anything super valuable here, but just recognize, if you have your special coffee cup, it'll be gone in the morning because we'll clean up. But this will conclude our pre-conference symposium. But please join us for book signing as we kick off formally our 15th International Conference this evening. First with a reception, and then we'll convene back here, opening session at 6 o'clock with Dr. Richard Overy. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you real soon.